Fated superstar joins reality show only to find all contestants are his exes who dumped him. Zhong Hao, once a top idol, now a name nobody searched, was on the verge of quitting showbiz when he got an unexpected offer, the hottest variety show of the season. There was just one problem. All 5 female guests. His ex-girlfriends. Every single one. And worse, after each breakup, he'd turned their love stories into hit songs. Now, years later, fate had decided to reunite them on national television. Zhong Hao stared at the contract, a wry smile twisting his lips. Well, this is either my comeback or my funeral. Chapter 1: Restarting Contract Negotiations. The financial district in the 5th ring of Bincheng City was bustling with traffic. On every street corner, fashionably dressed influencers could be seen wandering around with selfie sticks. This was the trend-setting hub of the entertainment industry, home to more than half of the country's talent agencies. Zhong Hao stood in front of a 50-story office building and took off his sunglasses. 2 minutes later, he smiled bitterly and put them back on. Pedestrians hurried past, not a single one stopped to look at him. Has it really gotten to the point where no one recognizes me anymore? He muttered to himself, his voice laced with self-deprecation. He looked up at the familiar building, his gaze lingering on its glass facade. 3 years ago, he had been the nation's hottest idol, mobbed by fans wherever he went. Now, he couldn't even draw a second glance outside his own agency's headquarters. The LED screen above the entrance played the latest entertainment news. Shinji's new drama had broken ratings records again, her flawless face dominating half the screen. Zhong Hao instinctively turned away but couldn't help glancing back. Such is fate. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. His contract with the agency was set to expire in a few days. The renewal terms they had sent him 6 months ago had been nothing short of humiliating. He had refused outright, expecting his agent, Bai Peng, to renegotiate. But half a year passed without a word until yesterday, when he finally called to arrange today's meeting. Please present your ID, the receptionist said politely. Zhong Hao froze. This was the first time he had ever been asked to verify his identity in this building. He pulled out his employee badge and handed it over. After a careful check, the receptionist dialed an internal line. President Bai, Mr. Zhong Hao is here. While waiting for the elevator, Zhong Hao noticed the artists coming and going in the lobby. Some unfamiliar faces, young, likely new trainees, chattered in small groups, their eyes bright with ambition. Inside the elevator, he studied his reflection in the mirrored walls. 3 years had passed, yet his face hadn't changed much. Still, something felt missing. This way, Mr. Zhang, a young assistant, greeted him at the elevator bank, leading him to Bai Peng's office. The office was at least twice as large as he remembered, lavishly decorated with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic city view. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the entire space. Bai Peng stood with his back turned, practicing his golf swing. You're here? Take a seat. Zhong Hao remained standing. Peng, I came to discuss. I know. Everything is prepared. Bai Peng watched his golf ball roll into the cup before turning around. Mary, take him to the suite. Tall female assistant stepped forward, delicate oval face, gold-rimmed glasses, full lips that hinted at sensuality. Zhong Hao's gaze lingered for a second too long before he quickly looked away. As he followed her into the suite, someone suddenly pinched him from behind. Zhong Hao nearly yelped, spinning around to see the assistant already seated behind the desk, perfectly composed. Mr. Zhang, my name is Gu, but you can call me Mary. Her voice carried a subtle allure. Just call me Zhong Hao, Sister Gu. He suppressed his shock. This was a first for him. Gu slid a document across the desk. This is the agency's proposed renewal contract. Review it first, then we'll talk. Zhong Hao skimmed through the terms, his expression darkening. Sister Gu, is this a joke? It's identical to the one from 6 months ago. 10-year contract, 10% profit share, a base salary of 3,000 yuan plus 2,000 for housing. No driver, no assistant, no guaranteed film or music projects. Worst of all, mandatory participation in 2 live-streamed sales events per week. This contract reflects the agency's careful consideration, Gu said, her professional smile unwavering. Given your current circumstances, this is the best arrangement we can offer. Zhong Hao scoffed. Best arrangement? Just say you want me gone. You're overreacting, Mr. Zhang. She stood and circled around to his side. Live streaming isn't so bad, many A-listers are doing it now. Her hand brushed his shoulder. And I could give you some private guidance. Zhong Hao shot up, his chair screeching. No need. I understand the agency's position. He pushed open the glass door and strode out without looking back. Xiao Zhang, stop. Bai Peng's voice rang out. Something else, Peng. Stay for tea. No thanks. You're busy. Throwing a tantrum in my office. Do I need to personally invite you? Bai Peng settled into the tea room and began boiling water. Reluctantly, Zhong Hao followed. The aroma of tea Guinean tea filled the air as Bai Peng poured with practiced ease. You haven't tea changed at all, Bai Peng said, handing him a cup. If you'd listened to me back then, you wouldn't be worse off than Shinji now. The name sent a pang through Zhong Hao's chest. Shinji had been his first love. They had entered the industry together, only to be forced apart when their relationship went public. While he skyrocketed to fame only to crash just as fast, she had climbed steadily to the top. I wouldn't dare compare myself to Shinji, Zhong Hao said, taking a sip. She's a superstar now. I'm not even D-list. Tell me, what's your biggest issue with the contract? The live streaming. Bai Peng slammed his cup down. What era do you think this is? These days, live streaming is the endgame for celebrities. That's their choice. Not mine. You think you still have choices? Bai Peng sneered. Do you know how people talk about you now? Washed up, diva, unprofessional. Can you afford those labels? Zhong Hao clenched his fists. Those are all lies. Lies? Bai Peng strode to the window. 3 years ago, you dropped out of Youth Never Ends, shutting down production for a month. Was that a lie? I was really sick. Last year, you showed up 2 hours late to a variety show, leaving 100 crew members waiting. Was that a lie? There was traffic. The year before, you argued with the director over your spot during Spring Festival gala rehearsals. Was that a lie too? Bai Peng turned, his gaze sharp. Zhong Hao, wake up. In this industry, no one remembers your excuses, only the outcome. Zhong Hao fell silent. There had been reasons for all those incidents, but what did explanations matter? The entertainment world only cared about results. He lifted his cup and took another sip. The tea had cooled, its bitterness more pronounced now. Sunlight slanted through their window, casting stark lines across the office carpet. Peng, it's not that I look down on live streaming, he said calmly, setting the cup down. Bai Peng, fiddling with his phone, paused mid-scroll. The sunlight highlighted the impatience on his face. Top streamers make hundreds of millions a year now, more than most celebrities, Zhong Hao continued, exhaustion creeping into his voice. But those sales pitches are full of nonsense. Bird's nest face masks. All exaggerated claims. The air conditioner hummed, rustling the curtains slightly. Bai Peng finally put his phone down, scowling. Are you stupid? Those products are certified. They pass inspections. What are you worried about? Zhong Hao glanced at the thick live streaming contract on the desk and smirked inwardly. Chapter 2, trending again. Those rebranded products worth 10 yuan at most were being hyped up to 100. Peng, my father always taught me to be honest, not to deceive people, Zhong Hao said, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of the teacup, his tone resolute. Bai Peng shot to his feet, his suit jacket flaring. Your father? A farmer? What could he possibly teach you? The temperature in the office seemed to drop instantly. Zhong Hao's knuckles whitened, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. He stood slowly, downing the remaining tea in one gulp. My father taught me plenty: filial piety, loyalty, integrity, propriety, righteousness, honesty, and shame. These are the foundations of being a decent person. His voice was quiet but unshakable. Seeing Zhong Hao's reaction, Bai Peng realized he'd gone too far. He hurriedly poured another cup of tea, his tone softening. Xiao Zhang, my words were out of line. But think about it, if it weren't for me back then, would you have risen to the top so quickly? The office was filled with the scent of expensive sandalwood incense, Bai Peng's favorite. Zhong Hao studied the man who had once propelled him to stardom. I picked you out from a sea of newcomers, fought for the best rookie contract for you, Bai Peng continued, nostalgia creeping into his voice. Within 2 years, you were at the peak of the entertainment industry. Have you forgotten all that? Zhong Hao looked out the window, where skyscrapers glittered under the sun. He remembered his debut days, back when he still carried dreams and hopes for this industry. Maybe I just wasn't good enough, he replied flatly, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. Bai Peng sank into his leather chair, the material creaking softly. You know what your problem is. The agency spoiled you. Back when we amended your contract, we gave you too much freedom, letting you reject jobs at will. Zhong Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. Amended contract. That only happened because another company had offered 300 million to poach him, and the agency had panicked. My downfall is on the agency too, he said, meeting Bai Peng's gaze. For 2 years, you haven't given me a single decent resource, no songs, no scripts. When I was being slandered, the agency didn't even bother with PR. Bai Peng slammed his desk, sending papers flying. How dare you? Interstellar Police had a 500 million budget, but because of you, it only made 300 million at the box office. Holding the mic upside down at concerts, dating scandals with actresses who caused all that mess. Zhong Hao's voice rose. That movie was my fault. Most of my paychecks circled back to the agency, don't think I didn't know. The concert lip syncing was the organizer's demand. When I refused, they cut my mic. And those dating rumors? Half were set up by the agency for publicity. Don't play dumb. The air in the office grew thick, the only sound the hum of the AC. Bai Peng was momentarily speechless, his expression shifting between anger and frustration. Why must you be so stubborn, he finally said, his tone conciliatory. Everyone lip syncs, only you had to make a stand. The publicity stunts were investor requests, but no one told you to take them to heart. Now look, you've offended everyone, and the agency can't justify investing in you anymore. Zhong Hao gazed out at the sky, remembering those days of forced performances, the hollow commercial interactions, the genuine efforts that were twisted into scandals. Just then, his phone screen lit up. Both Zhong Hao and Bai Peng froze as their eyes landed on the trending list. At the very top, Zhong Hao's name, followed by a string of explosive tags. Rising starlet Tong Qian's relationship exposed, linked to faded artist Zhong Hao. Spotted together late at night, left at 3 a.m. sharp. Tong Qian's studio responds, baseless rumors. Tong Qian personally clarifies, we co-starred in a film once. He was like a warm, caring big brother. Zhong Hao stared at the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. He had known this day would come, just not so soon. I saw this coming, Bai Peng said with a click of his tongue, his eyes glinting with amusement. You two were really together, weren't you? Your assistant let it slip before. Zhong Hao didn't answer, silently scrolling through the comments already flooded with vitriol. Trash, stay away from our Chen Qian. Shameless, using a young girl for clout at your age. How is this loser still around? I forgot he existed. Sunlight streamed through their window, casting dappled patterns on the desk. Zhong Hao watched the shifting light, his mind drifting back to their first meeting on set last year. It had been his darkest period, over a year without work, not even a cameo. On set, everyone avoided him like the plague. Only Tong Qian was different. She would hand him water, strike up conversations. Did you know? I'm actually your fan, she had said, her smile bright as the sun. I've followed you for years. I've watched Brilliant Life at least 10 times. Your role as Lin Zimo was perfect. Back then, Zhong Hao had just gone through a breakup, his career in free fall. In that low, how could he not be moved by such warmth? Don't be naive, Bai Peng's voice snapped him back to reality. You really thought she'd sacrifice her career for you? This is how it works when you were hot, everyone wanted to ride your coattails. Now that you're washed up, she's scrambling to distance herself. Zhong Hao pressed his lips together but didn't argue. He knew Bai Peng was right, he just didn't want to admit it. Honestly, you've got quite the taste, Bai Peng mused, a teasing lilt in his voice. Shinji, Chen Yuyuan, those are old news. But Tong Qian and Liu Mian. One's 5 years younger, the other 5 years older. You really cover the spectrum, huh? At the mention of Liu Mian, Zhong Hao's fingers twitched. That was a memory he refused to revisit, a wound that never fully healed. Peng, if there's nothing else, I should go, Zhong Hao said, standing to leave. Not so fast. Bai Peng grabbed his arm. We haven't settled your contract. Actually, we could turn this around. He lowered his voice. You must have dirt on her, right? Chat logs, videos, photos if we leak them. No. Zhong Hao cut him off sharply. What about Liu Mian, then? Bai Peng pressed. She's no saint. Have you forgotten what she did to you? Vane throbbed at Zhong Hao's temple as unwanted memories surged back. 3 years ago, on a rain-soaked night, he had stood outside Liu Mian's apartment, drenched. On his phone was a freshly published article, a list actress Liu Mian spotted with mystery man late at night rumored to be living together. The man in the photo wasn't him. Let us break up, Liu Mian's voice had been ice cold over the phone. You should know in this industry, feelings are just bargaining chips. Chapter 3. See you at the old place. Are you stupid? Bai Peng's voice brought him back to reality. To Liu Mian, you are nothing more than a stamp in her collection. Don't you dare talk about her like that. Zhong Hao stood up suddenly. No one knows her better than me. With a bang, the teacup was placed heavily on the table. Bai Peng's face darkened. You haven't been tricked into doing anything, have you? Zhong Hao took a deep breath and tried to calm down. He knew Bai Peng was doing this for his own good, but there were some things that bystanders could never understand. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Tong Qian. I'm sorry, we shouldn't meet for now. The studio said it's not suitable for a relationship at this stage. Zhong Hao stared at the message, a bitter smile forming on his lips. As expected, history always repeats itself. What did I say? Bai Peng sighed. In this circle, no one will truly love you. They love your value, your traffic, and your popularity. Zhong Hao silently put away his phone. The sun was still shining brightly outside the window, but his heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. So, do you want to sign the contract? Bai Peng took out a contract. I can give you the best resources, but the premise is. I know, Zhong Hao interrupted him. You want me to cooperate with the hype. This isn't hype, this is a way to survive, Bai Peng said sternly. Why do you think Liu Mian was able to turn things around? Why did Tong Qian become so famous so quickly? It's all because they knew how to capitalize on the buzz. Zhong Hao looked at the contract on the table and fell into deep thought. He thought of their ups and downs of those years, the countless days and nights of being blackmailed, Liu Mian's betrayal, and Tong Qian's warmth. Finally, he slowly reached out and picked up the contract. Give me a pen. Bai Peng smiled with satisfaction and took out a pen from his pocket. Just as Zhong Hao was about to sign, his phone vibrated again. It's a new trending search. Well-known agent Bai Peng is suspected of manipulating public opinion, and several artists have reported it under their real names. Zhong Hao's hand stopped in mid-air, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sorry, Brother Peng. He pushed the contract back. I think it's better for me to go my own way. After saying that, he stood up and left, his back straight. Zhong Hao walked out of the company building, and the dazzling summer sunlight made him squint involuntarily. Thinking back to the conversation with Bai Peng, a wave of annoyance welled up in my chest. Bai Peng's smiling face seemed to be still before my eyes, and every word he uttered was like a poisoned dagger. Zhong Hao, in your current situation, you can only take this kind of job. Bai Peng's voice still echoed in his ears. 5 million, paid in full in one lump sum, as long as you do as I say. Get out. Zhong Hao clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. The smile on Bai Peng's face instantly disappeared. Don't be shameless, do you think you are still the top star? Now you are not even an 18th tier star. As Zhong Hao turned to leave, Bai Peng's sarcastic voice came from behind him. Think about it carefully, the chances are running out. Standing in front of the building, Zhong Hao pulled out his phone and opened his bank app. The number on the screen made his heart tighten. His account balance was no longer enough to pay next month's mortgage. The bank's text message popped up at the right moment, as if mocking his predicament. Zhong Hao shoved his phone back into his pocket with a wry smile. He'd bought the Green Lake Villa at the height of his career. The down payment on this multi-million-dollar mansion had taken up most of his savings. Back then, he was full of energy and thought this was just the beginning. Who would have thought that in just half a year, everything would change so dramatically? He was walking aimlessly on the street and passed by a milk tea shop. Through the glass, he saw his reflection. At the age of 26, the once popular young actor can't even get a decent notice. Both sports cars were sold, and the mortgage on the villa was almost overdue. The agent had already fled, and even the assistant had resigned and moved elsewhere. The phone suddenly vibrated. It was Tong Qian calling. Seeing this name, Zhong Hao's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound relaxed and natural. "Xiao Qian, did you miss me?" "Yeah, I've been thinking about it, always thinking about it." A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone, but it made people feel a little alienated for some reason. "What are you doing?" "I just arrived in Jinghai, and we must meet tonight." "Okay, then I'll go to your place," Zhang Hao said subconsciously. "Let's go to the Lanjiang Bridge, where we often take walks." Zhang Hao's heart suddenly sank. He wasn't allowed to go home, but was told to meet outside. This scene was too familiar, so familiar that it made him uneasy. After hanging up the phone, he strolled to the agreed place. Zhang Hao walked to the Lansang River Bridge, leaned on the railing, and looked at the neon lights in the distance casting mottled reflections on the river. This was the old place he and Tong Qian had agreed to meet. Thinking of the name, a wry smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. My memory unconsciously returned to several past relationships. When they first fell in love, he was still an unknown actor. They were both so young and inexperienced that they had to separate under pressure from the company. On the day they broke up, she cried bitterly, but she still left. Then there was Chen Yuan, whom he met on the set of Galaxy. They fell in love, but before the film's release, he received a cold breakup text. He later learned that she had been hooking up with the director. Then there was Zhu Shilin, the lead actress in Space. They developed a relationship on the set, but when the movie flopped, he became a box office flop, while she capitalized on the opportunity to rise to prominence. When they broke up, she didn't even say goodbye, she simply blocked him. Then there was Liu Mian, a big star and music producer in the circle, who had entered the industry a few years earlier than him. At that time, he had been completely criticized and had very few resources left. He still remembers every detail of that cocktail party. In the dimly lit box, Liu Mian held her glass, her eyes gentle. From the initial polite greetings to the heartfelt conversation that followed, she seemed to understand his situation and sympathize with his suffering. "Actually, we're all the same," Liu Mian said, a hint of drunkenness in her eyes. "In this circle, who isn't acting?" That night, after 3 rounds of drinks, everything happened naturally. Zhang Hao realized that Liu Mian was not as aloof as the rumors said. She would send him messages late at night, chat with him when he was feeling down, and give him surprises on his birthday. He once naively thought that this was fate. Unfortunately, this was just his wishful thinking. For Liu Mian, work is the eternal theme, and career is more important to me. "I'm sorry," Liu Mian messaged one day, "let's just be friends." Just like that, a simple message announced the end of this relationship. He was just an unknown lover, not even a lover, but only a friend. Although this time can't be called a dumping, it was the saddest one because he really fell in love and really thought he had found the right person. "Until I met Xiao Qian. Life can't be unlucky forever, you always have to give it a chance. Just like my mother said when I was a child, everyone can encounter their own fairy tale. And Xiao Qian is the one who warms him. She was well behaved and sensible. She never acted capriciously and always thought of him. Even if the chicken soup he made for her tasted average, she would happily finish it. She believed everything he said, her eyes filled with admiration. With a girlfriend like this, what else could you not be satisfied with?" A nanny van drove up in the distance and stopped beside him. The glare of their headlights made him squint. Chapter 4, Rescue. "Brother Hao." A petite figure jumped out of the car, her small hands naturally slipping into his pockets. She was wearing a white dress today, which made her look even more petite and charming. The nanny car moved forward slowly, not far away. The light of their headlights was particularly dazzling in the dark night. "Xiao Qian." Zhang Hao pulled her into his arms, breathing in the faint scent of her perfume. This was a place they often visited, enjoying their time together on the dimly lit streets. "Brother, this is for you." Tong Qian snuggled up to him for a while, gently pushed him away, and pulled out a check from her pocket. Her hands were shaking and her eyes were flickering. Zhang Hao's face darkened. "What do you mean?" An ominous premonition came to his mind, and he subconsciously took a step back. "The money for your support for me last time." Tong Qian's voice was very soft, as if she was afraid of disturbing the tranquility of the night. I don't need your money. Where does it come from? His voice trembled a little. After so many years in the industry, he knew too well what this kind of scene meant. The signing fee and the money for the chart-topping competition given by the company today cannot be paid to you. A trace of pain flashed in Tong Qian's eyes. She bit her lower lip, as if she was holding back something. Her last drama solidified her position as a rising star, and she re-signed her contract with the company today. It comes with a hefty penalty for breach of contract and numerous restrictions, including the requirement that any romantic relationship must be approved by the company. You should keep it. A star's expenses are not a small amount. It's only natural to spend money on the one you love. Zhong Hao didn't accept it at all. It was an adult matter, there was no reason to regret it. Brother, let's break up. These words were like a sharp sword, piercing Zhong Hao's heart. He stood there, feeling that all the blood in his body had frozen. I'm sorry, Don't say more, I understand. He interrupted her. At this moment, explanations were meaningless. The night wind blew, taking away the last trace of warmth. Tong Qian burst into tears and forced the check into his hand. Now she was no longer his girlfriend. This little money means nothing to me. I wish you a bright future. Zhong Hao picked up the check, folded it in half, and tore it into pieces. The fragments drifted away in the wind, a perfect reflection of his shattered relationship. Tong Qian rushed over and gently touched his cheek. Her tears were warm, but they made Zhong Hao feel a chill. Taking a deep breath, she turned and ran towards the waiting nanny car. Her back stretched out long under the streetlight, as if to drag this relationship into darkness forever. Xiaoqian, have you explained clearly? Inside the car, the agent hugged the crying artist. Yeah. Tong Qian's voice was tearful, like a wounded little animal. Did he take the money? My brother would never take my money. Tong Qian sobbed and couldn't speak a complete sentence. Silly girl, this kind of thing must be calculated clearly. What's 5 million? No, I'll go downstairs to find him. The agent pretended to open the door. Don't go, you don't understand him. Tong Qian grabbed her agent's sleeve, tears streaming down her face. Okay, don't cry. When you have established yourself in the circle, there will be many good men. The agent comforted softly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. When I make enough money in the future, I will come back to see him. He promised to take me to experience ranch life and watch the changes in the sky from afar. Tong Qian's voice was a little stubborn. Okay, I'll do as you say. The agent wiped her tears, thinking that this silly girl had only met a few people. By the time she was used to the hustle and bustle of life, this man would have been forgotten. Zhong Hao stood there, his mood gradually calming down. Speaking like that just now had made him seem so pathetic. The night wind ruffled his hair, blowing away the last bit of warmth. Xiaoqian, I hope you can be happy. He shouted in the direction of the car. The nanny car quickly disappeared into the night, and he didn't know if she heard it. Hey, buddy, does it feel good to be a bootlicker? A fat man riding a sports bike stopped in front of him with a playful smile on his face. Get lost. Do I look like a lowly person? Zhong Hao said, as if he was about to hit someone. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Hey, you're a bootlicker and you don't let anyone say anything. The fat man pedaled hard a few times and the car rushed out quickly. Get out. Have you ever seen such a humble person? The next one will be more obedient, the next one will be better, and the next one will be more obedient. Zhong Hao shouted at the fat man's back, and his voice echoed on the empty bridge. He walked to the bridge and gazed at the river in the distance. Sparks twinkled, the night was quiet. He suddenly wanted a cigarette, even though he had quit for years. A cigarette at this moment would only smoke loneliness. Suddenly, a sharp scream broke the silence of the night. Someone jumped into the river. Help! Zhong Hao snapped back to his senses and looked in the direction of the sound. On the other side of the bridge, a dark figure was plummeting into the river at breakneck speed. Under the light of the street lamp, he could vaguely make out the silhouette of a girl. Be careful! Don't go over there! An anxious shout came from not far away, you can't swim. A boy in a white sweatshirt broke free from his girlfriend's hand and rushed to the river. But he stopped just as he reached the guardrail and could only helplessly shout into the water, get out! The water is cold. There was another splash, and another person jumped in. This time it was a middle-aged man, but he obviously overestimated his ability and began to frantically struggle after entering the water. More and more people gathered around, their cell phone flashes flashing. Some were filming, some were calling the police, and many were just standing there, talking. Zhong Hao took a deep breath and quickly took off his coat and shoes. He was very familiar with this moat. The water was less than 3 meters deep, but the temperature was only about 10 degrees Celsius, enough to make someone lose consciousness. He jumped into the river, and the cold water instantly enveloped his entire body. With years of swimming experience, he quickly found the girl who jumped first. "Hold my hand!" Zhong Hao shouted and swam to the girl. The girl seemed to have given up struggling and was sinking. Zhong Hao grabbed her arm and supported her armpit with his other hand, and swam towards the shore. The cold river water made his teeth chatter and his hands and feet began to numb. But he didn't dare to stop because the person in his arms had lost consciousness. "Hold on, we'll reach the shore soon," he encouraged himself as he swam. A few minutes later, several hands reached out from the shore and helped pull the man ashore. Zhong Hao gasped for breath and knelt on the ground for a long time before standing up. In the light of the street lamp, he finally saw the person who fell into the water. It was a young girl, probably in her early 20s, with tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes. Another silly girl who got hurt by love. Zhong Hao sighed inwardly. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Aren't all the love and hate in the circle like this? The ambulance will be here soon. Hero, leave me your contact information. I've already notified the TV station. The surrounding noises rose and fell. Someone offered a coat, but Zhong Hao politely declined. He grabbed the boy in the white sweatshirt and said, "I'm fine. Give her CPR." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, leaving the shouts behind him to continue. "Don't go, handsome. Wait, the reporters are coming soon. Let's do an interview." Zhong Hao quickened his pace. Growing up, he'd been taught to do good deeds anonymously. Furthermore, he was about to retire from the entertainment industry, so he'd better avoid such publicity. The phone in my trouser pocket suddenly rang. Fortunately, it was waterproof. "Hello, Mom. You little bastard, if I hadn't called you, would you have remembered that you have such a mother?" A familiar reproachful voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 5 System. Zhong Hao's lips were frozen purple, but he couldn't help but smile. "I'm busy." "Busy? Busy with love? I heard you broke up with that female celebrity named Xiaoqian." "Mom, we have never been together. It has been clarified on the internet." Hearing his mother's concern about his love life, Zhong Hao felt warm in his heart, but still explained helplessly. All right, I don't want to bother with your business." Mom changed the subject and said, "By the way, do you still remember Uncle Gao's family when you were little?" Uncle Gao. Their name made Zhong Hao shudder, not because of his wet clothes, but because of the memory of his nightmarish childhood. Uncle Gao's daughter, Gao Xiaolan. The girl who was the same age as him but a head taller than him had been his nemesis since first grade. He couldn't beat her in a fight, and he was miles behind her in studies. She topped the class in every exam, while he struggled to pass. The most annoying thing is that the two families are neighbors and go to and from school together every day. On the playground, during recess, her classmates were playing a game of chase, and she specifically threw the ball behind him. In basketball, she was the main force, while he had to sit on the bench. What's even worse is that she loves to tell tales. He secretly learned guitar and she told her mother, saying that he was wasting time instead of doing his homework. He teased a cute female classmate, and she told the teacher that he was a bully. Fortunately, his family immigrated abroad when he was in 5th grade, and Zhong Hao was finally free from this demon. "Mom, why did you mention them?" There was obvious resistance in Zhong Hao's voice. "Their whole family has come back to their familiar land after a long journey. What's more, Xiaolan is still single now." Mom's tone was extremely excited. Zhong Hao's face instantly became colder than the river water. "Her mother and I have already discussed it. I'll let you meet when you come back." Childhood sweethearts, what a perfect match. Mom, I still have work to do here." Zhong Hao tried to make an excuse. "Don't give me that. Tell me, when are you going home?" "Well, I've taken on a new show that will take half a year to record. Nonsense. Come back here right now. Zhong Hao quickly hung up the phone, his heart racing. He pictured Gao Xiaolan, 5 feet 4 inches tall, with a sturdy build. Surely she'd be taller now. Bite. A text message on his cell phone interrupted his wandering thoughts. Dear XX Bank customers, the total principal and interest repayments for this housing loan amount to 200,000 yuan. The final payment deadline for this month's credit settlement is the 8th. We recommend checking and replenishing your account funds in advance to avoid incurring additional fees due to overdue payments. Fuck. He looked at the dark river and sighed. He heard the sirens of ambulances in the distance, and he quickened his pace and left the scene. When they reached the other side of the bridge, a taxi passed by. Zhong Hao quickly waved and stopped it. Master, go to Tsuehu Villa. Young man, did you fall into the water? The driver looked at him in the rearview mirror. Yeah, I just saved someone. Zhong Hao replied casually. Young man, you deserve praise for doing good deeds. But be careful next time. The river water here is not clean. Zhong Hao nodded, picked up his phone, hesitated for a moment, and finally opened Weibo. Sure enough, someone had already posted a video of him saving someone. Although the light was dim, he was still recognizable. The comment section has exploded. Isn't he this Zhong Hao? Oh my god, I didn't expect him to be so brave. He is indeed my idol, handsome and responsible. This is a true idol. Zhong Hao smiled bitterly and turned off his phone. Congratulations to their host for activating the Good People reward system. A crisp sound exploded in his mind. Zhong Hao froze for a moment, then subconsciously looked at the taxi driver. The street scene outside the car window quickly passed by, the night deepened, and neon lights flickered. The driver was still concentrating on driving, holding the steering wheel with one hand and glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. He obviously did not hear the sound. Did this voice come from his head? Zhong Hao blinked, a little bit unbelieving. He rubbed his temples. Too much had happened today. Host, be kind. Good deeds will be rewarded, and evil deeds will be punished. Whenever you do good deeds, the system will reward you from the parallel world. The sweet and melodious voice echoed in his mind again, and Zhong Hao shuddered, almost jumping out of his seat. The taxi suddenly bumped, and his head hit the roof. Sir, are you okay? The driver looked at him with concern through the rearview mirror. Zhong Hao rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. It's okay, maybe I'm too tired. System. Isn't this something that only exists in novels and movies? Zhong Hao couldn't help but pinch his thigh. The pain convinced him that he wasn't dreaming. Thinking about his act of saving someone just now, he suddenly realized that this must be the reward for his kindness. The taxi stopped at a traffic light, and the LED billboards on the roadside flashed a glaring light. Zhong Hao stared out the window in a daze, his mind still pondering this sudden system. System, can I make a wish now? Zhong Hao asked tentatively, his voice low, for fear of being heard by the driver. Yes, the host can make a wish. The system's sound is still clear and pleasant. Zhong Hao's eyes lit up and he blurted out, then help me pay off the 50 million mortgage. He got a headache when he thought of the mountain of mortgage payments every month. Beep, 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 the harsh error sound echoed in my mind. The system is not omnipotent, nor can it change the material basis of the real world. Fuck, you can't even do this. Then what's the use of you? Zhong Hao couldn't help but complain. He regretted it as soon as he said it. Why did he say such a thing directly? Oh, sorry, I wasn't targeting you. Zhong Hao hurriedly explained, fearing that he would anger this system of unknown origin. The system voice still replied calmly. All rewards come from the spiritual and cultural aspects of the parallel world, and can be music, literature, science, technology, or even craftsmanship. Zhong Hao seemed to be lost in thought. The taxi turned a corner and drove into the residential complex of Tsuehu Villa. The plane trees along the road swayed gently in the night breeze, their shadows dancing. System, does it have an expiration date? Zhong Hao continued to ask. No, the host can call the system at any time. So as long as I do good things, I can always get rewards. Yes, as long as it can impress the system. Zhong Hao suddenly thought of a crucial question. Are you not going to snoop on my privacy? Thinking of the browsing history on his phone that he hadn't deleted yet, he felt a little guilty. His fingers unconsciously rubbed against his pants. The system is only responsible for transporting rewards and has completely lost its ability to think. Please rest assured, host. That's good. Zhong Hao breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in his seat. The taxi stopped at the gate of the residential complex. Zhong Hao paid the fare and headed towards his home. It was already late at night, but his mind was unusually clear. Back home, Zhong Hao rushed straight into the bathroom. The warm water washed over his body, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. What happened today was truly too magical. After showering, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind replayed the events of the day. The early morning negotiations, the breakup, the rescue, and finally the acquisition of the system. It was more bizarre than a novel. Chapter 6: Their Heartbeat program team changes male guests. At the same time, Tong Qian just arrived home. She had been crying the entire way in the car, but now her emotions had calmed down a bit. Her makeup was a little smudged, but it still couldn't hide her beauty. Her agent sat on the sofa across from her, a cup of coffee in hand, his brow furrowed. Xiao Qian, just to confirm, have you dealt with him? The agent put down his coffee cup, his tone serious. The bottom of the cup hit the glass coffee table, making a crisp sound. Yeah. Tong Qian nodded slightly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes. He shouldn't have any videos or photos of you, right? The agent stared at her. Tong Qian blushed, but didn't deny it. She lowered her head, her long hair covering her face, but she said firmly, "Brother Hao won't hurt me." The agent sighed, stood up, and walked to the window. You have to understand, the company has invested a lot in you. If there's a scandal, the liquidated damages will be enough to cover your entire family. The city lights outside the window were brilliant, but the agent's eyes were unusually cold. I know. Tong Qian's voice was very soft, as if she was talking to herself. Work hard and don't look back. The agent turned around and spoke in a softer tone. This time, we've arranged for you to appear on Heartbeat and pair you with Song Qianming. After the show, there's also a movie scheduled for Valentine's Day. As long as you stick to the plan, the top star position will be yours. As he was speaking, his assistant rushed in a panic, almost bumping into the coffee table. Boss, something's happened. Song Qianming has fallen flat on his face. More than a dozen of his lovers have been exposed online, with photos and videos all over the place. What? The agent's face changed drastically and he quickly picked up his phone to check. As expected, the entire internet was buzzing with news of Song Qianming's scandal. The image of this internet's most handsome uncle and double-awarded actor instantly collapsed. Topics like #Song Qianming cheating and #Song Qianming's private life chaotic topped the trending search list. Tong Qian was very calm and was only concerned about one thing: how do we deal with the subsequent projects? There was no emotion in her tone. Don't worry about it for now. The music contract has been finalized. The agent put down his phone and rubbed his temple. After the show is over, the company will reassign you resources. Just focus on the show and get more screen time. At this time in Cheongzhou, the Heartbeat program crew was in chaos. Liu Qing stood by the French window in his office, his coffee already cold. Outside the window was a bustling cityscape, bustling with traffic and flashing neon lights, but his mood was like the cold coffee, bitter and hard to swallow. Director, take a look at this. The assistant trotted in with a copy of the latest Entertainment Weekly. Liu Qing took it, and the front page was filled with the Song Qianming scandal. Renowned actor Song Qianming embroiled in surrogacy scandal, with multiple women reporting him under their real names. His hands trembled slightly, and the weekly magazine felt like £1,000. Heartbeat, the hottest dating variety show, went all out this season, an all-star cast. Liu Mian, Chen Ji, Chen Yuan, Zhu Shilin, and the rising star, Xiaohua Tong Qian, made up a roster of the hottest female artists of the moment. Song Qianming, on the other hand, was a heavyweight. Known for his acting prowess, he could single-handedly carry the ratings. But now, everything was in shambles. Bang! Liu Qing punched the desk, and everyone in the office was frightened. 20 million. A full 20 million. Now the person is gone, and the money is gone. His voice was filled with anger and helplessness that was hard to conceal. The office was completely silent, no one dared to answer. The air was filled with a sense of oppression, and even breathing became cautious. Director. The assistant director opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Liu Qing glared at him and said, "It's true that you are my nephew, but now is not the time to talk about relationships." He walked to the window, looking out at the bustling traffic. The show starts filming next week. Who could afford to replace someone at this last-minute price? Director, the team still has a budget of 2 million. The accountant flipped through the account book, his voice so soft that it seemed like he was talking to himself. 2 million. Liu Qing sneered, "That's not enough to hire even a second-tier artist." The atmosphere in the office grew more tense. Suddenly, a timid voice rang out, "Director, I have a suggestion." Everyone's eyes turned to the source of the sound, an intern director named Jiangzi. She stood in a corner, nervously clutching a folder. "Speak." Liu Qing's tone was filled with impatience. "Zhong Hao." "Who?" "That's Zhong Hao, the male lead from Space. As soon as the name came out, whispers suddenly broke out in the office. "The top star who was very popular a few years ago. I heard that he doesn't take on many roles now. It seems to be because of that incident." Liu Qing frowned. The name brought back memories. 3 years ago, Zhong Hao was a hot star in the entertainment industry, and his TV series, Space, even set a record for the highest ratings of the year. But something happened there, and he gradually faded from public view. He is now. Liu Qing hesitated to speak. "Is out of fashion." The assistant director continued, "But director, think about it, he was a former top star after all. And Jiangzi mustered up the courage to add, moreover, he has had interactions with several of the female guests on our show. Chen Ji is even his publicly acknowledged ex-girlfriend." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became lively. "Yeah, isn't this a ready-made topic? Meeting the exes is so dramatic. The audience will definitely love it." Liu Qing's eyes lit up. "Ask about his salary." Chapter 7 Contract finalized. On the other side, Jiangzi quickly returned from the call and said to Liu Qing, 200,000. "How much?" Liu Qing thought he had misheard. 200,000 per season. The office was completely silent. From 20 million to 200,000, the difference was a bit disorienting. But wasn't this the kind of person we needed in the current situation? It's settled. Liu Qing made the final decision. "Xiaojiang, you're responsible for following up on this line of his." Watching Jiangzi run out happily, Liu Qing fell into deep thought. He turned on his computer and pulled up news from 3 years ago. Top star Zhong Hao was caught drunk driving late at night and broke up with his girlfriend Shinji. Zhong Hao is suspected of drug use, but his agency issued a statement denying the allegations. News headlines flashed by, outlining the trajectory of the fall of a top star. Zhong Hao tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, so he got up and walked to the balcony of his home, staring at the neon lights in the distance in a daze. Just now, when I mentioned that Chen Ji from the Heartbeat production team was also there, my heart suddenly twitched for no reason. 3 years have passed, and he thought he had let go of the past, but the name Chen Ji could still easily stir his heartstrings. Zhong Hao lit a cigarette, and in the smoke, he seemed to see the rainy night 3 years ago again. That night he drank a lot and drove aimlessly on the street. On his phone was a breakup text message from Shinji, "I'm sorry, we're not suitable." Then came the glaring headlights, the sharp sound of brakes, and the ensuing storm of public opinion. Although the car accident did not cause any casualties, it was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Then came the unfounded rumors of drug involvement and the relentless paparazzi following him. Ding, the phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message. When I opened it, I saw a makeup photo of the production team. In the photo, Shinji was still as beautiful as ever, with a bright smile. Zhong Hao's finger stayed on the screen for a long time, and finally he turned off the phone. The next morning, Zhong Hao woke up and looked in the mirror. 3 years of silence had made his eyes less sharp and more mature. But the face that could make thousands of girls scream was still sharp and angular. He opened the closet, where several of his old haute couture suits were still hanging. Touching the familiar fabrics, a sense of being transported back in time washed over him. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was Jiangzi. She was holding a contract, her face full of excitement. "Teacher Zhong Hao, I'm from their Heartbeat production team. Come in." Zhong Hao stepped aside to let her in. "I've read the contract." Zhong Hao took the document and flipped through it quickly. When does the recording start? Next Monday, Guyan said, and the other guests will arrive in the next 2 days. Zhong Hao nodded, picked up the pen and signed his name. Looking at the stylish signature, Jiangzi suddenly said, "Teacher Zhong Hao, I have always been your fan." Zhong Hao was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly, "Thank you." After seeing Jiangzi off, Zhong Hao stood by the window, watching her retreat. The sunlight shone through the glass onto him, gilding him. At this moment, Shinji was in the dressing room preparing for the final photo shoot. Her agent trotted in and asked, "Shinji, do you know who the production team has replaced Song Qianming with?" "Who?" Shinji asked while putting on makeup. "Zhong Hao." With a click, the lipstick fell to the ground. Late night calls always come at inopportune times. Bai Peng rubbed his swollen temples. The light from his phone screen stung his eyes. The caller ID showed it was his assistant, Mari. A call at this hour definitely wasn't a good omen. "What is it?" His voice was filled with obvious fatigue. "Boss Bai, something happened." Mari's voice was filled with anxiety. The Heartbeat production team sent Zhong Hao a contract. "What?" Bai Peng suddenly sat up from the bed, his sleepiness instantly dissipated. "When did it happen?" "Just now, the price was 200,000. Mari paused, "The contract will be terminated in 2 days. Should we accept it?" Bai Peng sneered, a sinister glint in his eyes, "What the hell? I'm about to terminate my contract with the company, who cares if he lives or dies? Resources are the golden signboard, the flagship program of a major TV station. How could such a good thing be given to a traitor who doesn't know what's good for him?" Thinking of Zhong Hao's recent attitude, Bai Peng was filled with anger. "But..." Mari hesitated, her voice becoming increasingly cautious. "The production team should have his contact information. If we don't accept, they might contact him directly." Bai Peng frowned at this, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the bedside table. After a moment's silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's negotiate the contract first. Don't tell him. I'll talk to him in person tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Bai Peng tossed and turned in bed. Moonlight from outside the window filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor. This guy is lucky. After such a long period of silence, a big shot has come. Giving him a second-tier contract should be enough to keep him. Thinking of this, Bai Peng curled his lips into a sneer. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhong Hao stretched himself, having finally woken up naturally after a rare sleep. "I turned on my phone and saw several missed calls, from my mom and Bai Peng. Click on my mother's message. If you don't answer the phone, you must be tired of living. Mon th8. Lan Lan called, take the initiative to send a greeting text message, don't play dumb. Don't reply yet." Zhong Hao rubbed his eyebrows, he couldn't avoid these things. Then he looked at Bai Peng's message, telling him to hurry to the company to discuss the contract. "Oh, he was humiliated yesterday, and now he wants me to submit." However, he still had to be polite, so Zhong Hao called Bai Peng. "Brother Peng." His tone was calm. "What do you want from me?" "Xiao Zhang," Bai Peng's voice was filled with warmth. "Come over quickly to sign the contract. There's good news." Zhong Hao leaned back on the sofa, tapping his fingers lightly on the coffee table. "What are the conditions? Let's make it clear over the phone. Everyone's got their schedules lined up." Bai Peng's grip on his phone tightened. This guy was putting on airs. But thinking of the variety show contract, he suppressed his anger. A contract with a second-tier star, with resources allocated, is the company's greatest sincerity. You won't find such good terms anywhere else these days. Not interested. Zhong Hao chuckled, "Old Bai, it's alright, I'm hanging up." "What do you mean, kid?" Bai Peng could no longer suppress his anger, and his voice suddenly rose. "Still want first-tier treatment? This is your only chance. I'll give you one last chance. Honestly, I wouldn't sign it even if I were a top-tier player." Zhong Hao's tone remained calm. "You can give this contract to whoever you want." After saying that, he hung up the phone. When celebrities are tired of it and have a system, who would still be willing to sell their face? He had discussed this with the system last night. Although there would be opportunities to receive rewards in the future, the first one was the most precious. Now he was struggling with what to exchange for. In the company office. He doesn't agree. Mary looked at Bai Peng's dark face and asked cautiously. This bastard actually dared to hang up on me. Bai Peng slammed his fist on the desk, and the teacup jumped. So what do we do? Mary bit her lower lip. The contract has been signed, the other party's payment has arrived, and we're about to start filming. Bai Peng took a deep breath, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Deduct the commission from the money and send it to him along with the heartbeat contract. What happens next has nothing to do with us. Not long after, Zhong Hao called. Bai Peng, what do you mean? Zhong Hao's voice was filled with anger. My contract has expired, and you're still accepting me for this job. I'm telling you, I won't go. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. Bai Peng sneered, you're the one who breached the contract. This is a top-tier TV show. If you dare to break the contract, you'll never be able to survive in the industry again. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 8, appearing on a show with 5 ex-girlfriends. Ding dong. Zhong Hao looked at the text message reminder received on his phone. Transaction reminder, XXX Bank, this account under your name, has received 120,000 yuan, and the remaining balance is 250,000 yuan. This time, the mortgage is finally settled. I casually searched for the promo video of this show, and it's a popular dating show. The first female guest introduction caught my eye, the most popular young lady in the internet celebrity world. Zhang Hao's fingers paused. Why did this introduction sound so much like Xiao Qian? They'd just broken up and now they were meeting on a show. The thought of it was awkward. Continue reading below. Second, the hottest newcomer in the music world, a hit-making machine. Isn't this Shinji? The girl who always smiled in my memory is now a golden song singer. The third one, queen of idol dramas, childhood goddess. Could it be Yuan Yuan? It couldn't be such a coincidence. The girl next door who I used to play games with is now a big star. Fourth, the hottest new generation actor in the film and television industry. Zhu Shilin. Thinking of the girl he had worked with before, Zhong Hao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Fifth, male god harvester. Impossible. How could she, such a big star, be on a dating show? Zhong Hao shook his head, thinking he was overthinking it. Isn't that how every female celebrity markets themselves? Then, Zhong Hao opened the electronic contract and took a look at the penalty, 20 million. Who signed this astronomical breach of contract compensation contract? Although I know it is illegal, it is too troublesome to sue. Zhong Hao rubbed his temples, a headache coming on. He sat on the sofa, clutching the contract, his knuckles white from the strain. If this is really as I think, it would be a huge joke. A dating show with 5 female guests, all of them are his ex-girlfriends. He trembled his legs irritably, his fingers drumming unconsciously on the coffee table. On it lay several entertainment magazines, their covers blaringly featuring a scandal involving him and a certain actress. Such a situation would be unbearable for anyone, let alone someone in his current situation. Damn it, they are trying to torture me to death. Zhong Hao cursed under his breath, stood up and walked to the window. Cheongzhou, that was a place he had to go. He was under contract, and the penalty for breach of contract was frighteningly high. He stared out the window at the bustling traffic, his thoughts drifting to the possible people who might appear. Chen Ji. Liu Mian? Or perhaps. He shook his head, unwilling to think further. But before that, there was a more difficult problem waiting for him to solve. Blind date. Still with Gao Xiaolan. The thought of this name made Zhong Hao's head spin. Ever since he was little, this girl had never treated him kindly. He remembered when he was little, he had accidentally soiled her sketchbook, and she'd chased him and beaten him all over the street. The two parents got along well, but he and Gao Xiaolan were like cats and dogs. Every time they met, they either quarreled or mocked each other, but the two elders always wanted to bring them together. Zhong Hao walked back to the sofa and picked up his phone from the coffee table. The screen showed 3 missed calls, all from his mother. Forget it, I'll just give her a call as a token of my appreciation. He took out the number his mother gave him and his finger hovered over the screen for a moment. He took a deep breath and pressed the dial button. He was a little surprised that the phone was picked up after 3 rings. Hello, guess who I am? Zhong Hao deliberately lowered his voice, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Zhong Hao. The other party answered immediately. Now it was Zhong Hao's turn to be stunned. After so many years, do you still remember my voice? You're overthinking it. Your aunt just called me yesterday. Gao Xiaolan's voice was cold, yet inexplicably familiar. This voice is slightly different from what I remember, with less girlishness and more mature charm. Zhong Hao chose his words carefully. If my mom says something weird, don't take it to heart. Are you talking about the blind date? Yes. Hey, Zhong Hao, are you crazy? Gao Xiaolan's voice suddenly rose. With your character, you still want to go on a blind date with me? You spend all day hanging around in the entertainment industry, picking up girls everywhere. Zhong Hao was so embarrassed by this retort that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hey, you're really wronging me. I've been making money on my own for a long time, and TSK, I don't know you yet. Gao Xiaolan interrupted him. Wasn't there a rumor about you and so in the news yesterday? Fuck, you're still looking at these. Look, I've seen all those awful movies you acted in. Gao Xiaolan laughed so hard she couldn't straighten her back. Especially, Space, you're acting, wow. Zhong Hao's face darkened. Is it really that funny? No, it's not funny. Gao Xiaolan suppressed a smile. Making money on your own is something worth praising. Well, I really can't continue chatting today. No, I really don't want to laugh anymore. Gao Xiaolan covered her stomach. Tell me, what do you want from me? Zhong Hao was silent for a moment, his fingers unconsciously stroking the armrest of the sofa. I'm going to Chungzhou tomorrow. Do you want to come and visit? Oh? What for? I got screwed by the company for filming a dating show. Zhong Hao sighed, his eyes falling on the contract on the coffee table. The contract is about to expire, and this is my last job. Dating variety show. You? Gao Xiaolan's tone was full of playfulness. Why, the female guest is not good looking. That's not the problem. Zhong Hao hesitated. The 5 female guests might all be my exes. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. Zhong Hao could hear his own heartbeat. He didn't know why he told Gao Xiaolan about this. Perhaps it was because she was the only one who would point out his problems directly, even in the most harsh way. Hello? Are you still there? You damn scumbag. Gao Xiaolan spat. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. My mom is calling me. Hey, are you planning on coming over? Beep. Zhong Hao looked at the hung-up call, a look of helplessness on his face. This damn girl, her temper is still so explosive. He stood up and walked to the balcony, lighting a cigarette. The situation in Chungzhou was already a headache, and now Gao Xiaolan had to deal with it. Honestly, he didn't know why he had invited her. Perhaps it was because, of all the people he knew, she was the only one who never changed her attitude just because he was a celebrity. At the same time, in Gao Xiaolan's boudoir. Go to hell, you bastard. Die. Gao Xiaolan lay on the bed, pounding the pillow non-stop. The pink sheets were wrinkled by her, just like her chaotic mood at the moment. She had always thought that Zhong Hao had only ever dated one girlfriend, Shinji, but she had never expected him to be so secretive. Thinking of the gossip in the entertainment news, she was furious. Xiaolan, change your clothes. Mother Gao pushed the door open and came in, holding a newly bought dress in her hand. Your father wants to take you to meet the son of the Yeeter CEO. No. Gao Xiaolan buried her face in the pillow. You're almost an old maid, Mother Gao sighed, putting the skirt on the hanger. You looked down on foreigners abroad, but when you came back, who would recommend someone to you who wasn't the best of the best? I don't like it. I don't know who you're thinking of, said Gao's mother, hinting at something, sorting her jewelry at the dressing table. But that guy from the Zhang family is definitely a scumbag. Mom! Get out! Gao Xiaolan was anxious, and a blush appeared on her face. Look, you're anxious, aren't you? Mother Gao smiled and shook her head. You kid. After her mother left, Gao Xiaolan buried her face in the pillow, her ears blushing. She picked up her phone and, for some unknown reason, opened the flight ticket app. Air tickets to Chungzhou don't seem to be expensive. Chapter 9. Lu Hao joins the group. The phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text message. The flight tickets have been booked. See you tomorrow. Gao Xiaolan. Zhong Hao froze in his tracks, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. This girl was still so decisive. He replied, "Do you need me to pick you up?" Soon, the other party replied, "No, I'm not a 3-year-old child." Zhong Hao smiled, shook his head, and put away his phone. This trip to Cheongjo looked like it would be quite interesting. But what he didn't know was that at this moment, the program crew was in a meeting. "Have all the guests been confirmed?" asked the director. "Yes, all 5 are confirmed." The assistant flipped through the list: Chen Ji, Liu Mian, Chen Yuyuan, Zhu Shilin, and... "Very good," the director interrupted his assistant. "We must create a ratings miracle this time." In the conference room, several staff members exchanged meaningful glances. In the summer in Cheongjo, the sun is so bright that it is a little dazzling. Zhong Hao stood at the airport exit, gazing at the distant coastline, his fingers unconsciously stroking the rims of his sunglasses. The heat wave, accompanied by the salty, wet sea breeze, made him frown. The sound of shutters could be heard in the distance, as several paparazzi hid in the corners, snapping photos. Zhong Hao let out a self-deprecating smile. This was probably the most reporters he had encountered in the past 3 years. "Teacher Zhang. This way please." A clear female voice interrupted his thoughts. A young girl with a ponytail trotted over, a nervous look on her face. "I'm your director, Jiangzi. Just call me Zhong Hao." He pushed his sunglasses and followed the other party to the parking lot. As they walked, Jiangzi secretly observed the legendary star. Even now, he still had an undeniable aura. His tall figure, long legs, and innate elegance permeated his every move. "Teacher Zhang, where is your team?" "No team, just me." Jiangzi was stunned for a moment, and his pace slowed down involuntarily. "Then your assistant, makeup artist. The production team should have the necessary equipment, right?" Zhong Hao interrupted her, his tone calm. "Just take care of it casually." The nanny car slowly drove out of the airport and headed towards the beachfront villa area. The sunlight outside the car window was dazzlingly bright. Zhong Hao leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes to rest. The incident 3 years ago was like a nightmare that completely changed the trajectory of his life. Back then, a single Weibo post from him could generate hundreds of millions of retweets, and any endorsement could fetch him sky-high salaries. Now, he can't even afford an assistant. "Teacher Zhang, the shooting location is ahead." Jiangzi's voice brought him back to reality. The villas in the distance sit by the sea, radiant and golden under the sunlight. "This is where we will be filming for the next month. The lights in the live studio are on, and all the other guests are here," Jiangzi explained as he led the way. "You're the last one to arrive." Zhong Hao nodded. He knew he was late, but it wasn't his fault. After all, he was called in by the production team to help out. The moment he pushed open the door to the villa, he felt everyone's gaze. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. 9 people sat in the living room, all A-list celebrities. Veteran actor Yang Shu was chatting with Liu Mian, talented actor Zhang Wenbo was leaning on the sofa playing on his phone, and rising star Xiao Jun sat alone in the corner. "Sorry, I'm late." Zhong Hao nodded slightly. Yang Shu was the first to stand up, a typical business smile on his face. "Oh, Zhong Hao is here. Please take a seat." The others chimed in, but their eyes held a hint of strangeness. Some were surprised, some were disdainful, and still others looked like they were enjoying the show. The director's camera roamed across the faces of the female guests, capturing each close up perfectly. The stage lights were bright and warm, capturing each person's expression clearly. Zhong Hao stood at the center of the stage, his gaze calmly sweeping across the audience. He wore a dark blue suit, perfectly tailored to his figure, accentuating his upright figure. But beneath his eyes lay a subtle hint of fatigue, as if carrying too many stories. Liu Mian's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise in them. She subconsciously clenched the microphone, her knuckles turning white. Memories flooded back like a tide, those past events she hadn't wanted to touch now painfully clear. How could it be him? Liu Mian bit her lower lip, forcing herself to calm down. They hadn't seen each other since their breakup, yet now they were reunited in this kind of setting. He had chosen to give up on her in the beginning, always avoiding her even when they met by chance. Later, he gradually faded from the screen, and she had always assumed he had retired. Chen Ji turned away coldly, not even wanting to look him in the eye. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt, her fingertips trembling slightly. When the company pressured her to break up, she naively thought they could keep their relationship secret. But in those 6 months, he actually disappeared without a trace. "Oh, why are you pretending to be affectionate?" Shinji sneered inwardly. What was even more hateful was that he turned around and got involved with Chen Yuyuan. Thinking of this, Shinji couldn't help but glance at Chen Yuyuan not far away. That little white flower who always pretended to be innocent was nothing more than a vixen who stole someone else's boyfriend. Zhong Hao. Chen Yuyuan and Zhu Shilin called out the name in unison, then simultaneously lowered their heads. A hint of awkwardness hung in the air. No one had expected to encounter him in such a setting. Chen Yuyuan's heart was swirling with mixed emotions. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the armrests of her chair, trying to calm her inner turmoil. That year, while filming a movie, the investors had asked them to hype up a scandal. Who knew that the fakery would become real? The two actually ended up together. What a shame! Chen Yuyuan sighed softly. She was at the peak of her career, but under pressure from her agency, she had been forced to send a breakup text. Seeing him again now, he was still as handsome as ever, though a bit more seasoned. He hadn't had a smooth life these past few years. Perhaps she could help him. Zhu Shilin clutched the hem of her skirt, her nails practically digging into her palms. The film's failure had become a turning point in his career. And yet, she had stepped on him to rise to the top, using him to highlight her own acting skills. From then on, she became the most talented actress of the new generation, and he became her stepping stone. Tong Qian covered her mouth, nearly blurting out, "Brother Hao." It had only been a few days since they'd broken up, and yet they were reunited in this kind of setting. Her eyes kept wandering over Zhong Hao, wanting to look but not daring to. They were originally supposed to be a couple with Uncle Song, but now he was taking their place. What was going on? Barrages of comments came like a tide. Har har, here comes a star whose former glory has faded. The 5 female guests were all dumbfounded. Right. If anyone accidentally gets involved with him, nothing good will happen to them. Isn't this the Zhong Hao whose acting was ridiculed by everyone? I heard that he is no longer even an 18th tier star. Zhong Hao looked at the comments, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. His fingers curled slightly, then slowly loosened. It wasn't a pleasant feeling to be a once famous figure now a laughingstock. "Zhong Hao!" Zhang Wenbo shouted, breaking the awkward atmosphere. He strode forward and gave Zhong Hao a hug. "How many years have we not seen each other?" The barrage was immediately flooded with popular science. In that year's talent show, Zhong Hao was the champion and Zhang Wenbo was the runner-up. The two have always had a good relationship. Even after Zhong Hao faded from the entertainment industry, Zhang Wenbo still often mentioned him in interviews. Chapter 10, confirmed to be on the same stage with 5 ex-girlfriends. The male actors around them exchanged pleasantries. They all understood that even a washed-up artist needed to be treated respectfully in front of the camera. After all, no one could predict when they would end up in such a situation. Zhong Hao couldn't say anything, so he just nodded slightly, his eyes casually sweeping over the female guests. Liu Mian was looking down at her phone, Chen Ji looked away with a cold expression, Chen Yuyuan hesitated to speak, Zhu Shilin had a blank expression, and only Tong Qian would occasionally steal glances at him. "What have you been busy with these past 2 years?" someone asked casually, with a hint of curiosity in their tone. "Writing songs, reading books," Zhong Hao casually replied. His fingers unconsciously brushed the cuff of his suit, where a tiny wrinkle was hidden. He couldn't say he spent his days playing games and dating. Even though he'd already decided to leave the entertainment industry, he still had to save face. Preparing to make a comeback, someone else asked. "I'm kidding." Zhong Hao waved his hand, a wry smile playing on his lips. His company had initially portrayed him as a talented musician, but in reality, he only knew how to play music, and his compositions were ghostwritten by others. He had tried writing songs over the years, but unfortunately, they were all mediocre. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Yang Shu deliberately brought up the topic. "I heard that you and Shinji used to." "It's true, I've seen the interview," someone replied. They were recognized as the golden couple in the industry back then. "Wow, this is the previous bureau." Zhong Hao watched them joking around, feeling a mixture of emotions. A single variety show had him running into 5 of his ex-girlfriends. Was this fate, or retribution? "Okay, everyone please take your seats." The director spoke in time to interrupt the awkward situation. Zhong Hao walked to his seat, only to find himself facing Chen Ji. She immediately turned away, her long hair obscuring her expression. Liu Mian sat to his right, texting. Chen Yuan and Zhu Shilin flanked him, while Tong Qian sat farthest away, occasionally peeking in. Today's theme is reunion, the host said with a smile. We've invited several guests to come. Zhong Hao's attention was no longer on the host. He could sense four gazes, some cold, some complex, and some resentful, sweeping over him from time to time, making him feel uneasy. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. It was a message from Liu Mian. Why are you here? Zhong Hao glanced at the camera beside him and typed quietly, just work. Oh, didn't you stop accepting notifications a long time ago? I'm short of money. Zhong Hao replied briefly. This was the truth. Liu Mian didn't reply, but he noticed that her finger stayed on the screen for a long time, as if she was hesitating about what to say. On the other side, Chen Ji looked at the camera with a cold face. I think the theme of reunion is very interesting. For some people, it doesn't matter whether you see them or not. These words were obviously meant for Zhong Hao. He smiled wryly and shook his head, not responding. Chen Yuan smoothed things over at the right moment. Reunion is indeed a very special topic. We all encounter various reunions, some surprising, and some. She glanced at Zhong Hao, unexpected. Yes, especially some uninvited reunions. Zhu Shilin said lightly, with sarcasm in her tone. Tong Qian sat in the corner, silent. She was the last person to date Zhong Hao, and it had only been a few days since their breakup, so the current situation was too awkward for her. Well, let's start the first part of today. The host continued, but the atmosphere on the scene had become subtle. Zhong Hao could sense the overt and covert hostility of the four women, which made him a little irritated. He began to regret accepting the notice. Even if he was short of money, he shouldn't have come to such a place and humiliated himself. But it was too late to regret now. He could only force himself to continue recording, hoping that this episode would end quickly. The barrage is still scrolling wildly. Isn't this atmosphere too weird? It feels like there is a big melon to eat. How many people has Zhong Hao offended? Just look at their expressions and you'll know there's a story. Zhong Hao looked at the comments and suddenly felt like laughing. Yes, there were stories between him and each of them that he couldn't explain. He just hadn't expected them to be brought up again in this way. The recording was still going on, but his mind was no longer on the show. Those past events that he had deliberately forgotten now emerged clearly in his mind, like an old movie that he didn't want to watch again, but had to face. Zhong Hao huddled in the corner of the sofa, his fingers unconsciously stroking the texture of the leather sofa, trying to distract himself. The lights at the recording studio were blindingly bright, and the camera lenses seemed like omnipresent eyes, making him feel uncomfortable. The cold air from the air conditioner blew, but it couldn't dispel his inner restlessness. This kind of situation is what he is least good at. The host's topic drifted between the guests, and he just wanted to sit quietly in the background. He could hear bursts of laughter as the other guests chatted and laughed, the atmosphere harmonious. Zhong Hao lowered his head, feigning interest in his phone screen. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Speaking of which, did Chen Ji and Zhong Hao have a relationship before? Yarn Shu suddenly turned the topic to him, with obvious gossip in his voice. Zhong Hao's fingers paused, his heart skipping a beat. He subconsciously shrunk further into the sofa, as if that would avoid everyone's gaze. The recording site suddenly became quiet, and a subtle atmosphere filled the air. The camera swept across the faces of the female guests, finally settling on Shinji. Yes, it was a long time ago. Shinji admitted generously, her tone relaxed and natural, as if she was discussing the weather. She gracefully picked up the teacup and took a sip, without any trace of embarrassment. Zhong Hao stole a glance at her. This woman was still the same, never shy about hiding anything. He remembered her mentioning this in an interview when she won Best Female Vocalist. Back then, she was still a bit of a celebrity, so her manager let her talk. What was the reason for the breakup? When we meet again today, Will. Yarn Shu blinked, looking gossipy, with something hidden in his words. The barrage exploded instantly. Don't take advantage of our sister's popularity. Yarn Shu, that's enough. Locking CP. Help, the first unlucky guy appears. Chen Ji chuckled, it's just a very ordinary breakup. We are too busy with work and we are rarely together. Her fingers tapped the teacup lightly, making a crisp sound. Are you still in touch? Yang Shu asked. I'll send holiday greetings occasionally. When Shinji said this, her eyes inadvertently swept over Zhong Hao. Zhong Hao listened to her, secretly complaining. The so-called holiday greetings were just the few messages he'd sent to a group chat. He couldn't even remember the last time they'd chatted alone. It's rare to still be friends after breaking up. Yarn Shu ended the topic at the right time, but the atmosphere at the scene had become a little subtle. At this moment, the Heartbeat Bear on the table suddenly played pleasant music. Welcome to Heartbeat House. There's no observation group this season, so I hope everyone finds true love in the days ahead. Now, let's go have a party in the yard. Everyone stood up as if relieved and walked out of the villa one after another. The courtyard had been decorated as a party scene, and colorful lights decorated the night sky with brilliant colors. A variety of food was laid out by the pool, a champagne tower sparkled temptingly under the lights, and the stage was fully equipped with sound equipment, clearly ready for the upcoming performance. Xiaoqian spun around in surprise, her skirt drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Wow, this is amazing. This is just like a fairy tale world. The other girls also started chattering and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Chapter 11 Party I. Zhang Bowen ran onto the stage and started fiddling with the sound equipment. How about some music to liven things up? Brother Yang, how about you sing a song? Forget it. I won't embarrass myself with my old bones. Yarn Shu waved his hands repeatedly with a smile on his face. Sister Liu Mian. You go first. Liu Mian declined with a smile. Zhang Bowen cleared his throat. Then I'll start with a new song that hasn't been released yet. Please give me some suggestions. As he spoke, he winked at the audience. There was a burst of booing from the audience, and the atmosphere became more and more heated. Zhong Hao found a secluded table and sat down, forking up a piece of lobster. The aroma of the food made him relax a little. At least he didn't have to think too much while eating. He knew everyone would be showing off their talents, but right now he just wanted to fill his stomach. He could talk about the performances later. As the music started, he munched on his lobster and clapped mechanically. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Lin Xian and Zhu Shilin whispering and occasionally laughing. Everyone else gathered in front of the stage, toasting and cheering, a joyful atmosphere permeating the air. It's best to stay away from such a lively occasion. Zhong Hao lowered his head and focused on the food on his plate, pretending not to notice the camera pointed at him. The red dot of the camera was particularly glaring in the darkness, like a prying eye. He knew the routines of this kind of variety show all too well. The production team would definitely use his past with Shinji to make a fuss, but he wouldn't be fooled. After so many years in the entertainment industry, he had long learned to protect himself. Rather than passively accepting a beating, it was better to actively avoid it. He planned to just muddle through the next 20 days. He was just there to make a cameo appearance anyway. On the stage, Zhang Bowen sang with gusto, the music echoing in the night air. Zhang Hao silently chewed his lobster, thinking about what he would sing when it was his turn to perform. He knew a few hits from those years, so he just picked one to get by. No one had high hopes for him anyway. Ever since that incident, he'd become invisible within the industry. Even his former so-called friends had shunned him. He was lucky to be accepted into this variety show. Zhang Hao, what are you going to sing later? Xiaoqian came over at some point, her voice clear and pleasant. Whatever, I haven't decided yet. He answered vaguely, his eyes still fixed on the plate. Do you want to sing in chorus? I can play the piano. Xiaoqian suggested enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the girl's sincere eyes, not knowing how to refuse. He hadn't felt such kindness for a long time. I'll think about it. He stammered, his fingers unconsciously stroking the napkin. Xiaoqian nodded happily and skipped back to the crowd, leaving behind a faint scent of perfume. Zhang Hao sighed as he looked at her back. Sometimes he wished he could interact freely with others like he used to. But reality taught him to keep his distance. The singing continued on the stage, and the night breeze blew gently, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers. He lowered his head and continued to wrestle with the lobster on his plate, trying to immerse himself in the brief comfort brought by the delicious food. At least delicious food won't hurt him, this is the truth he has summed up over the years. As the night deepened, the party grew more lively. Zhong Hao looked at the crowd, clinking glasses, and suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. He knew this was just the beginning of a long variety show recording session, and he had to continue playing his role well. The lights were bright, and Zhang Wenbo was singing passionately on the stage, with the other guests gathered in front of the stage to cheer him on. Zhong Hao sat in the corner, still fiddling with the food in his hands. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room scrolled wildly. This guy seems to be isolated. Although I don't like him, he looks really pitiful. I chased him for a long time before, but now seeing him like this, I feel bad. Zhong Hao glanced at his phone, a wry smile playing on his lips. Finally, some sympathetic voices. This might be his final mark in the entertainment industry. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The host receives an acting improvement card. His eyes lit up. This system came at the perfect time. He was just worrying about how to deal with these ex-girlfriends. With this card, at least he wouldn't show any fear. The singing on the stage was melodious, and everyone else was immersed in the atmosphere. Zhong Hao noticed that Liu Mian glanced over here from time to time, with a complicated look in her eyes. Tong Qian sat farthest from him, but she kept looking over here secretly. She was Zhong Hao's last relationship, and now, due to her agent's warning, she didn't dare to get close to him. Zhu Shilin's expression was the most conflicted. According to the program's arrangement, she and Lin Xian were supposed to be a popular couple, but now seeing Zhong Hao like this, her heart was in turmoil. Chen Ji, holding her wine glass, tried to approach him several times, only to stop herself. She was Zhong Hao's college classmate and his first love. Now they were both working in the entertainment industry, but the feelings they once had for each other were long gone. The atmosphere was awkward for a while until Shinji came over generously and sat down next to Zhong Hao. "Long time no see," she said softly, her voice still gentle. Zhong Hao was stunned for a moment, then he smiled his first genuine smile of the day. "Yes, it's been many years." Chen Ji was the only one who kept in touch after the breakup, and they would send each other greetings every holiday. She was now a top star in the circle, and compared to the little girl she was back then, she had a more mature charm. "Would you like something to eat? I'll get it for you." Zhong Hao stood up and glanced across the buffet area. "No, I'm not hungry," Shinji said, but her eyes unconsciously drifted towards the food. Zhong Hao smiled knowingly and quickly brought over a salad. Lettuce, cucumber, and okra were all her favorites, even the onions and radishes she disliked were avoided. "You still remember it?" Shinji smiled with her head down, her eyes slightly red. "Of course I remember. You haven't changed your picky eating habits since college." Zhong Hao handed over the cutlery, his movements so natural as if they had never been apart. "I didn't expect you to come this time," Shinji asked while eating salad, with concern in her tone. "I got tricked. It's the last few days of my contract, so I had to come." Zhong Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "That bastard Bai Peng dug such a big hole for me before he left. Is there a new contract now?" "No, this is my farewell performance. I'm ready to retire." Zhong Hao raised his glass. "Come on, celebrate my new life." Chen Ji clinked glasses with him, but a bittersweet feeling welled up inside her. The once high-spirited young man was now facing a dark retreat. He hadn't made any appearances in recent years, and even his assistant had left. Now, it seemed his only option was to leave this troubled place. "Do you need my help?" she suddenly said, her voice trembling. Zhong Hao was stunned. "Help me." Shinji's face flushed slightly. This was a romance show after all, so whoever she was with wouldn't be considered a CP. She knew Zhong Hao's current situation, and perhaps this was the last thing she could do for him. The main camera turned around at the right time, and the two of them looked at the stage tacitly, pretending to listen to the song seriously. Zhang Wenbo finished singing, and the audience erupted in applause. He smiled and said, "Now, please welcome Zhu Shilin and Lin Xian to perform." Even so, his eyes swept over here gloomily. He and Shinji were supposed to be the golden boy and girl of this show, but now she was sitting with her ex-boyfriend. Wasn't this putting a hat on him in public? Chapter 12 Party Part 2. Zhang Wenbo gripped the microphone tightly, suppressing his anger. He knew Chen Ji's importance. It was already a great honor to have her on this show. But now, it seemed she was more interested in her now outdated ex-boyfriend. Zhong Hao sensed the other party's hostility and quietly moved aside. He didn't want to cause trouble for Shinji, after all, she was currently very popular. Ignore him. Shinji whispered, I'm not related to him. He has no right to control me. Zhong Hao smiled bitterly, but the production team? The production team asked me to come because of my popularity. Chen Ji interrupted him, it's my freedom to pair up with whomever I want. Zhong Hao looked at her determined eyes, and a trace of warmth rose in his heart. After so many years, Chen Ji was still the girl who dared to love and hate. On the stage, Zhu Shilin and Lin Xian began their performance. Their perfect chemistry drew applause from the audience. Zhong Hao noticed that Tong Qian's expression was a little unnatural. She had come here for Lin Xian, and now seeing him and Zhu Shilin so close, she must be feeling uncomfortable. Who are you looking at? Shinji followed his gaze. No one. Zhong Hao looked away. I just thought this scene was quite interesting. Chen Ji sighed softly, oh, I really don't know how to say you, why are you still the same as before? I'm used to it. Zhong Hao shrugged. After being in the entertainment industry for so many years, I have to learn to take other people's feelings into consideration. Then who will take care of your emotions? Shinji asked back. Zhong Hao was speechless for a moment. Yes, he had always been accommodating others over the years, but never considered his own feelings. Me. Chen Ji said with a smile, I'll take care of your emotions. This sentence was said lightly, but it made Zhong Hao's heart tremble. He looked at Shinji, who was staring at the stage intently, her profile looking particularly gentle under the light. Perhaps this was fate's final gift to him. Just as he was about to retire, he met the person who understood him best. The performance on the stage was still going on, but Zhong Hao's mind had already drifted away. He recalled every little detail of his time with Shinji, and those memories that had been diluted by time suddenly became clear. Maybe, this show isn't such a disaster. The comments in the live broadcast room were like snowflakes, surging all over the place. On the screen, the image of Zhong Hao and Shinji sitting side by side instantly ignited the heat of the entire live broadcast room. What's going on? Why is Chen Ji sitting with him? Where's Zhang Wenbo? Didn't they already? Isn't this something the production crew deliberately arranged? The comments were filled with speculation and discussion. Some excitedly commented on CP, while others angrily questioned whether it was hype. Zhong Hao glanced at his phone screen, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table, his expression a bit dazed. Shinji beside him seemed to notice his discomfort and asked softly, do you want to change seats? Zhong Hao shook his head, a wry smile forming on his lips, it's okay, let them talk. On the stage, Xiao Jun was performing his new song. The melodious melody flowed through the air, complemented by the dazzling lighting effects, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Zhong Hao's eyes were fixed on the stage, but his thoughts had already drifted away. This arrangement is good. Chen Ji suddenly said, the harmony is handled very cleverly. Zhong Hao nodded slightly, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Zhang Wenbo walking towards him, holding a wine glass. His steps seemed casual, but his eyes were fixed on him. Zhong Hao subconsciously sat up straighter, his knuckles unconsciously clenching. Here it comes. Two men fight for one woman, the Shura battlefield is about to begin. Looking forward to how Zhang Wenbo will deal with this outdated young man. The barrage became even crazier. Zhang Wenbo sat down across from Zhong Hao, a half-smile on his face. Zhong Hao, what do you think of this song? The arrangement is good and the chord progression is beautiful. Zhong Hao responded in a flat tone. Don't be so polite, we're old friends. Just tell me if you have any suggestions. Zhang Wenbo shook the wine glass in his hand. I heard you've been making music all these years. Zhong Hao shook his head slightly. Honestly, I'm not qualified to comment. Your level is far beyond my reach. This wasn't a compliment, it was the truth. During the talent show back then, Zhang Wenbo was renowned for his professional musical skills. In comparison, he was just a lucky amateur. Zhang Wenbo seemed to have not expected Zhong Hao to say that, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Zhong Hao, that song you wrote, that song. My love. Zhong Hao took over the conversation, his tone calm, I didn't write that song. As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room exploded. It's lip syncing and fake writing. Isn't it normal for young idols not to be able to write songs? You've become too angry and started telling the truth. How much fans' money was cheated back then? Zhong Wenbo's eyes flashed with pride, and he raised his glass. Zhong Hao, come sing a song. It's been a while since I heard you sing. Forget it. Zhong Hao waved his hand. I just came here to join in the fun. What? You're so arrogant now. Zhong Wenbo's tone was clearly sarcastic. Didn't you just say you were always making music? Zhong Hao looked at him and suddenly laughed. Lao Zhong, don't you know me yet? I'm just an ordinary person. I became famous for no apparent reason that year. I haven't achieved anything in these years. I've just been living a life of idleness and waiting to die. Zhong Wenbo was stunned by this self-deprecating remark. He clearly hadn't expected Zhong Hao to respond in this way. The sarcasm he had prepared suddenly lost its force. Chen Ji felt distressed when she heard this and whispered, "No, you are very talented. I still remember the song you wrote for me. That's all in the past." Zhong Hao picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Zhong Wenbo watched this scene and swallowed back what he had been about to say. He suddenly felt that his struggles over the years seemed a little ridiculous. The performance continued on stage, with contestants one after another taking the stage to sing. Zhong Hao sat there, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. He recalled many past events, memories that he had deliberately forgotten, but now they emerged clearly in his mind. Actually, Chen Ji hesitated. Didn't you write the song, My Love? Zhong Hao turned to look at her, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. Yes, and no. This ambiguous answer caught Zhong Wenbo's attention. He put down his glass and looked at Zhong Hao seriously. What do you mean? Zhong Hao was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. I wrote the main melody, but the company hired someone else to do the arrangement and final refinement. I was too young to understand these things at the time. By the time I realized it, it was too late. These words made the live broadcast room boil again. So that's how it is. So he didn't lie completely back then. Is this the truth? Chapter 13 Party Part 3. Chen Ji took out an old MP3 from her bag. Do you still remember this? Zhong Hao was stunned. That was a song he'd recorded 10 years ago, back when he was still a student at the music conservatory, using shabby equipment. Back then, he'd thought he could become a pop star, but the songs he'd produced were all terrible. This is the only song I wrote for Chen Ji. A familiar melody streamed from his MP3 player. The sound quality was poor, but the youthful feeling was remarkably real. Zhong Hao's fingers unconsciously tapped along to the rhythm. You still keep it? His voice was a little hoarse. Chen Ji's eyes softened. This melody is so beautiful that it's breathtaking. Don't flatter me. Zhong Hao laughed self-deprecatingly. What I wrote back then wasn't even a demo. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Wait, this couldn't be the old relationship between Chen Ji and Zhong Hao. It's terrifying to think about it. Chen Ji has been single all these years. The camera is too obvious. I think the director team is having some fun. Zhong Wenbo had a fake smile on his face. I didn't expect Zhong Hao to have such a past. The air froze instantly. Old Zhong, you're joking, Zhong Hao said calmly. Things from my youthful recklessness aren't worth mentioning. Really? Zhong Wenbo sneered. Then why not show us your skills, Liv? Since you were such a good songwriter before. The other guests were also drawn in. Yan Shu noticed that the atmosphere was not right and tried to smooth things over. Hey, we are old friends, why do you have to be like this? Okay. Zhong Hao suddenly spoke, interrupting Yan Shu. Everyone was stunned. Even Zhong Wenbo didn't expect Zhong Hao to agree so readily. Although I couldn't write before, but just now. Zhong Hao glanced at everyone present. I actually got some inspiration. The barrage is boiling again. Is this the start of a battle? Zhong Hao, don't be scared, just kill him. Zhong Wenbo is so aggressive, I'm afraid he's going to get into trouble. Liu Mian stood aside, watching all this with worry. She knew Zhong Hao too well, and knew that although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart must be in turmoil. Do you need accompaniment? Yang Shu asked. Zhong Hao shook his head. No, just sing a cappella. He closed his eyes and mentally called the system. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host, please select the song type. Seeing Zhong Hao hesitate to speak, Zhong Wenbo raised his lips in a sarcastic tone. Why, are you suddenly nervous? Writing songs isn't something everyone can do, Zhong Hao said, opening his eyes. His voice was surprisingly calm. But since you've agreed, I'll show you how to do it. The lights in the studio flickered, casting a shadow on Zhong Hao's face, making his expression appear particularly profound. He could feel everyone's gaze fixed on him, filled with expectation, suspicion, and even ridicule. Chen Ji stood in the crowd, a hint of worry in her eyes. She knew the high-spirited young man from back then too well, and knew what he had been through over the years. But at this moment, Zhong Hao gave her an indescribable sense of strangeness. "System, give me a song that can touch people's hearts." Zhong Hao said silently in his heart. It wasn't to prove anything, nor was it to attack anyone. He just wanted to let his former self, that young man full of dreams, sing a song again. Liu Mian looked at Zhong Hao's back, feeling a mixture of emotions. She knew this man had experienced many setbacks over the years, but he had never given up his dream of music. The atmosphere at the scene grew increasingly tense, and everyone held their breath, awaiting the impending showdown. The staff paused their work at some point, the red dot of the camera still flashing, capturing this moment forever. The audience on the barrage were even more excited. This show is too exciting. Feeling like I'm about to witness a historic moment. Come on, Zhong Hao, make some people shut up. Zhong Hao took a deep breath and scanned everyone present. He saw the worry in Shinji's eyes, the hesitant expression on Liu Mian's face, and the contempt on Zhang Wenbo's face. At this moment, he suddenly understood something. Music is not a tool to prove anything, but a way to express one's truest feelings. The system gave him not only songs, but also a chance to start over. Seeing Zhong Hao standing there in a daze, Zhang Wenbo sneered, "What? You really don't dare to sing anymore?" "Songwriting does require inspiration," Zhong Hao said slowly, his voice filled with an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. "But today, I think I found it." Liu Hao stood at the edge of the stage, his eyes flickering slightly. The stage lights were so bright and dazzling that he could barely open his eyes. He could hear the murmurs of the guests below him, and he could sense the gazes, whether pity or mockery. He knew that songs that were too difficult weren't suitable for him right now. But now that things had come to this, he had to find a way to deal with it. Exchanged. The system instantly implants their host with superb musical performance abilities. The system's voice sounded in my mind. The song "People Like Me" instantly came to Zhong Hao's mind, and his heart moved. Mao Buyi's song was the perfect fit. Every line of the lyrics seemed to tell his story, and the feeling of loneliness and confusion was so real. This song is so perfect. Zhong Hao exclaimed inwardly, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the rhythm on his thigh. The songs he had written before were nothing compared to this one. Both the melody and the lyrics reached a level that amazed him. The data originates from a superplane that is strikingly similar to Earth civilization. The system explained, its voice still cold and mechanical. This conversation lasted only a moment, and time seemed to stand still. The lights on the stage were still bright, and the whispers in the audience were still clear. "I just wrote a song." Zhong Hao suddenly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it made the whole scene quiet down instantly. The moment these words came out, the whole audience was stunned. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath. Liu Mian opened her eyes wide, unable to believe what she was seeing, and stared at him in disbelief. Her fingers clenched the hem of her skirt tightly, her knuckles turning white. She had clearly helped him cover up the situation just now, so why was this man running into the gunpoint again? She subconsciously looked at Shinji, and a sour feeling inexplicably welled up in her heart. Could it be that he really wrote a song for Shinji? Thinking of this possibility, her heart felt like it was being tugged at by something. The other guests' eyes were also focused on Shinji. Some showed ambiguous smiles, some frowned in displeasure, and some looked like they were watching a good show. Chen Ji felt her heartbeat quicken and her cheeks flush. She lowered her head, her long hair covering half her face, but she couldn't hide the blush. From the moment she saw him, she knew something was going to happen. Even though she'd always told him he was a scumbag, she couldn't help but be drawn to him. Chapter 14 Party Part 4. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Singing competition? This show is interesting. Here it comes, looking forward to the face-slapping scene. It feels like Zhong Hao is about to strike back. Is this a live creation? Are you just bragging? I bet 50 cents he can't write it. Zhong Hao asked the staff for a pen and paper, and with quick, decisive action, he sat at the piano, his fingers sliding lightly across the keys before quickly scribbling down the sheet music. The system provided not only the song but also the complete arrangement. The musicians gathered around him, their faces filled with surprise. Although they were all regular musicians on the show, they listened to his explanation as attentively as students. The tempo here needs to be slightly slowed down, and the emotion needs to be suppressed, Zhong Hao said, pointing to the music sheet. The bass part needs to be more prominent, but not too heavy. The musicians nodded frequently, their surprise gradually turning into admiration. They were all professionals and could tell at a glance that this song was unusual. Are you ready? Let's try it. After Zhong Hao said this, several musicians nodded and took their positions. Wait! Yarn Shu suddenly shouted with a playful smile on his face, is this song written for Chen Ji? The other male guests all laughed, but Zhang Wenbo remained expressionless, with a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Several female guests were visibly nervous, especially Shenji, who lowered her head and dared not look at anyone. Her fingers were twisted together, and her fingertips were slightly white. I just wrote it casually, don't think too much about it. Zhang Hao smiled and shook his head. He snapped his fingers, and the stage lights dimmed, leaving only a spotlight on him. Under this light, his outline was exceptionally clear, and his eyes held a hint of indescribable emotion. As the piano began to play, Zhang Hao's entire demeanor changed. A touch of vicissitudes tinged his melancholy, as if he'd been through so much. All the ups and downs of those years, all the unknown sorrows, were transformed into notes at this moment. A child of destiny like me. A deep, magnetic voice rang out, and everyone was stunned. Was this still the Zhong Hao they knew? The Zhong Hao who was always smiling and seemed so carefree? There's a hint of hoarseness in their voice, but it perfectly captures the emotions in the lyrics. The feeling of helplessness amidst self-deprecation, of vulnerability hidden within strength, is heartbreaking. Chen Ji felt her eyes warm. Was he singing about himself? The self who always laughed at herself and couldn't find her direction. She stole a glance at Zhong Hao, only to find that he had his eyes closed, completely immersed in the music. Liu Mian secretly wiped the corners of her eyes. Once upon a time, there was someone willing to give everything for her. Unfortunately, she lost that person. Now, listening to this song, those memories she had deliberately forgotten came flooding back. When Zhong Hao sang the line, "Will anyone feel sorry for someone as inexplicable as me?" all 5 female guests' eyes teared up. The lyrics were so touching that everyone seemed to identify with themselves. The live broadcast room has exploded. Isn't he this singing about me? I cried when I heard it, it was so real. When will it be released? I want to play it on repeat. So Zhong Hao is so talented. I really misunderstood him before. This song will definitely be a hit. The whistle drifted slowly, and everyone was stunned. Such talent, such a performance, was simply perfect. The sound seemed to penetrate people's hearts and reach the deepest part of their souls. Yarn Shu led the applause, but didn't cheer as loudly as before. This song didn't need that kind of response. It needed a quiet feeling, a resonance deep in the bones. It reminds everyone of their younger selves. The self who had dreams but was lost, who wanted to change but was powerless. The self who cried alone in the middle of the night but still had to smile during the day. This song can really break one's heart. Someone whispered with a choked voice. Thank you. Zhong Hao wasn't being modest, for the song was truly perfect. He stood on the stage, watching the audience's faces, some moved and some shocked, but his heart remained calm. The song the system gave him was perfect for him, as if it were tailor-made for him. As he sang, he recalled the ups and downs of the past few years. The times he'd been misunderstood, the times he'd endured alone, the times he'd wanted to give up but hadn't. Perhaps, everyone like him just needs someone to accompany him, someone who can listen to him talk in the middle of the night, give him direction when he is confused, and give him warmth when he is lost. But that person has not appeared yet. The stage lights gradually dimmed, and Zhong Hao's figure appeared particularly lonely in the spotlight. He stood there, as if isolated from the entire world. At that moment, everyone saw the real Zhong Hao, a Zhong Hao who was no longer wearing a mask. Liu Mian lowered her head, her long hair obscuring her expression. She recalled that rainy night, the image of her back as she turned and left. If she had looked back at that moment, would everything have been different? Shinji quietly wiped away her tears. She had always thought she understood Zhong Hao, but now she realized that she didn't understand him at all. The frivolous and dissolute image in her mind completely collapsed in front of this song. The other guests were also silent, each of them digesting the shock brought by the song. No one spoke, but everyone knew that at this moment, they had witnessed the birth of a miracle. The comments in the live stream room were still scrolling frantically, but Zhong Hao could no longer see them. He simply stood there, letting the spotlight slowly fade until the entire stage lit up again. At this moment, he is no longer the misunderstood Zhong Hao, but a true creator. The stories hidden deep in his heart finally found an outlet. Perhaps this is the magic of music. It allows people to let down their guard and reveal their true selves. And this is exactly what Zhong Hao has been searching for. Brother Hao's song is amazing. Lin Xian looked at Zhong Hao with admiration, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. His fingers unconsciously tapped the table, as if he was still immersed in the afterglow of the song. He'd never called Zhong Hao that before, but now, calling him Brother Hao came from the heart. In the face of strength, the name naturally changed. The melody of that song still echoed in his mind, every word of the lyrics holding a magical power that made him unable to extricate himself. This melody is so catchy. Lin Xian couldn't help but add, Brother Hao, how did you come up with this? It's amazing. Xiao Jun also came over, his eyes shining, Brother Hao, let's sing another song. Let's sing the one you wrote for Sister Chen Ji. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone, and his eyes glanced at Chen Ji who was sitting in the corner from time to time. Chapter 15 Party V. Zhong Hao quickly waved his hands, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Don't talk nonsense, what is it written for? He subconsciously glanced in the direction of Shinji and found that the other party was playing with his mobile phone with his head down, wondering if he had heard the conversation. This variety show loves to lean on couples, Zhong Hao secretly complained in his heart. Although he did have some special feelings for Chen Ji, it was only limited to the goodwill between friends. Zhong Hao, stop pretending. Zhang Wenbo sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. You've got such a great song hidden away, yet you insist on asking us to sing it over and over again. He was simmering with anger. Zhong Hao was too pretentious. With a work of this caliber, he was playing hard to get. Zhang Wenbo's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, a rapid and irregular rhythm that betrayed his inner irritation. Seeing Shinji's shy, little girlish expression, Zhang Wenbo was furious. His gaze flickered back and forth between Zhong Hao and Shinji, a gloomy glint in his eyes. After the show, he had to have a serious talk with the company. What a shady couple. Whoever wants to fire them can do it. I really created it on the spot, Zhong Hao explained with a smile, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Wenbo's displeasure. His tone was relaxed and natural, unfazed by the other's sarcasm. Zhang Wenbo cursed inwardly. This pretentious behavior was truly disgusting. Live creation. What a lie. This must have been prepared in advance. But for now, he could only endure it after all, the camera was still on them. Liu Mian, want to dance? Yarn Shu leaned over, twisting his waist, his signature greasy smile on his face. He deliberately made exaggerated dance moves to try to ease the slightly tense atmosphere. Get away. Liu Mian scolded with a smile, gently tapping Yarn Shu's shoulder with the small fan in her hand. Who wants to dance with an ugly freak like you? The party atmosphere gradually became lively, with everyone talking and laughing. The room was filled with cheerful music, and a few girls huddled together, whispering and occasionally letting out silvery laughter. At this moment, the heartbeat bear started calling again. Please write down who you were attracted to when you first met them, and vote anonymously. The robot's voice was clear and pleasant, but it instantly made the atmosphere tense. At the end of the live broadcast, we will announce the male guest with the highest and lowest votes, while the female guest's votes will be kept secret. The male guest with the highest votes will have the opportunity to have a private date with the guest of their choice. The staff brought over envelopes, paper, and pens, and everyone's expressions became somewhat subtle. Some showed anticipation, while others looked nervous. This is too cruel. Yarn Shu complained immediately, the smile on his face instantly collapsed. Why only announce the lowest votes for male guests? I, an uncle, must have got 0 votes. He exaggeratedly covered his chest and pretended to be heartbroken. Director Yarn, don't say that. You're very charming. Liu Mian shook the card in her hand, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Her tone was light, but it was hard to tell whether she was serious or joking. Yarn Shu's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Teacher Liu, the budget for the next play is very sufficient. Are you interested in working together? He leaned close to Liu Mian and said in a low voice. Director Yang. Lin Xian also came over, looking at Yarn Shu eagerly. Are you still short of a male lead? I don't have high expectations. Get lost. Yarn Shu cursed and pushed him away. With your acting skills, you still want to play the male lead. Heartbeat Bear added. You can only vote for the opposite sex, you cannot write none. Violators will be punished. Everyone dispersed, looking for places to write their tickets. The room suddenly became quiet, with only the rustling of pens across paper as the rest of the room slid to a stop. Zhong Hao sat in the corner, his pen still lingering. His eyes unconsciously scanned every girl in the room, finally stopping at Shinji. After a moment's thought, he wrote down Shinji's name. Choosing anyone else, like Xiao Qian, wouldn't be appropriate. It would make him look like a lapdog. As for Liu Mian and the others, they had no further contact since their breakup. Shinji was the safest choice after all, they were still friends. Chen Ji hid in another corner, meticulously writing Zhong Hao. Her fingers trembled slightly, afraid someone would discover her choice. He was a temporary replacement, coming with no particular purpose. 0 votes would be disastrous. She furtively glanced in Zhang Wenbo's direction, muttering to herself, as for the promised Zhang Wenbo? Who cares? He's anonymous anyway. Chen Yuyuan finished writing secretly and stuffed it into the envelope. Her eyes lingered thoughtfully on Zhong Hao. This guy who suddenly appeared made her feel distressed. She could see a hint of confusion and loneliness in his eyes, which made her want to get closer. Zhu Shilin closed the envelope, feeling a mixture of emotions. It turned out she had caused him so much harm. His confusion and helplessness were all due to her. Her fingers traced the edge of the envelope, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to begin. Liu Mian finished writing her name and sighed softly. She looked at the name she had written with a hint of pity in her eyes. Silly boy, life is not that simple. I can't give you what you want, I can only wish you well. Tong Qinwan happily handed in her ticket, a sweet smile on her face. Brother Hao must be loved by someone, and he must not be left with 0 votes. She silently apologized to Xiao Jun in her heart. I'm sorry, Xiao Jun, you're handsome, but you're not my type. Who did Zhong Hao write about? Several boys gathered together and joked, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. It must be Sister Chen Ji. This has me hooked, someone said, causing a burst of laughter. Brother Yang wrote a letter to Sister Liu Mian. I saw it all. Another voice interrupted. You little bastard, you're talking nonsense. Yarn Shu pretended to be angry and made a gesture to hit someone. The girls were quite quiet, perhaps a little embarrassed. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4, occasionally exchanging meaningful glances. The vote count is now announced. Heartbeat Bear said. First, the male contestant with the fewest votes will be announced. The camera panned across the faces of each boy, some confident, some expectant, some nervous, and one who looked completely unconcerned. The air seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome. Poplar, 0 votes. As soon as the news came out, the comments in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Serves you right. With this image, it's a wonder you can get a ticket. This is so funny. Yarn Shu is so embarrassed now. Yarn Shu sat on a red sofa at the edge of the stage, the bright light hitting his slightly greasy face. He subconsciously touched his thinning hairline, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. Although he had been mentally prepared, facing the result of 0 votes still made him feel a little embarrassed. Chapter 16 Party 6. Murmurs rose from the audience, punctuated by a few malicious chuckles. Yarn Shu clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, but then he quickly released them. He raised his head and forced a smile. However, not long after, something even more unexpected happened. Zhang Wenbo, Lin Xian, and Xiao Jun all received 0 votes. 4 grown men were completely wiped out. This time, the barrage was completely boiling. Fuck, what's going on? All 4 men were wiped out. Is there a bug in the system? Yarn Shu squinted at the host, already feeling a bad premonition. The lights on the stage flickered, casting mottled shadows on his face. He could feel the camera trained on him, its cold lens mercilessly recording everyone's awkward moments. As expected. Congratulations to Mr. Zhong Hao for receiving votes from all 5 female guests. As soon as the host finished speaking, there was an uproar and the atmosphere on the stage suddenly became tense. Yarn Shu couldn't help but sneer, his eyes falling on Zhong Hao. This seemingly ordinary young man was sitting there quietly, with no expression of pride or surprise on his face. My goodness, what kind of magical rule is this? Originally, they had agreed to only publish the lowest number of votes, just to save face for the female contestants. Now, all 5 girls have voted for the same person. Doesn't this mean their intentions have been completely exposed? I'm afraid this secret ballot is a bit redundant. Yarn Shu couldn't help but complain, with a hint of sourness in his voice that was hard to conceal. The camera panned across the faces of the female guests, each of them looking somewhat awkward. Liu Mian fiddled with her hair uncomfortably, Chen Ji lowered her head and fiddled with the hem of her skirt, and Zhu Shilin's cheeks flushed slightly. Liu Mian was the first to break the silence. Well, I just think he looks very lonely, and I just want to do something for him, even if it's just a little bit of care. When she said this, her eyes flickered, and she was obviously a little guilty. Chen Ji curled her lips and pretended to be calm. I'm afraid that he will get 0 votes again, and then he will doubt himself again. Her fingers kept twisting the hem of her skirt, obviously looking for excuses for her choice. Zhu Shilin lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. I think it's not easy for him. Chen Yuan continued, the songs he sang really touched me. As she said this, her eyes unconsciously glanced at Zhong Hao. Xiao Qian was even more direct, Brother Hao's singing is so beautiful that I couldn't help but vote for him. Her eyes sparkled when she said this, as if she was really moved. Yarn Shu watched this scene and suddenly an idea struck him. He stood up and straightened his suit. Wait, you mean, the highest level of pursuing a girl is to act pitiful? He turned to Liu Mian, his face full of exaggerated smiles. Mian, what do you think of me? I mortgaged my house to the bank for my film career. I've been single for more than 30 years, my hair has turned white, and it's falling out badly. As he said this, he actually pulled his hair hard, and a few flakes of dandruff fell into the air. Several girls were frightened by the flying dandruff and stepped back one after another, their expressions mixed with disgust and amusement. Liu Mian frowned and gave him a look of disdain. Old Yarn, your trick won't work. At least you should look more pleasing to the eye. That's right, Brother Yarn, with your level, you still have the nerve to say that you can write songs. Xiao Jun added on with a gloating smile on his face. And the sound isn't nice either. Lin Xian also said, obviously trying to take the opportunity to ease his embarrassment. Yarn Shu rolled his eyes. You two are still laughing, but you also have 0 votes, don't you? As he was speaking, the host stood up again, holding a shiny gold card in his hand. According to the rules, Zhong Hao gets a chance to go on a private date with the girl he likes. He chooses. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhong Hao. He maintained his calm expression, though his eyes flickered slightly. Chen Ji. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became lively. There were bursts of boos from the audience. Oh, isn't this a 2-way race? A broken mirror is reunited. Old Zhang, please, don't make any mistakes this time. However, Chen Ji blushed and said, how could I possibly agree to such a ridiculous request? I would never agree to go on a date with him even if I were beaten to death. Her words were weak, and everyone present could hear the guilt in her words. Her fingers were tightly clenched around the hem of her skirt, and her eyes were erratic, obviously trying to feign composure. After all, she was the one who voted just now. Yarn Shu watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh. He leaned back on the sofa, his eyes wandering among the crowd. This is only the first episode of the show, and the CP has already been formed. It seems that the next few days will be interesting. He glanced at the other female guests and found them all silent. Xiao Qian was looking down at her phone, Chen Yuan was pretending to fix her hair, and Zhu Shilin was staring blankly at the ground. Interesting. It seems that Zhong Hao is really a guy who is hard to understand. Being able to make 5 girls with very different personalities like him at the same time is not something that can be achieved by just pretending to be pitiful. But this is only the first day. There are still many days to come. It's hard to say who will have the last laugh. Yarn Shu touched his remaining hair and suddenly felt that this show might be much more interesting than he had imagined. At least he had seen a lot of interesting things happening. For example, at this moment, Shinji looked reluctant but willing, with a hint of panic in her eyes, but also with a faint expectation. For example, what exactly is hidden behind Zhong Hao's calm expression? Those calm eyes seem to hold many unknown stories. For example, what does the silence of the other female guests mean? They each have their own concerns, yet they all chose the same person. All of this makes people look forward to what will happen next. Alright everyone. The host broke the silence at the right moment. Let's first take a look at Zhong Hao and Shinji's date location. A beautiful picture of a cafe appeared on the big screen. This is the most famous Starlight Cafe in the city center. It has an elegant environment and a romantic atmosphere. I hope you two will have a pleasant afternoon. When Shinji heard this, her face turned even redder. She stole a glance at Zhong Hao, only to find that he was staring at the screen thoughtfully. Well. She hesitated, the date is tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, Heartbeat Bear said with a smile. The production team will arrange a special car to pick you up. Yang Shu looked at all this and suddenly found it a little funny. It's clearly a dating reality show, but why is it like a spy film? Everyone is hiding their true feelings, afraid to reveal their true feelings. But then again, it's even more interesting this way. What will happen on tomorrow's date? How will the other girls react? And that seemingly calm Zhong Hao, is he really interested in Shinji, or does he have other intentions? These questions swirled in Yang Shu's mind, making him look forward to it. Okay everyone, their host's voice sounded again. That's all for today's show. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow. As the music plays, the camera gradually pulls away. Chapter 17. Unable to detect the host's sincerity. Heartbeat Bear announced the end of today's live stream, and everyone said their goodbyes. As the night deepened, the lights in the courtyard stretched the figures far out. Zhong Hao stood in the courtyard, watching the staff busily packing up. The summer night cicadas chirped repeatedly, and the air was thick with a stifling heat. He loosened his collar. This variety show was a real ordeal for him. Every movement, every expression had to be carefully considered, fearing someone would find fault. I'm exhausted. Anyone want to grab a late-night snack? Yang Shu slumped in a recliner, his t-shirt soaked with sweat. He took off his glasses and wiped the lenses with a handkerchief. We filmed for a full 12 hours today. I feel like my back is about to break. Brother Yan, I'm going back first. See you tomorrow. Zhang Wenbo rubbed his sore shoulders and walked towards the guest room with weak steps. The other guests also said their goodbyes and returned to their rooms. After all, the show had just finished, and everyone wanted to see how they performed in front of the camera. Zhong Hao was about to leave when he saw Chen Ji in front of him and subconsciously called out, "Chen Ji." Then he felt a little regretful. He had been deliberately keeping a distance from the female guest during this period, and this shout was too abrupt. Chen Ji was startled by the sudden call, and she almost dropped her phone. A trace of panic flashed across her clear eyes, and she ran away like a frightened deer, leaving behind only a light "See you tomorrow." Zhong Hao couldn't help but smile bitterly as he watched her retreating figure. He knew he was being too stiff, but other than Chen Ji, he really didn't know how to get along with the other female guests. Every time he saw those deliberately created ambiguous atmospheres, he felt irritated. Zhong Hao. It was a familiar voice again, this time it was Liu Mian. She was wearing a light-colored dress, which looked particularly soft in the night. What? Are you hiding from me? Liu Mian asked with a smile, her eyes slightly raised. No, Sister Liu Mian. Zhong Hao smiled awkwardly and subconsciously took half a step back. Sister Liu Mian. Liu Mian lowered her voice, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Remember that night when we were looking at the starry sky, you didn't call me that. Zhong Hao's face changed, and his heartbeat quickened. Memories flooded back like a tide, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He remembered that night, they had sat on the rooftop, chatting about their ideals and the future. I'm just kidding. Liu Mian chuckled at his nervous look, but you acted too deliberately today. Even if you still have some grudges in your heart, you should interact more with the other female guests. Don't waste this opportunity. Zhong Hao nodded, thank you. He understood Liu Mian's good intentions, but he wasn't here to ride on the popularity. When the show was over, he was going to leave. Those fake interactions, those deliberate sales, were not what he wanted. Liu Mian turned to leave, but suddenly stopped. By the way, you once told me you wouldn't hide anything, so why didn't you tell me about writing a song for your ex-girlfriend? That doesn't count. Zhong Hao subconsciously wanted to explain that the song was at most a demo and was shelved before it was completed. Liu Mian had already turned and left, leaving him with a meaningful smile. Her skirt swayed gently in the evening breeze, as if mocking his speechless response. The yard gradually quieted down, leaving only the staff still busy. Zhong Hao watched them moving equipment and suddenly stepped forward to help. Where should I put this box? He picked up an equipment box at random. Teacher Zhang, stop. The staff hurriedly stopped him. Go and rest. This is our job. It's okay, it's very light. Zhong Hao insisted. Teacher Zhang, you're going to make me lose my job, the staff member said with a wry smile. If the director knew we asked the guests to move things, would definitely get scolded. After some arguing, Zhong Hao finally finished helping move the boxes. His shirt was soaked with sweat, but he felt fulfilled. Unbeknownst to him, the director behind him, Jiang Zi, had secretly taken photos and was preparing to post them online. Back in his room, Zhong Hao lay on the bed and began to call the system. The air conditioner in the room whirred, but it couldn't dispel his inner boredom. System, how many redemption opportunities do I have left? Currently available exchange amount, 0, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Don't they say that as long as you do good deeds, you can keep redeeming it? Zhong Hao was a little puzzled. The system cannot detect the host's sincerity. The remaining redemption opportunities are 0. Zhong Hao was a little anxious. How can I make you feel my sincerity? The system senses the host's sincerity and will proactively add redemption opportunities. The mechanical answer drove Zhong Hao crazy, and he scratched his head in frustration. He should have known better than to use up the previous opportunity so quickly. Now that he wanted new resources, it seemed his only option was to find a way to do some real good out there. I casually flipped through my phone, and WeChat was filled with unread messages, with 99 plus red dots glaring. Many friends in the industry had sent congratulations, suggesting the song had indeed been well received. Zhong Hao sneered. These people usually didn't even greet him, but now they were so enthusiastic. He casually scrolled through the insincere messages, and suddenly, one caught his attention. Hey, the songs you released recently are really good. It was a message from Gao Xiaolan. Zhong Hao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect her to contact him on her own initiative. Isn't it off the air? It seems that I disturbed your meeting with your old lover. Feel sorry. 3 messages in a row, each one tinged with an inexplicable emotion. Zhong Hao couldn't help but smile as he read them. He'd added her on WeChat since our last conversation, but would never chatted. He hadn't expected her to send so many messages. He was about to reply when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from the company's temporary agent. Hello, Xiao Zhang, are you free to talk now? The agent's voice was a little hurried. What's wrong? Zhong Hao sat up straight. Someone broke the news online saying you wrote a song for your ex-girlfriend. It's now trending on the internet. The agent sighed. Why didn't you tell me this before? Zhong Hao frowned. That song isn't even finished. It's just a work in progress. That's not the issue right now, the agent said in a more serious tone. Some people say you relied on your ex-girlfriend to get ahead, and that the song was plagiarized. You've been too aloof on the show lately, and some people online are already stirring up trouble. Zhong Hao was silent. He knew this would happen sooner or later, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Don't worry, I'm already handling it. The agent paused. But you need to be more active on the show recently and don't give people any room for criticism. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Hao lay in bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. His phone continued to vibrate, with various message alerts coming one after another. He simply turned his phone to silent mode and closed his eyes. The unfinished song seemed to ring in his ears again, which he wrote when he saw her for the last time. At that time, he thought it would be a perfect ending, but he didn't expect it to become a burden to him now. Moonlight streamed in from the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Zhong Hao stood up and walked to the window. The yard was empty. The shadows of the trees in the distance swayed in the wind, as if telling a story. He picked up his phone and opened Gao Xiaolan's chat box. After hesitating for a moment, he typed out a line of words. Thank you for liking my song. Chapter 18. The new song is popular. The phone screen lit up in the darkness, and Zhong Hao frowned slightly at Gao Xiaolan's message. Outside the window, the night deepened, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually faded, leaving only the neon lights in the distance still flickering. This girl, I really have to reply. Zhong Hao leaned against the head of the bed, tapping lightly on the screen with his fingers. He quickly edited a message, I was busy and just got back. After thinking for a moment, he added, what are you thinking about? Meeting with your ex? I don't have time for that. After sending the message, Zhong Hao casually clicked on Gao Xiaolan's WeChat moments. The room was lit only by a dim desk lamp, casting a soft glow on his slightly tired face. Although he didn't usually use these social apps, occasionally checking in on old friends' updates wasn't a big deal. The moments were set to be visible for 3 days, and a few sporadic updates caught his eye. Zhong Hao's eyes moved slowly across the screen, their words seeming to speak volumes. No matter what, I have no regrets about liking you. Liking you is actually my own thing. I miss you, just like missing a summer that never comes. These pictures are just random landscape shots, not even a single person in them, Zhong Hao muttered softly, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of his phone. Why do these little girls love to post such sentimental messages? No wonder she's so resistant to blind dates, she's just being a bootlicker. Just as he finished speaking, his phone vibrated again. Zhong Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Having a great day today, right? Several of your exes want to get back together. The text on the screen was a bit sarcastic. Seeing this message, Zhong Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. In front of his buddies, he didn't bother pretending and replied directly, har har, it's really good, really good. The room was so quiet that one could hear the wind outside the window. Zhong Hao's fingers tapped away at the keyboard. Although he had acted calm, seemingly unfazed by his ex-girlfriend's advances, the realization that he had received 5 votes filled him with a sense of accomplishment. You said you wanted to break up, so you broke up. Now you want to get back together with me. Zhong Hao leaned against the headboard, a glint of pride in his eyes. What a pity, it's too late. The villain succeeds. The news from the other side came quickly. Zhong Hao replied with a smile, there's nothing I can do about it. This is such a deadly attraction. Don't be so disgusting, but your new song does add a lot of points. Meanwhile, Gao Xiaolan was wearing headphones, looping Zhong Hao's livestream performance of Someone Like Me. She curled up on the sofa, the warm light enveloping her. She had initially intended to ignore this big jerk, but she couldn't resist the urge to check out his latest work. From her initial bewilderment to Zhang Wenbo's relentless pressure, she worried about him, furious. But when he began to sing, everything changed dramatically. His deep voice, tinged with indescribable emotion, seemed to speak to a certain resonance. It turns out that he is so lonely too. Gao Xiaolan murmured softly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the headphone wire. Beneath that cynical exterior, she was searching for a confidant. Someone like her, someone who truly understood her. This realization sent a shiver through her heart. What? Are you fascinated by me too? Have you gained another fangirl? Zhong Hao's message popped up at the right time. I was just regretting having wasted an opportunity, but now it seems like a good thing. The exchange resources given by the system can be accumulated slowly, but being handsome is something that lasts a lifetime. Go to hell, your performance was only okay on this show. You were just an ordinary person before. Gao Xiaolan couldn't help but scold with a smile. Sister Gao Xiaolan, you have no idea about your brother's most glorious time. Zhong Hao felt it necessary to explain his glorious history to this young lady who had just returned to China. I was so cool at that time, who could compete with me? Speak nicely. Honestly, that year I participated in Idol with you and pushed all the way to number 1. At that time, the text messages of support were only 10 cents each, and I personally received tens of millions. Recalling his glory days, Zhong Hao's eyes were hazy. Although his good times didn't last long, with new talent emerging in the entertainment industry, he was out of fashion 3 years later. But to say he was once the dream lover of millions of young girls wasn't an exaggeration at all. Yes, you're the best. Gao Xiaolan replied with a hint of helplessness. Back then, he was indeed full of vigor and handsome, making people unable to take their eyes off him. But thinking back on it now, all that halo seems to have become a little blurry. You can't even imagine how fanatical my fans are. One fanatical fan alone cast millions of votes for me. Zhong Hao continued proudly. You're the one with the brains gone. Gao Xiaolan replied instantly, adding a punch-out emoji. She then added, I'll go expose the news right away. You said your fans are too crazy. No, sister, I was wrong. Zhong Hao quickly sent a kneeling emoji begging for mercy. I was worried about her finger being injured. As a positive energy artist, I have to stop this kind of fan who doesn't take care of themselves and spends money recklessly. TSK, go to sleep, good night. Gao Xiaolan secretly complained, this idiot probably doesn't know that in those days, computers were used for batch operations, so there was no need for manual operation. She threw her phone aside, but couldn't help but pick it up and take a look. Do you want to come and play together? The scenery here is so beautiful. Zhong Hao's message popped up again. After waiting for a long time without a response, Zhong Hao curled his lips. It seemed that she really fell asleep. He had warmly invited her twice, but she ignored him. He would never invite her again. Even if he was a brother, he couldn't spoil her like this. Gao Xiaolan lay in bed, moonlight streaming through the curtains onto the bedside, casting mottled shadows on the floor. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. What are you going there for? To see him fall in love. Chen Ji was clearly still interested in him, and fans thought they were a good match. The other female contestants had also chosen him. Could it be that they all still had feelings for him? This thought made her feel strangely irritated. How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? It's so annoying. Gao Xiaolan turned over. The good-for-nothing him before was still better. That evening, the Heartbeat production team edited the first episode of the show, compressing the live broadcast content, adding subtitles and background music, and releasing it online. The barrage exploded instantly. What's going on? How can Zhong Hao be considered a top star? The protagonist of the first episode is actually Zhong Hao. Is there something fishy going on? I glanced at the introductions and saw that the first couple was Zhong Hao and Shinji. Is this a hyped-up couple that's expired? Stop criticizing me, search for people like me in short videos. Looking forward to tomorrow's show, I just want to see my ex reconcile. The ex-boyfriend's plot is too addictive. Discovering a hidden gem artist, Zhong Hao's new song is a must-see. Another old traffic star who has become popular again through variety shows. Overnight, the popularity of the word Zhong Hao skyrocketed. This once popular name was brought back to the forefront, and more people began to pay attention to his story. The production crew was incredibly busy, with trending topics popping up one after another. Zhong Hao's manager was so excited he couldn't sleep and convened a team meeting overnight to discuss how to capitalize on the momentum. Meanwhile, Zhong Hao was lying on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His phone screen was still on, displaying Gao Xiaolan's message. Chapter 19 Marketing. The next morning, Zhong Hao was woken by a call from his agent. The data on major platforms was soaring, and his new song had already topped the music charts. Old Zhong, you're really famous this time, the agent's voice was filled with excitement. Every platform is discussing you, and the trending topics are all about you. Zhong Hao rubbed his sleepy eyes and casually swiped his phone screen. Sure enough, the notification bar was filled with various message reminders. The most eye-catching one was the last message Gao Xiaolan sent last night. Zhong Hao, you have changed. He stared at the message for a long time, but ultimately did not reply. Bai Peng kicked the office door open, shaking the glass. The metal hanging on the door frame teetered, but eventually stabilized. He strode into the office, exuding a violent aura. This insidious guy. He grabbed the folder on the table and smashed it to the ground, sending papers flying everywhere. Assistant Gu followed closely behind, carefully closing the door. Last night's variety show had the entire company buzzing, with Zhong Hao's new song skyrocketing to #1 on the trending search list. The air in the office seemed frozen, with only Bai Peng's heavy breathing remaining. Boss, calm down first. Gu bent down to pick up the scattered documents. This is indeed a bit unexpected. Unexpected. Bai Peng sneered. This guy has never written such a good song in the few years he's been at the company. Now, as soon as he leaves the company, he writes one. Even those marketing accounts that always like to criticize him have to admit that this song is indeed powerful. The online reviews are all positive, and some even say it is the best original song of the year. Gu sorted out the documents and asked tentatively, would you consider contacting Zhong Hao again? He's so popular now. Contact me. Bai Peng slammed his hand on the table. This guy is a jerk. He obviously prepared this song in advance, just waiting to release it after the contract expires. The copyrights to the songs used to belong to the company, but now this hit song is all his. The atmosphere in the office grew more tense. Gu looked at her boss's uncertain expression, hesitant to speak. Do you want to say anything else? Bai Peng glanced at him. Actually, the online reviews of our company aren't very good right now, Gu whispered. A lot of people are saying we're exploiting our artists and not giving them creative space. Bai Peng snorted coldly, let them say what they want. The company invested so much resources in training him, and now that he's grown wings he wants to fly. Dream on. But he's really popular right now. If he can be signed back. Don't dream, Bai Peng sighed, suddenly looking exhausted. The company has handed him over to Shinji's team. They are going for a husband and wife marketing strategy. Gu was stunned, what do you mean? What else could it mean? Bai Peng rubbed his temples. Didn't you watch that variety show? They were a perfect match. The company plans to capitalize on this popularity and bundle them for marketing. Meanwhile, in the Heartbeat cabin, Zhong Hao slept until 9:30. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, leaving streaks of gold on the floor. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the room, only to find Xiao Jun and Yarn Shu in the living room. Oh, Sleeping Beauty finally wakes up. Yarn Shu put down his phone and teased. Zhong Hao ignored him and headed straight for the kitchen. The red dot on the camera kept flashing, reminding him that this was a live broadcast. His movements unconsciously became cautious. Zhong Hao grabbed some leftover porridge and bread and sat down at the dining table to eat his breakfast. The kitchen still lingered with the smell of other people's cooking, mixed with the salty smell of the sea breeze. Brother Hao, your new song is really popular now. Xiao Jun came over, his phone screen showing various trending search terms. A lot of people in the circle are tagging you. Zhong Hao took a bite of bread and said expressionlessly, I haven't been on social media for a long time. No way, there is no one managing your fan club now. Xiao Jun looked incredulous. I don't want any fan club at all. Zhong Hao glanced at the camera not far away. I'm alone now, I don't have any team. If anyone uses my name to cause trouble, they are all scammers. Yarn Shu came over with a cup of coffee. Have you become disillusioned with the world so quickly? That wasn't the attitude you displayed during your performance last night. Zhong Hao didn't respond, continuing to focus on his breakfast. A faint awkwardness hung in the air. By the way, where are the others? He finally asked. They are all out helping the fishermen sell their goods. Xiao Jun explained, his eyes sparkling with excitement. But you and Shinji have a date privilege today. The program team will arrange for you to go to a 5-star hotel this afternoon. Zhong Hao almost forgot about this. Every pair of successfully matched guests will have the opportunity to have a private date. Yarn Shu winked and said, you two can enjoy your time together. As they were talking, a commotion erupted outside. The other guests had returned, each wearing a large sun hat and carrying a variety of seafood. The sun shone on their sunburned faces, casting a healthy glow. We have sea bass for dinner today. Tong Qian shouted happily, holding a fish cage. Seeing Zhong Hao looking at her, she suddenly became shy and walked quickly into the kitchen with her head down. Sister Chen Ji, your boyfriend has been waiting for you for a long time and is ready to take you on a date. Xiao Jun cheered loudly. Chen Ji ran into the room with a red face, and everyone else burst into laughter. Laughter and joy filled the entire living room, but Zhong Hao's mind was elsewhere. Several other girls were happily showing off their morning catches at the market. Some were holding seafood given by fishermen, while others were holding local specialties, chattering about what to cook in the evening. Zhong Hao hid in a blind spot, quietly awaiting the director's next instruction. He knew he was in an awkward position. The 5 female guests arranged by the production team were all people he had previously interacted with. This wasn't some romantic variety show, it was clearly a Shura field. There was a noise upstairs, and Yang Shu followed Liu Mian up the stairs. Zhong Hao couldn't help but laugh inwardly when he saw Yarnshu trying to help Liu Mian choose clothes, but was ruthlessly kicked out. Sister Liu Mian was still the same, decisive and resolute, not letting anyone get close. Yarnshu went downstairs in disappointment and found that everyone else was crowded in the kitchen playing around, while Zhong Hao was the only one sitting in the corner in a daze, looking particularly out of place. "Kid, what's going on?" Yarnshu walked over and sat down next to him with a smile. "Don't think too much, everyone. No one is targeting you." Zhong Hao knew why Yarnshu had taken the initiative. Yesterday's show had already sparked several trending searches as soon as it went online, with phrases like clear class divide, former idols variety shows ignored, and former top stars are now working odd jobs on the production team. But the most surprising thing was that his impromptu performance last night had sparked a resurgence in popularity. "No, it's mainly because we don't know each other well enough." Zhong Hao responded with a smile, deliberately pretending to be socially anxious. A shrewd look flashed in Yarnshu's eyes. "Why do I feel like you're playing dumb? Are you still not familiar with each other? Forget about you and Shinji, haven't you worked with Chen Yuan and Zhu Shilin before? Who would believe you if you pretend not to be familiar with each other?" Zhong Hao lowered his head and fiddled with the water cup in his hand. "Brother Yarn, you're also an actor, you should understand this kind of thing. Film offers come one after another, and after the filming is completed, there is actually no contact. For me and them, it's all due to work needs. What about you and Liu Mian?" Yarnshu suddenly lowered his voice. "Your social media platforms are full of photos of you having fun privately." Chapter 20: A stroll along the beach. Zhong Hao's fingers paused slightly, but he quickly recovered. "Of course that's fake. Aren't those photos all of group activities? There were always lots of friends present." He said this without batting an eyelid, as if it were just a casual get-together among friends. Only he knew that those so-called friends were actually employees arranged by Liu Mian to provide cover. As they were talking, Chen Ji came downstairs. She had changed her outfit, a white shirt and jeans, and looked as youthful as a recent college graduate. This was the same outfit she wore when she was 18 and had her first love, but now, it had a certain indescribable flavor. "Zhong Hao," she called softly. The others in the room immediately started to make a noise. "Don't come back tonight." "Zhong Hao, it's up to you." Even Zhang Wenbo laughed along, but a gloomy glint flickered in his eyes. He had given up on his original goal after last night. This pair of bastards had actually made things difficult for him. Especially that old bitch, who had once again eclipsed him, especially in his best subject, singing. Chen Ji blushed under everyone's teasing and hurried out of the living room. Zhong Hao looked at her back and suddenly felt a little uneasy. He stood up and followed, and there was even louder jeers behind him. The camera also turned over, and the director team would not miss such a good show. Walking into the yard, the sun was shining brightly. Shinji stood under a large tree, the sunlight filtering through the leaves casting mottled shadows on her face. "What's wrong?" Zhong Hao walked to her side, keeping a perfect distance. Chen Ji didn't look at him, but just stared at the sea in the distance. "Tell me, are we doing this right?" Zhong Hao was stunned. "What's right or wrong? Wasn't that the suggestion from your agent?" "But..." Chen Ji turned her head, her eyes a little confused. "Was that song last night written for me?" Zhong Hao fell silent. That song had indeed been written for her, 5 years ago. They were both young then, believing love could conquer all. But reality dealt them a heavy blow, forcing them to part ways. "That's all in the past," Zhong Hao said softly. "Now we each have our own paths to follow. Let's consider this show as a perfect ending for each other." A hint of disappointment flashed across Shinji's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "You're right, it's all in the past." At this moment, Chen Yuan came out of the room. Seeing the two of them alone, she paused and turned to leave. "Sister Yuan," Zhong Hao suddenly said, "do you want to go for a walk on the beach together?" Chen Yuan turned around with a puzzled look in her eyes. Shinji was also stunned, not understanding why Zhong Hao suddenly wanted to invite Chen Yuan. Zhong Hao smiled and said, "Since it's a dating variety show, we have to give the audience something interesting to watch, right?" These words were like a key, unlocking a long-sealed box. The doubt in Chen Yuan's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a hint of understanding. "Okay," she said, "I also want to go to the beach." The three of them walked side by side towards the beach, the camera behind them faithfully recording the scene. The director smiled with satisfaction in front of the monitor. This subtle atmosphere is exactly what the audience loves to see. The sea breeze ruffled Shinji's hair. She reached out to ruffle it, her eyes occasionally glancing at Zhong Hao and Chen Yuyuan. Chen Yuyuan walked on the outermost side, always maintaining a decent smile, as if it were really just a walk between ordinary friends. Zhong Hao walked in the middle, like an invisible wall, separating the two girls. His expression was relaxed, and he would occasionally say a few words to liven up the atmosphere, but deep in his eyes was a hidden emotion that was hard to explain. The sea in the distance sparkled, its golden glow gleaming under the sunlight. This should have been a beautiful scene, but the subtle atmosphere between the three people made it seem a little oppressive. I heard that you are preparing a new album recently. Zhong Hao suddenly asked. Chen Yuyuan nodded. Yes, it is expected to be released at the end of the year. That song, Farewell, is very well written. Chen Yuyuan paused slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Thank you. Chen Ji listened, a sudden pang of bitterness welling up in her heart. She knew the story behind the song Parting, which Chen Yuyuan wrote after she and Zhong Hao broke up. The song was a huge hit at the time, but no one knew the story hidden within the lyrics. Time flies. Zhong Hao looked out at the sea in the distance, his tone filled with emotion. 3 years have already passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Yuyuan didn't respond, but simply quickened her pace. Shinji was also silent, but her heart was filled with complex emotions. Yes, time flies. The breakup 5 years ago seemed like just yesterday. The sea breeze grew stronger, ruffling the hair of the three people. Zhong Hao suddenly stopped and looked back at the camera behind him. Director, let's stop here today. The wind is too strong. The director team also felt that this subtle atmosphere was enough to create a wonderful segment. Moreover, if this slightly sad atmosphere continued for too long, it would affect the overall tone of the program. On their way back, the three of them didn't talk much. Each of them was lost in thought, or perhaps reminiscing about the past. Some words hurt when spoken, and some things are ugly when spoken, so it's better to keep them buried deep in the heart. Back at Heartbeat Cottage, the others were still preparing lunch. The kitchen, filled with aromas and laughter, was a stark contrast to the beachfront atmosphere. Zhong Hao stood in the yard and lit a cigarette. He rarely smoked, but at this moment he felt the need for nicotine to numb himself. You're pretending very well. Yarnshu's voice suddenly came from behind. Zhong Hao turned around and saw Yarnshu leaning against the door frame with a meaningful smile on his face. What are you pretending to be? Stop pretending. Yarnshu walked over and said in a low voice, Do you think I can't see it? You deliberately asked Chen Yuyuan to go to the beach together, wasn't it just to divert Shinji's attention? Zhong Hao exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Brother Yarn, you're overthinking it. Okay, keep pretending. Yarnshu patted his shoulder. But I have to warn you, playing with fire can easily get you burned. This show has just begun, and you'll suffer the consequences later. After saying that, Yarnshu turned and went back to their house. Zhong Hao stood there, watching the cigarette in his hand slowly burn out. He knew Yarnshu was right, this game had just begun. But he had no choice but to continue playing. During lunch, the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Everyone was discussing their experiences selling things in the morning, chatting and laughing, as if the slightly awkward walk just now had never happened. Zhong Hao sat in the corner, watching the scene unfold before him, suddenly struck by the irony. Everyone was clearly harboring something, yet they pretended to be nonchalant. Wasn't this just their daily routine? Always glamorous in front of the camera, yet each harbored their own hidden anxieties. Zhong Hao, your food is cold. Shinji suddenly reminded him. Zhong Hao came to his senses and found that the food in the bowl was indeed cold. He forced a smile and said, It's okay, I'm not that hungry. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Zhong Hao stood on the balcony, enjoying the breeze, thinking about what happened that morning. In the afternoon, the program cruise car took Zhong Hao and Shinji to their reserved hotel. This was a 5-star resort hotel located on the seaside, with an elegant and luxurious decoration style. It's so beautiful here. Chen Ji stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the sparkling sea outside. Zhong Hao sat on the sofa, silently observing the position of the cameras in the room. Although the program team said that this was a private date, it was obvious that their every move was under the camera. Chapter 21, Date with Chen Ji Part 1. Zhong Hao. Shinji turned around, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Chen Ji finally asked the question she had been wanting to ask for the past 2 days. Are you still bothered by the breakup? No. Zhong Hao stood up and walked to the window. I just came to be on the show. I don't have any other thoughts. So now you. At this moment, the phone in the room suddenly rang. It was the production team calling to say that a candlelight dinner was arranged in the evening. I'm going to the bathroom, Zhong Hao said and left the room. In the bathroom, he pulled out his phone and quickly sent a message to a number. Did you find out? Soon, the other party replied, confirmed, Shinji's agent is indeed in contact with the company. They are planning a large-scale marketing. Zhong Hao took a deep breath and put his phone away. He had long suspected that this show couldn't be this simple. From the first day he joined the production team, everything had been planned by others. But he won't follow their script. This time, he's going to write his own story. Back in the room, Shinji was still standing there with red eyes. Zhong Hao looked at her, feeling a little guilty. Let's go downstairs to eat, he said softly. Shinji nodded and followed him silently. The camera faithfully recorded the backs of the two people walking towards the elevator. During dinner, Zhong Hao behaved like a gentleman, but always kept a certain distance. He could feel Shinji's loss, but he had no choice. After dinner, Zhong Hao stood on the seaside path, looking at Chen Ji in front of him, which reminded him of that summer many years ago. They were filming a dating variety show. During the selection process last night, he had chosen Chen Ji, and Chen Ji had chosen him. This had caught him off guard, and his palms were sweating. It's not that I hadn't thought I'd meet her, but I hadn't expected it to be in this kind of setting. And I certainly hadn't expected her to choose me. Zhong Hao looked at the slender figure in front of him, feeling a mixture of emotions. The melody of the song he'd composed last night still lingered in his ears. It was a song he'd composed on the spur of the moment. Unfortunately, Chen Ji would probably never know the background behind that song. He could tell now that Shinji seemed to be serious about her choice. Her eyes, her tone, were exactly the same as before. Zhong Hao sighed inwardly. He had chosen Shinji simply to use the show as an opportunity to apologize. Back then, he had indeed not done well enough. But he didn't expect Shinji to be so enthusiastic. This made him a little flustered. There were many tourists at the beach, and some recognized them, whispering among themselves. Zhong Hao could sense the strange looks and the thoughtful expressions of the photographer. Arriving at the port, the two boarded a cruise ship bound for the city. At the director's signal, he had no choice but to sit next to Shinji. The cabin was filled with the faint smell of seawater, mixed with the faint scent of Shinji's perfume. What have you been doing recently? He tried to find a topic to break the awkward atmosphere. Collect songs, record songs, and go on the show. Chen Ji's voice was very soft, as if she was talking to herself. What about you? Playing games, watching movies, just messing around. Zhong Hao said casually. I don't believe it. Seeing how talented you are, you must have created a lot of works. Shinji turned her head and looked at him with burning eyes. Har har, really not. Zhong Hao smiled and didn't explain the song last night. That song contained too many unspoken thoughts. The cruise ship slowly sailed away from the port, and the sea breeze blew Shinji's hair. She was wearing a white dress today, and the hem of her skirt swayed gently in the wind, as if she was dancing an elegant dance. The general manager asked me to ask you something. Do you want to come back? Shinji suddenly said, with a hint of expectation in her voice. Zhong Hao's heart tightened. No, of course not. There were too many unpleasant memories in that place. Are you worried about the contract? The boss is planning to help me set up a dedicated team. If you're willing, why don't we go and discuss it with the leader together? The implication in this sentence was obvious. Zhong Hao's heart skipped a beat, and his fingers tapped unconsciously on the armrest of the chair. He hadn't expected Shinji to say such a thing. Wasn't this a disguised invitation for him to return? And in a special capacity? I won't get involved in this. It's fine to be alone. He turned his head to the window, not daring to look at Chen Ji's expression. The sunlight on the sea surface shone, making his eyes hurt. Where are we going next? He quickly changed the subject. I'll take you to the nearby observation deck later. Then we'll go to the night market. After that year, I haven't had the chance to go to the night market since then. There was a hint of nostalgia in Chen Ji's voice. Zhong Hao's heart skipped a beat. Luhuatu Park, the night market. Both places were filled with memories. That year, they sneaked out to the night market. Eating snacks from street vendors and watching street circuses, Chen Ji smiled like a child. At that time, they didn't know what the future would bring. The next day, his agent came to him. Thinking about that contract and those words, they still hurt. For Chen Ji's sake, you know what to do. The agent's words are still ringing in my ears. At the time, he chose to back down. He believed his agent was right. Chen Ji was about to start a solo career, and he couldn't let his relationship affect his career. But he had no idea that 6 months later, one of his songs would become a nationwide hit. Fate is such an irony. Okay, I'll do as you say. He forced a smile. The cruise ship moved steadily on the sea, seagulls circling the side. Zhong Hao glanced at Chen Ji quietly, then quickly looked away. He knew he had to keep his distance. He couldn't let her misunderstand him, and he couldn't let history repeat itself. Even though he still had that feeling in his heart. Even though he wanted to tell her how much he regretted his choice back then, they were no longer the same people they were back then. This was just a variety show. After getting off the boat, the two walked along the beach. Shinji walked in front, stopping from time to time to take pictures. Zhong Hao followed behind, keeping a safe distance. Do you still remember that year in Luhuatu Park? Chen Ji suddenly asked. Zhong Hao paused. How could he not remember? That was where they first kissed. Under the setting sun, Chen Ji's lips were soft and had a hint of sweetness. I remember, he said softly, but it's all in the past. Shinji turned around, her eyes gleaming. Is it really over? Zhong Hao didn't know how to answer. He looked into Shinji's eyes, which contained too many emotions that he couldn't read. We're here. He pointed to the park entrance ahead and changed the subject again. Luhuatu Park remained the same, though with more visitors than before. The two men walked up the stone steps, their every move recorded by a camera behind them. Do you know the legend of Luhuatu? Chen Ji suddenly asked. Yes. It said that a hunter chased a white deer to the edge of a cliff. The deer looked back, and the hunter was moved by its eyes and put down his bow and arrow. And then? Later, the white deer transformed into a fairy and fell in love with the hunter. Zhong Hao paused, but this is just a legend. Chen Ji smiled, yes, it's just a legend. But sometimes, if you look back, you may find a different scenery. Zhong Hao was silent. He understood what Shinji meant, but he couldn't respond. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare. When they reached the observation deck, the sunset was just right. Tourists were taking out their phones to take pictures, but the two of them stood in a corner, staring at the sea in the distance. Let's take a picture. Shinji suggested. Chapter 22, Date with Chen Ji Part 2. Zhong Hao hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It was necessary for the show, after all. The two stood at the railing, keeping a polite distance. Come closer, the cameraman reminded. Zhong Hao took a stiff step towards Shinji. The fragrance of Shinji's hair wafted over him, making him feel a little dazed. The moment the flash came on, he seemed to be back to that evening 5 years ago. The night market was bustling with activity. The aroma of various snacks mingled together, whetting people's appetites. Chen Ji was like a curious child, walking and stopping, looking at everything new. Do you remember what our favorite food was? She asked. Grilled squid. Zhong Hao blurted out. Yes, this is it. Chen Ji pointed to a stall. Let's go buy one. Zhong Hao followed her over. The owner, an elderly man, smiled knowingly upon seeing them. Young couple, are you here to buy grilled squid? No. Zhong Hao subconsciously wanted to explain. Yes. Shinji answered first and winked at the boss. Zhong Hao stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say. Chen Ji took the grilled squid, tore off a piece and handed it to him. Try it, does it taste the same as before? He mechanically took it and put it in his mouth. The familiar taste spread in his mouth, with a hint of bitterness. Is it delicious? Shinji looked at him expectantly. Yeah. He nodded. Same as before. Chen Ji smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. That's good. They continued walking forward and passed by a stall selling balloons. Shinji stopped and looked at the colorful balloons. Would you like to buy one? Zhong Hao asked. Shinji shook her head. No, I just remembered the past. Zhong Hao also remembered that they had bought a balloon here before, a red heart-shaped balloon. Later, the balloon accidentally flew away, and Shinji was sad for a long time. Time flies. Shinji said softly, 5 years. Zhong Hao didn't know what to say. Yeah, it had been 5 years. That night 5 years ago, they'd been walking through the night market just like that. Back then, they'd thought they could be together forever. Do you regret it? Shinji suddenly asked. Zhong Hao's heart skipped a beat. What are you regretting? I regret my choice. He was silent. He had asked himself this question countless times. Every time he heard Shinji's new songs or saw her interviews, he asked himself the same question. At this moment, the phone rang. Zhong Hao felt as if he had been granted amnesty and quickly took out his phone, as if it were a life-saving straw. You answer it. Chen Ji was very generous. Hello, let's talk tonight. Just send the quote to my email. Zhong Hao ended the call briefly, fearing that he would miss some important information if he said one more word. The music platform wants to discuss copyright with you. Shinji turned around with a probing look in her eyes. Yeah, that song was well received last night. Zhong Hao subconsciously smiled smugly, but soon stopped smiling. Shinji was looking at him with a strange look. Suddenly, she noticed another side of Zhong Hao and immediately adjusted her mood. Zhong Hao felt a wave of fear, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. This song had been automatically pushed to him by the system. He wasn't some artistic young man, much less a talented musician. He was just an ordinary person, the kind who longed for an ordinary life. At this time, a soft questioning voice came from behind. Beauty, could you please take a picture for me? A couple suddenly called out to them. I'll do it. Zhong Hao practically jumped over and grabbed the camera. Finally, he had a chance to show off his good character. Handsome guy, move a little to the left. Yes, just like that. Smile. He gave instructions seriously, trying to use work to cover up his inner panic. Thank you, it's your turn now. The girl enthusiastically pulled Shinji towards the stone. Zhong Hao was dumbfounded. What was going on? He stood there, feeling like a wooden man. Come on, while there's no one around. The girl raised her camera with a mischievous smile on her face. Zhong Hao had no choice but to cooperate, and stood on either side of the stone with Shinji. But in his heart, he was madly complaining, what the hell is going on? Handsome guy, come closer, yes, just like that. The girl kept adjusting the angle. The sound of shutter clicks echoed incessantly. Zhong Hao felt like crying, but he couldn't even cry. All he wanted to ask the system now was, how can I express, I don't have that kind of feelings for you without hurting the other person? Waiting online, very urgent. Okay, that's enough. Zhong Hao quickly stopped the girl who wanted to continue taking pictures. You two are such a perfect match. The girl said sincerely, with a sincere light in her eyes. Zhong Hao smiled awkwardly, thinking that this was a huge misunderstanding. His eyes wandered, not daring to look at Shinji's expression. Let's go take a look in front. He quickly changed the subject, fearing that the other party would say something even more embarrassing. Yeah. Shinji nodded, a faint smile on her face. That smile made Zhong Hao even more uneasy. Zhong Hao sighed inwardly. How could he resolve this misunderstanding? If he explained it directly, it would seem he was being too self-indulgent. But if he didn't, the misunderstanding would only deepen. There seems to be a performance ahead. Shinji pointed to the distance and said with a hint of anticipation in her voice. Let's go take a look. Zhong Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a way out. As he followed the crowd, Zhong Hao's mind was in a mess. System, oh system, you've screwed me over. Zhong Hao walked in front, occasionally stealing glances at Shinji behind him. Her expression was serious and focused, as if she was thinking about something. Zhong Hao. Shinji suddenly called him. R. He responded subconsciously, with a hint of panic in his voice. What's on your mind? Nothing. Zhong Hao stuttered. Are you thinking about that song? Shinji's voice was very soft, but it seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. That's about the same. Zhong Hao was vague, feeling very guilty. That song is really touching. Chen Ji said softly, it made me see a different side of you. Zhong Hao panicked even more. This misunderstanding was only getting bigger and bigger. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know where to begin. He couldn't just say it was a gift from the system, could he? At this time, the performance in front of him started, which saved his life. Cheerful folk music sounded, and the dancers on the stage were wearing colorful costumes and dancing to the rhythm. The two stood on the outskirts of the crowd, watching the folk dance on the stage. Zhong Hao was distracted, his mind preoccupied with thinking of a solution. This matter needed to be resolved quickly, otherwise it would be a serious problem. But how should I start? He stole a glance at Chen Ji, who was watching the performance intently. Her profile looked exceptionally gentle, her long hair fluttering gently in the wind, and she seemed enveloped in a faint halo. Zhong Hao quickly averted his gaze. This was unpleasant to watch. The more he looked, the more confused he became. After the performance, the audience applauded enthusiastically, and Zhong Hao's heartbeat was clearly audible amid the applause. Let's go sit over there for a while. Shinji pointed to the bench next to her, where she could see the whole bay. Okay. Zhong Hao nodded mechanically. He followed her, his heart pounding. Being alone in this atmosphere was too dangerous. The sea breeze blew gently, bringing with it the scent of flowers, adding a touch of ambiguity. Actually, Shinji was about to speak. That, Zhong Hao said at the same time. They were both stunned for a moment. The air seemed to freeze. You speak first. You go first. They spoke at the same time again. The two smiled at each other. Chapter 23, Date with Chen Ji Part 3. The sound of waves could be heard in the distance, and the laughter of tourists could be heard nearby. The sea breeze ruffled Shinji's hair, and she gently tucked it behind her ear. This small action made Zhong Hao's heart skip a beat. In a trance, he seemed to be back in school 10 years ago. At that time, Chen Ji stood in front of the French window of the dance studio, the sunlight dancing on her body through the glass. She was wearing a white training suit and doing basic exercises seriously. Sweat flowed down her neck, but she still maintained an elegant posture. Back then, school life was simple and beautiful. Every morning, they would meet on the playground, she to the dance studio, he to the vocal studio. Occasionally, he would deliberately take the longer route just to see her a few more times. Sometimes she would notice his gaze, smile at him, then lower her head and walk away quickly, with a faint blush on the tips of her ears. Do you think love at first sight really exists? Chen Ji suddenly looked up and asked him, interrupting his recollection. Zhong Hao was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile. Let me know. The words were so perfunctory that even he felt they were fake. What love at first sight? After so many years in the entertainment industry, he had long since stopped believing in such things. But now, while recording a show and wearing a microphone, he couldn't say such things. What kind of fantasy do you have about love? Shinji asked again, looking at him with burning eyes. Zhong Hao was silent for a moment and said, live a peaceful life. This was true, he truly believed it. After so many years in the entertainment industry, he had long since seen through their hypocrisy. Rather than pursuing passionate love, it was better to live a simple and ordinary life. Har har, that's great. Chen Ji said with a smile, but the smile did not reach her eyes. What about you? What are you thinking? May we have years to look back upon, and grow old together with deep affection. The words were spoken in an artistic manner, but Zhong Hao could hear the deeper meaning behind them. He glanced calmly at the film crew not far away. Jiangzi was rubbing his hands excitedly, signaling the photographer to give them a close-up. Zhong Hao looked at Shinji's expectant eyes, and felt a surge of irritation in his heart. He knew what Shinji was waiting for, but he couldn't respond. What happened 10 years ago should have been over long ago. Har, that's great. He chuckled and changed the subject. This must be the most famous check-in spot for internet celebrities here. Come on, let me leave you a souvenir. Chen Ji's eyes darkened, as if covered with a layer of mist. She pursed her lips, said nothing, and walked silently towards the sculpture. Zhong Hao pretended not to notice and raised his phone to take pictures. In his mind, he was calling out to the system, can you exchange something useful for me now? Host's chance of redemption is 0. A cold mechanical sound rang out. Damn, aren't we doing a good thing? Host's chance of redemption is zero. No way, there's no such thing as a big or small act of kindness. Even the smallest good deed is worth doing. Don't you even understand this? Host's chance of redemption is zero. Fuck, can you please get to the point? Is there any way to get back on my feet? The system senses the host's sincerity and will automatically give more opportunities. You bastard. Zhong Hao couldn't help but curse in his heart. This rotten system, does it really mean he has to jump into the river to save someone like last time? But this kind of thing, how can you just happen to it? As he took photos, he recalled the last time he had a chance to redeem his account. That day, a girl suddenly fell into the water. Without a second thought, he jumped in to save her, and ended up catching a cold for a week. But the system gave him another chance to redeem his account, and he exchanged it for a variety show resource, which instantly boosted his popularity several notches. Are you okay? Shinji's voice brought him back to reality. All right, all right. He quickly put his phone away. Do you want to see it? Shinji shook her head, no need. As the lights come on, the city becomes bustling with activity. Shall we find something to fill our stomachs? Zhong Hao took out his cell phone to search. Chen Ji's voice was a little cold, let's go drink. Drinking. Zhong Hao glanced at Jiang Zi and the others not far away. The production team nodded in agreement. They found a folk pub and ordered some food and drinks. There were already quite a few customers inside, and the owner, holding a guitar, sang Nan Shan Nan on stage, creating a lively atmosphere. In the dim light, no one noticed the two celebrities sitting in the corner. Eat something, don't keep drinking, it's not good for your stomach. Zhong Hao put a piece of pizza in front of Shinji. She had been drinking since she came in. Although it was a sweet wine with a low alcohol content, drinking on an empty stomach was not good for the stomach. Remember those times when we sneaked into the bar? Chen Ji took a bite of pizza but couldn't swallow it. I remember. Zhong Hao nodded, feeling bitter in his heart. That was shortly after they met. That night, Chen Ji said she wanted to go to a bar, so he went with her. She was curious about everything, looking around like a child. He was afraid she would get drunk, so he secretly replaced all the alcohol with soft drinks. Back then, you looked like a curious baby, wanting to try your luck at everything. Shinji continued, her voice a little drunken. I wanted to drink some wine, but it all turned into water. You said you should protect your voice now, wait until I become awesome. Zhong Hao looked at Chen Ji, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. He knew that Chen Ji still remembered those things. But now, they could no longer go back. Back then, they were still students, young and frivolous, unsure of what the future would hold. They agreed to work hard together and carve out a niche in the entertainment industry, but reality proved cruel. Chen Ji continued to drink, her cheeks gradually flushing. Her eyes were a little blurry, but she kept her gaze fixed on Zhong Hao. The singer on the stage changed to Ordinary Road, and her deep voice echoed in the bar. Do you remember the first time we met? Zhong Hao broke the silence, with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Chen Ji raised her head, her eyes slightly dazed. I lost my meal card downstairs in the trainee dormitory. Yes, I happened to be passing by that day. Zhong Hao smiled. You know what? At that time, the rumor in the boys' dormitory was that if someone could marry you, they would be very lucky. They would have to endure at least 20 to 30 years of hardship. Don't give me that. Shinji shook her head slightly, but a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth. Zhong Hao looked at her smile and felt as if he were transported back to that summer. She'd hurried past the trainee dormitory corridor, her music sheet clutched in her arms, her long hair a faint golden hue in the sunlight. Back then, she was the goddess of every boy's heart, and he was just the lucky guy who'd stumbled upon her meal card. Actually, you're the real idol, okay? Chen Ji suddenly said. At that time, almost all the girls had your contact information. Zhong Hao was stunned for a moment. No way, I was just lazy at that time, thinking about how to skip training every day. Really? A sly look flashed in Chen Ji's eyes. Then why do I always see you in the practice room? Zhong Hao rubbed his nose awkwardly after his secret was exposed. Indeed, back then, he always found various excuses to go to the practice room just to see her more. After 3 rounds of drinks, the topic gradually turned to the relationship that ended in failure. At that time, Chen Ji's voice suddenly became choked, your agent came to me and said that you asked her to apologize. Zhong Hao's hand trembled violently and the wine almost spilled. She threatened me with the contract, saying that the company would report your relationship and that you were going to debut solo. Shinji lowered her head, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Don't let me become a stumbling block for you. What? Zhong Hao stood up suddenly, and the chair made a sharp sound on the ground. I never let her. Chapter 24, Date with Chen Ji Part 4. Halfway through his words, he suddenly remembered something and fell back heavily into his chair. Your agent told me the same thing. They both fell silent. It turned out that their breakup was an elaborate scam. Chen Ji wiped her eyes and said, forget it, it's all in the past. She forced a smile and said, but, do you still remember the song you promised to write for me? Seeing her forced smile, Zhong Hao felt a pang of pain in his heart. He quietly took out his phone, logged into a charity platform, and transferred 10,000 yuan. Dog system, come out. The host is here. A familiar mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Can I exchange resources now? Host's chance of redemption is 0. Zhong Hao was a little anxious. How can I exchange it? Only events that are truly relevant to their host can trigger rewards. The system's cold voice sounded. Zhong Hao suddenly had an idea. What if I donate all the proceeds from my last song to charity? Bite. When you are alive, you should do more good things. Careful planning will always lead to good results. System monitoring, their host has not profited from resources, and the reward opportunity will be regenerated. Zhong Hao finally understood the system's purpose. It wasn't about making him earn money by selling resources, but rather about gaining greater fame through this method. He looked at Chen Ji, and a sudden impulse to create surged in his heart. It was not for show or bravado, nor was it just out of momentary anger, but simply to make this girl he once loved deeply smile sincerely. Give me the best creative inspiration. Zhong Hao said silently in his heart. The system's voice sounded again. Ding! Their host's sincere creative intention has been detected. Special reward, perfect creative state, lasting 24 hours. Zhong Hao felt a sudden influx of inspiration in his mind, as if thousands of musical notes were dancing. He took out his phone and quickly opened the recording software. Wait for me, he said to Shinji, then closed his eyes and began to hum. Zhong Hao sat in front of a piano, and the melodious melody sounded in the bar, and Shinji was stunned. Zhong Hao's voice was gentle and affectionate. Chen Ji's tears flowed uncontrollably. All the memories that had been buried by time came flooding back. Inspiration poured out of him like a spring, and Zhong Hao finished the song almost in one go. When the last note fell, their whole bar fell silent. This song is for you, Zhong Hao said softly. Chen Ji raised her head, and through her tearful eyes, she saw the boy who had once smiled foolishly at her in the practice room. Thank you, she whispered, a genuine smile finally forming on her lips. Just then, Zhong Hao's phone suddenly rang. It was his agent calling. Zhong Hao, are you crazy? Donate all the proceeds from the new song to charity. The agent's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, I think this is good. Zhong Hao replied calmly. Do you know how much money this song can make? The company. As night falls, the living room of Heartbeat House becomes bustling with activity. Warm yellow light shone on everyone's face, illuminating expressions of anticipation and excitement. Yarnshu sat in the center, the air of a storyteller. Dressed in a dark casual suit, his every gesture exuded the aura of a director. As a director who was once an award-winning actor, the young people present were fascinated by his every word. Their gazes, both obvious and subtle, kept wandering over him, afraid to miss any detail. Xiao Jun and Tong Qian, sitting on either side, had admiration in their eyes. Tong Qian looked youthful and pretty in a pink dress, while Xiao Jun looked energetic in his sportswear. Zhang Wenbo and Lin Xian also pricked up their ears, exchanging glances from time to time. They both knew how rare it was to receive guidance from director Yarn. Liu Mian sat a little further away, occasionally flashing a meaningful smile. Her eyes swept across everyone's face, as if observing something interesting. Chen Yuyuan and Zhu Shilin huddled on a sofa, one listening intently, the other absent-minded. Zhu Shilin's fingers flicked across her phone screen, a thoughtful expression now and then. The living room was filled with the faint aroma of coffee, and several thermoses were neatly placed on the coffee table. The wall clock ticked, as if timing this conversation. Uncle Yang, what kind of movie do you think I'm suitable for? Tong Qian asked, blinking her eyes, her voice filled with undisguised anticipation. She leaned forward slightly, her hands folded on her knees, looking eager to learn. Yang Shu pretended to look her over, his gaze lingering on her face for a few seconds. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa, thinking secretly in his mind. This girl is indeed adorable. Should she send some flirtatious signals during the show? Even though there's a 10-year age difference, that's not a big deal in the entertainment industry, right? Besides, there must be a lot of viewers watching in the live broadcast room right now. Xiao Qian, Yang Shu cleared his throat, his tone carrying a hint of elder's kindness. With your current age and temperament, you are most suitable to play the role of an innocent girl. He paused, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. Like a campus romance or something like that. I think you still need some experience. Don't rush it. Tong Qian pouted, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes, but didn't Sister Shalin also play the leading role in a movie when she was my age? Her fingers twisted unconsciously together. She had already agreed to a movie, but it fell through for some reason. If she could get director Yang's favor on the show, maybe she could get better resources. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Several people exchanged glances quietly, and they all noticed the hint of jealousy in Tong Qian's words. I've got a suggestion for you. Yang Shu looked around and realized that everyone, except Zhu Shilin, who was playing with her phone, was listening intently. He felt incredibly appreciated for the feeling of being admired. His voice rose slightly. Keep a normal mind. Everyone has their own characteristics. Some are better suited to the big screen, while others are more suitable for the small screen. At this point, he deliberately glanced in Zhu Shilin's direction and said, take Shilin for example, she has the typical movie face. Although her skin isn't very white, it's very clean, making her particularly attractive on the big screen. Her bone structure is exceptional, and her aura is simply amazing. No matter what she does, she remains very stable. The proportions of her facial features are also just right. A little more would make her look fatter, a little less would make her look thinner. This is why directors love to use her as the female lead. Wow, I'm so envious. Tong Qian led the applause. Although she still felt that she was prettier than Zhu Shilin, she had to admit that she did have a special aura. The others applauded, and the applause echoed throughout the living room. Only Zhu Shilin remained immersed in her phone, seemingly oblivious to everything around her. Lin, Director Yang is praising you. Chen Yuan nudged her best friend who was wearing headphones. She leaned over and saw Zhu Shilin repeatedly playing the video of Zhong Hao singing yesterday. In the video, Zhong Hao sat at the piano, his slender fingers dancing on the keys. A gentle singing voice came through the headphones, making Zhu Shilin's mouth curl up unconsciously. What did Brother Yang say just now? Zhu Shilin hurriedly took off her headphones, a blush of embarrassment on her face. Chapter 25 Small Talk. The whole audience burst into laughter, mixed with teasing and good-natured jokes, but Yang Shu's expression was already a little unnatural. The barrage in the live broadcast room also exploded. It seems that Yang Shu, the old fox, has set his sights on Zhu Shilin. I praised you for so long, but it was all in vain. I'm dying of laughter. Lin, don't be fooled. He could be your uncle. The next role is already secured, it depends on whether Zhu Shilin will accept it. Liu Mian, watching closely from the side, understood that old Yang was playing hard to get. She shook her head slightly, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Director Yang praised your good looks and said you have a movie face. She pointed out deliberately, with a hint of teasing in her voice. No, Director Yang, you're praising me too much. I'm just an ordinary person here. Zhu Shilin quickly said modestly, but her fingers were still gently stroking the screen of her mobile phone. What are you looking at so intently? Lin Xian asked casually. As a couple arranged by the production team, he felt obliged to show some concern. His eyes flickered vaguely to Zhu Shilin's phone screen. Nothing. Zhu Shilin quickly put away her phone, her movements a little flustered. She is watching a video of Zhong Hao singing. Chen Yuan said with a smile, not noticing the pleading look from her best friend. Now everyone's attention was focused on Zhu Shilin, and a subtle awkwardness filled the air. Lin Xian's face looked a little ugly, and his brows furrowed slightly. I'm just sitting here, why are you looking at other men? His fingers unconsciously clenched the armrest of the sofa. I just think his new song is well written. Zhu Shilin explained in a low voice, avoiding looking at anyone. Then she whispered to Chen Yuan, I really like it. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, but her sincerity could not be concealed. Uncle Yan, please continue. Tong Qian interrupted the topic at the right time. She was not trying to help Zhu Shilin out, she just didn't want others to always mention her brother Hao. As a die-hard fan of Zhong Hao, she was well aware of the feud between the two families. Thinking of this, she unconsciously glanced at Zhu Shilin with a complicated look in her eyes. Ahem. Yan Shu cleared his throat, mentally cursing the absent brat for daring to steal his limelight. He adjusted his sitting position, trying to regain control of the conversation. When it comes to those who are suitable for TV dramas, Yuan is a prime example. She's not called the queen of idol dramas for nothing. Brother Yan, don't say that. I'm not some big shot. Chen Yuan quickly waved her hand, a humble smile on her face. Who doesn't want to make a movie? It's just that there haven't been good opportunities. Sister Yuan, I was your biggest fan when I was in school. My notebook was full of your photos. Xiao Jun suddenly said, with a hint of shyness in his voice. Hey, Xiao Jun, you're openly confessing your feelings. Sister Yuan is so outstanding, you have to work harder. Everyone started to cheer, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Chen Yuan was amused and laughed non-stop, waving her hands repeatedly. Quiet, quiet. Yan Shu waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. He glanced around the room, making sure everyone was quiet. Where was I just now? Yes, I was talking about Yuan. He cleared his throat and put on a serious look. You and Xiao Jun are still young and have great prospects, but don't pursue things blindly. Especially when it comes to filming, you need to take your time and don't just take on roles for the sake of quick money. If your reputation collapses and your popularity among the public is gone, you'll suffer a huge loss. Remember to keep a normal mindset. This principle applies everywhere. Yan Shu finished his words, a look of pride on his face. These words were beautifully said, demonstrating both his own vision and his concern for the younger generation. He looked at the thoughtful expressions of the crowd with satisfaction. Damn, Brother Yan, aren't you making fun of me? Zhang Wenbo suddenly said, breaking the silence in the room. Everyone woke up from their chicken soup and looked at each other in bewilderment. An inexplicable awkwardness hung in the air. Zhu Shilin's fingers subconsciously tightened around her phone, a complex expression flashing across her eyes. Chen Yuan quietly patted the back of her hand, offering silent comfort. Yan Shu's expression changed, but quickly returned to normal. He coughed lightly and said, Wenbo, you're overthinking it. If you want to stay in the industry, you have to rely on your strength and steady progress. You can't be like some people who become the top star overnight and think they are the only one who can truly fall from grace. Little do they know that this will only accelerate their fall from grace. Zhang Wenbo's face finally brightened, and he said indifferently, who says it's not true? For example, someone's performance in Interstellar was purely based on resources, so didn't it quickly fade away? As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of comments surged like a tide, and messages quickly scrolled across the screen. The densely packed text was filled with ridicule and disdain for Zhong Hao. Zhong Hao's Men in Black is a classic example of a car failure. He dares to take the leading male role with this level of skill, he really doesn't know his place. Yan Shu is trying to smear me to death, but what he said is not wrong. Zhang Wenbo also stepped on it intentionally, otherwise who would remember him? Everyone in the industry knows that Zhong Hao rose to fame thanks to resources. If he doesn't have the talent, then he doesn't have the talent. Watching these comments, my knuckles unconsciously clenched. Who didn't know the inside story of what happened back then? It's just that no one dared to speak out. Those who fanned the flames behind the scenes are now pretending to be indifferent. The atmosphere in the luxurious villa's living room was suffocatingly solemn. Zhang Wenbo wore an awkward smile, but a glint of pride flickered in his eyes. He had just, accidentally, mentioned Zhong Hao's drama, deliberately rubbing salt in the wound. That's not what I meant. Zhang Wenbo laughed dryly, his right hand unconsciously fiddling with the water glass on the coffee table. I just think that play is a bit of a shame. Yan Shu put down his red wine glass and said magnanimously, there's a lot of water in this work. This guy really tried his best. Hearing him say that made me feel even more ridiculous. Why are you pretending to be so generous? Weren't you the one who started the conversation? Back then, you were the ones who were most ruthless in vilifying Zhong Hao. For a moment, no one spoke in the living room, only the faint sound of the air conditioner. Although Zhong Hao had no supporters at the moment, no one wanted to make an enemy for no reason. After all, in this industry, today's opponent could be tomorrow's partner. Zhu Shilin took a sip of red wine, her eyes twinkling. I have to tell you something, there's more to this than meets the eye. Honestly, his acting is pretty good, really good. Zhang Wenbo immediately chimed in, right, Zhong Hao did a great job, but everyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone. I looked at Tong Qian's clenched fists and knew she was standing up for her brother. His voice is absolutely top-notch, Zhu Shilin added, her fingers unconsciously stroking the rim of the wine glass. Chen Yuan chimed in, yes, his new song is really good. As she said this, her eyes glanced out the window intentionally or unintentionally, as if there was something of interest there. This guy will become a legend in the music industry sooner or later. Tong Qian couldn't help but say, with a hint of stubbornness in her voice. Liu Mian put down her phone and said lightly, you sing really well. She always speaks briefly, but it is rare to get her approval. Several of the male guests looked unhappy. Zhang Wenbo sneered, don't flatter me. You think you can become a superstar just because of one good song. Lin Xian couldn't sit still any longer and put down the snack in his hand. Qian, do you know what a true musical genius is? Chapter 26, Dignity. What is a superstar? Tong Qian asked back with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Lin Xian acted inscrutable. A music industry veteran once said that to become a true superstar, one needs at least 3 high-quality albums and at least 30 classic songs. Which of today's traffic stars doesn't rely on capital? Zhang Wenbo immediately responded, that's right, Zhong Hao has a long way to go now. As he said this, he looked at Tong Qian meaningfully. Just then, there was a commotion from the film crew. A staff member hurried over and whispered something in the director's ear. Director, Jiangzi suddenly sent a text message asking us to switch to their signal. What's wrong? The director asked with a frown. Zhong Hao wanted to sing. He said he wanted to sing a song specially written for Shinji. What? He's going to sing a new song. Director Liu Qing's voice shocked everyone in the living room. I looked at everyone's shocked expressions, a smile curling up at the corner of my mouth. Brother, let them see what true strength is. The recording studio suddenly fell silent, everyone's eyes fixed on the big screen. A subtle sense of tension filled the air, even the sound of breathing became audible. The scene switches to another one, showing Zhong Hao sitting at a piano. He's wearing a simple white shirt, his sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, his slender fingers resting lightly on the keys. The light shone on his profile, outlining a soft outline. His expression was calm, as if he was completely oblivious to everything around him. But I knew what kind of turbulent waves were hidden beneath this calmness. Tong Qian clenched her fists with excitement, her knuckles turning white. Chen Yuan unconsciously sat up straight, staring at the screen without blinking. Even Liu Mian, who had been watching from the sidelines, showed an expression of anticipation. Those who had just been mocking and scorning each other now had to hold their breath, waiting for the performance to begin. The air seemed to freeze, and time seemed to stretch out indefinitely. Shinji sat on a high stool next to the piano, her hands folded on her knees. She was wearing a light blue dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders, sheening softly under the light. I wrote this song for you. Zhong Hao's voice came through the speakers, low and gentle. It's called Dignity. The moment the piano music sounded, all the noise returned to silence. The beautiful melody flowed slowly in everyone's heart like a trickle of water. As soon as the first note fell, I knew this would be a performance that would change everything. All doubts, ridicule, and disdain would vanish in this beautiful melody. Because true strength does not need to be proven with words. It is like a star in the dark night, always shining with its own light. Zhang Wenbo's expression gradually hardened, a subtle flicker of panic in his eyes. Yarn Shu's hand trembled slightly as he put down his wine glass. He had obviously not expected Zhong Hao to create such a moving tune. Lin Xian opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unable to. His earlier remarks about being a pop superstar paled in comparison to this beautiful melody. Zhu Shilin's eyes were slightly red, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. She and Zhong Hao had a story before, but in the end, they lost to reality. Chen Yuan's eyes never left the screen, her fingers unconsciously tapping the sofa armrests to the rhythm. Those deeply buried memories seemed to resurface before her. Liu Mian put down her phone and showed a rare serious expression. As a well-known music producer in the industry, she knew the value of this song better than anyone else. Tong Qian was completely immersed in the music, with tears in her eyes. She knew how much effort her brother had put in to create such a song. The piano continues to play, each note carrying a magical power that touches the softest part of the heart. Zhang Hao's voice begins, gentle and affectionate, telling a story about dignity, dreams, and never giving up. At this moment, all doubts vanished. Because true talent and strength will never be buried. They are just waiting for the right time to shine brightly. Shinji was completely moved by the music, tears welling up in her eyes. She had never thought that she could be the inspiration for such a touching song. Tong Qian watched all this, feeling a surge of emotion. Brother, this is your strength, this is your talent. All the doubts and ridicules of the past will eventually vanish in this beautiful melody. Because truly strong people never need to prove themselves with words. They only need to work hard in silence and let their strength speak for itself. And this is the best counterattack. The crew's voices couldn't reach the live stream room, where the audience was enthusiastically discussing Lin Xian's views. Comments poured down like a waterfall, densely covering most of the screen. Zhong Hao thinks he can establish himself in the music industry with just one song, Dignity. How naive. That's right, who among the current talent show singers doesn't he know a few classic songs? I think Lin Xian is right. One song is not enough. There were arguments one after another. Some people said that a good song by Zhong Hao was nothing, some people said that the music boss mentioned by Lin Xian was making up stories, and more people were speculating why the 5 female guests all spoke up for Zhong Hao. The live feed shifted to a small tavern. Dim yellow lights enveloped the entire space, and the air was filled with the faint aroma of alcohol and tobacco. The clear singing instantly captured the attention of the diners around. The chatter gradually died down, and everyone involuntarily looked towards the stage. Some put down their chopsticks, some stopped talking, and even the waiters stopped to listen. We're all adults now, and we owe nothing to each other. We're all willing to spend time together. Tears finally welled up in her eyes, and Shinji lay on the table, crying silently. This man was too cruel, telling her in this way that everything was over. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her tears wet the tablecloth. The whole bar gradually quieted down, with only the moving singing echoing. People around took out their phones to take pictures of this scene. They didn't expect to hear such a moving song in such a place. Breaking up should be dignified. No one should say sorry. How can there be any debt? Zhong Hao sang with utter passion, each note brimming with emotion. He knew it was cruel, but it was better than a hypocritical plea for reassurance. The melodious piano music and the emotions in the lyrics seeped into everyone's heart. The comments in the live broadcast room were flooding the screen like crazy, and the dense text almost drowned the screen. This song is so heartbreaking. Can anyone tell me what song this is? I really want to download it. Look at Shinji crying like that, this song is definitely not simple. Why do I feel like this is a farewell to Shinji? In the pub, many sentimental girls had tears welling up in their eyes, as if they saw their own reflections. But Chen Ji felt as if she had been stabbed several times, her heart aching so much that she couldn't breathe. She recalled every detail of her time with Zhong Hao, and every scene was so clear it was heartbreaking. Don't let obsession ruin yesterday. I loved you, decisively and simply. The last note fell, and warm applause rang out in the tavern. Only Chen Ji was still sobbing. She finally understood that some people were destined to be just passers-by in each other's lives. Chapter 27 Good Song. The audience in the live broadcast room was still immersed in the emotion of the song, and no one noticed that the director had switched the camera to other scenes. At this moment, everyone was thinking about the gains and losses in love. In the heated discussion, some people said it was a carefully planned performance, while others said it felt real emotions. But only Zhong Hao knew that this was not a performance, but his final explanation to himself and Shinji. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room surged like a tide, and the dense text almost flooded the entire screen. What happened before? Lin burst into tears after hearing this. This visual experience is just like watching a music video. Can anyone tell me what happened? I just came in. Speculations abounded in the comments, with some suggesting that it was because Chen Ji's confession was rejected, and Zhong Hao sang Dignity. Others recalled the time when Zhong Hao first arrived. Didn't you all say that he should be decent and not piggyback on his ex's popularity? Now, there's actually a decent guy. Inside the heartbeat room, Zhong Hao's voice was perfectly conveyed through the speakers. The atmosphere in the room was so heavy it felt like water could drip out of it, and everyone was immersed in the emotions brought about by the song. Zhong Wenbo sat in a corner of the sofa, brow furrowed. He subconsciously tapped his fingers on his knees to keep time. As a professional musician, he had to admit that this was indeed a perfect piece of music. But this realization made him even more irritated, and his fingers' rhythm became chaotic. This old bastard really has a good song hidden. He cursed in his heart, but he had to admire the production level of this song. Lin Xian leaned against the wall, his eyes occasionally glancing at Zhu Shilin. Seeing her glued to the TV screen, he felt a pang of annoyance. This woman completely ignored their relationship, and just now she had been constantly defending Zhong Hao. He wanted to say something, but it felt like the wrong time to speak. Xiao Jun sat on the carpet, his hands folded across his knees. A flicker of envy flashed in his eyes, then gave way to annoyance. He'd originally been dismissive of Zhong Hao, dismissing him as just another washed-up celebrity trying to gain attention on the show. And last night's song was the classic he'd always dreamed of. If only I could create something like that, what would my transition be like? Yarn Shu leaned back on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. He had already imagined a melodramatic plot in his mind. This song would be perfect for a romantic movie. But this scene was even more exciting than the movie. Zhu Shilin sat on the sofa, her hands folded on her knees. Although she felt sympathy for Chen Ji crying like this, she felt relieved. She was really afraid that if they ended up together today, she would have no chance to make amends. This thought made her feel a little guilty. Liu Mian listened quietly to the song, her eyes a little unfocused. He was just like that. After the breakup, there was really no contact at all. He was so respectable that it was almost heartless. Memories flooded back, and she forced herself to focus on the present. Tong Qian held her cheek, staring at the screen without blinking. Brother Hao's singing was simply stunning, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Regret welled up in her heart. Why had she broken up with him then? Where could she find someone like him in the future? Chen Yuan sat in the corner, her brows furrowed. She had always thought Zhong Hao was stingy, that they couldn't even be ordinary friends. Seeing Chen Ji crying, she couldn't help but curse him in her heart, calling him a scumbag. Isn't that the standard way a scumbag speaks? But she had to admit that Zhong Hao's singing was indeed beautiful, and he was also good-looking. Simply appreciating this song was indeed great. The song, just for minutes long, plunged the living room into silence. The air was filled with an indescribable emotion, and no one wanted to disturb the tranquility. Finally, Yang Shu felt that the atmosphere was too awkward and took the initiative to speak. Har har, Zhong Hao's new song is amazing. His voice seemed to have broken some taboo, and the others seemed to have just woken up from some spell. Zhong Hao has been holding back all these years, and he actually has such a good song. Zhong Wenbo said, his face full of dissatisfaction, but there was a subtle hint of admiration in his tone. Brother Wenbo, is this song any good? Xiao Jun pressed. As the musical prodigy in the room, Zhong Wenbo's opinion carried the most weight. Zhong Wenbo rubbed his temples. Although he didn't want to admit it, he still said honestly, this song is really good. The lyrics and melody are first-rate. The arrangement is also very thoughtful, and every detail has been carefully polished. Yan Shu, does this count as Brother Hao's musical breakthrough? Tong Qian couldn't help but speak up for Zhong Hao. There was a hint of provocation in her tone, as if to ask, does the person who just stepped on her brother's face hurt now? Har har, forget it. Yan Shu felt his face flush, probably already mocking him in the comments. He thought to himself, what the hell, they are just two masterpieces at best. But saying no now would be a rift, and since he just sang another great song and everyone was celebrating, he might as well give a little compliment against his will. But two good songs isn't a lot. Zhong Hao still needs to mature musically, Yan Shu added, trying to echo his earlier sentiments. I believe he will succeed. I hope he can continue to create works like this. In the folk music tavern, Zhong Hao didn't leave the stage immediately after finishing his song. The entire hall was clamoring for another song, and the applause lasted for a long time. In the audience, Shinji cried even harder, her tears soaking the entire tissue. Zhong Hao sat there, his fingers unconsciously plucking the guitar strings, his mind talking to the system. What kind of crappy song did you choose? You call this comforting? Host, the system seems to be able to read your mind. A mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Get lost. I just want to find a way to make things clear without hurting the other person. Zhong Hao was a little annoyed. Beep beep beep. Forget it. Your emotional intelligence is indeed not as good as mine. Zhong Hao sighed. He wanted to confirm his previous thoughts. Even that unreleased song could be exchanged for a chance, so it seemed the system wasn't afraid of him defaulting on his promise. This discovery gave him a glimmer of anticipation. Brother System, I plan to donate all the royalties from this song. What do you think? He asked tentatively. Ding. A crisp reminder sound rang in my mind. Do more good deeds in life, and your kindness will always be rewarded. Zhong Hao simply ignored the nonsense. He knew full well that he had just refreshed his chance. While it wouldn't bring him any financial gain, this feature was certainly useful. For example, right now was exactly when he needed it. He took a deep breath and said silently in his heart, System, change another song, something less straightforward, I hope it can give her a little comfort. The audience was still roaring, anticipating his next song. Zhong Hao's fingers gently glided across the strings, awaiting the system's response. In that moment, he suddenly realized the power of music. It could bring tears to hearts and heal wounds. And he, in this unique position, stood. The comments in the live broadcast room are still scrolling wildly. And more. One more song. Is Brother Hao going to hold a concert? This atmosphere is amazing. I've got tissues ready. As time went by, the atmosphere in the heartbeat room gradually relaxed. Everyone waited for Zhong Hao's next choice. What song would it be? What emotional impact would it bring? No one knew the answer, but everyone waited with bated breath. At that moment, the magic of music flowed through the air, stirring everyone's emotions. Even those who were most reluctant to admit it had to admit that Zhong Hao truly possessed a unique charm. This night was destined to become an unforgettable memory. Chapter 28, Those Years. The tavern owner rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Zhong Hao on the stage. If a performance of this caliber were posted online, his shop might become an instant hit. He eagerly approached, his voice flattering, Master, how about another song? The fee is negotiable. Zhong Hao shook his head slightly, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the microphone stand. He'd already gone over the rendition of Fleeting Time in his mind. Without the cello accompaniment, it felt like it lacked some of its rich, deep timbre. The song needed that kind of rich, deep tone to perfectly capture its emotions. Do you have a double bass? He asked, his eyes scanning the instruments piled in a corner of the stage. The boss rubbed his hands, looking a little embarrassed. There's only the violin, and the musicians didn't come today. Forget it. Zhong Hao sighed secretly. With such simple conditions, he was afraid that he would not be able to perform at his best. He was about to clear his throat into the microphone when the audience suddenly became restless. Someone in the crowd shouted, It's Zhong Hao. The Zhong Hao from the dating show live. It's really him. I'm on TV. Look where the camera is. The noise grew louder and louder, and the crowd surged like boiling water. Some people squeezed forward, holding their phones, while others stood on chairs to take pictures. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Zhong Hao caught a glimpse of Jiang Zi outside the crowd, gesturing repeatedly, indicating that he should leave quickly. But in this situation, there was no way to leave. The fans in the audience were already packed, and the backstage exit was also blocked tightly. Zhong Hao took a deep breath and slowly removed his mask. He whispered into the microphone, Everyone, please be quiet. If you want to listen to the music, don't crowd. Miraculously, the bustling pub instantly fell silent. Perhaps it was because the song was so moving, the audience couldn't help but be captivated. A strange atmosphere filled the air, as if everyone was waiting for something. We're filming a show, but everyone should eat and drink. His voice was gentle but carried unquestionable power. The audience erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm undimmed. Zhong Hao gestured to the crowd in front, asking them to disperse slightly. They could take photos, but they should stay out of the way. This song wasn't for them. The fans quickly understood his intention and made way for him. The crew members were also very discerning, and the camera went straight from Zhong Hao to Shinji. The two looked at each other affectionately, and 1,000 words were left unsaid. The air seemed to freeze, and time stood still at this moment. Shinji's eyes were swollen from crying, but she still stared straight at the people on the stage. Her fingers were tightly clenched around the corner of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. Do you want to sing more? Haven't you already sung everything you need to say? Break up, be respectful, love, no regrets, respect the ending. Everything is said so cleanly and clearly, why do you need another song? Do you want to make her suffer more? The clear sound of the piano rang out, and the audience held their breath. Zhong Hao's fingers gently plucked the strings, and each note seemed to tell a story. In those horrid years, how many times have we said goodbye, yet kept putting it off? His voice was clear, and although he spoke a little quickly, each word was pronounced clearly. There was an indescribable emotion in his singing, as if he were reminiscing or confiding. Shinji was stunned. Memories of the past flooded back like a tide. So, in his eyes, this was their story. Scenes flashed through his memory, the shyness of their first meeting, the laughter during their date, the reconciliation after their argument. Everything became so beautiful in the song. It was so beautiful that it made him forget the sadness, leaving only endless nostalgia. The atmosphere in the pub grew increasingly tense. Even the waiters stopped what they were doing and listened quietly. Some secretly wiped away tears, while others clasped the hands of those around them. If I can no longer cry when we meet again, can I still pretend to be calm? The moment the chorus sounded, Shinji's tears burst forth once more. She finally understood what he was trying to say. He was telling her, if they met again, could she be as shy as she had been when they first met? If she still lingered on the past, there was no need to rush to let it go. The opposite of love isn't hate, but estrangement. This song isn't about regret, but about blessing. We wish both of us well, and even if we're separated, we can still carry on with the beautiful memories. The audience in the pub were moved by this sentiment, and many began to shed tears. Some sang along softly, while others nodded silently, as if everyone could see themselves reflected in the song. We owe each other so much that it's hard for us to separate completely. After singing the last line, Zhong Hao suddenly felt a little uneasy. This was clearly a song of farewell, so why did the last line sound like he couldn't let go? He secretly glanced at the audience, afraid someone would misunderstand. If I ever have a girlfriend in the future, she won't give me trouble because of this line of lyrics, right? He muttered to himself, but couldn't help laughing. The audience erupted in applause. Even on such a simple stage, he was able to perform flawlessly. Mixed in with the applause were cheers and cheers. Some shouted, "One more song," and others exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Zhong Hao put down his guitar and bowed to the audience. The audience separated, each eager to see what would happen next. After all, teen dramas all play out this way. After the male lead sings a love song, it's time to pursue the female lead. He walked down the stairs, his steps unhurried. Fans around him held their breath, afraid to miss a single detail. The air was thick with anticipation and tension, and even the cameras were discreetly adjusting their angles. The live stream was flooded with comments, with viewers holding their breath, anticipating what would happen next. The comments were filled with speculation and anticipation, with some predicting a tender embrace, others a romantic kiss, and even a bold prediction of a surprise proposal. However, reality is always unexpected. Zhong Hao walked to the table, took Shinji's hand, turned around and rushed out. His movements were quick and decisive, without any hesitation. Shinji was startled by this sudden move and stumbled to keep up with his pace. The staff behind him were frantically chasing after him, shouting, "Make way," as they ran. The camera shook violently during the chase, and the shaking picture was dizzying. "Hurry up! Don't let them run away," the director shouted urgently into the walkie-talkie. The diners in the restaurant stared at the scene in amazement, some took out their phones to film it, others whispered to each other and discussed it. The waiters looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The camera turned and the scene cut back to their heartbeat house. The barrage of comments exploded instantly, and the dense comments almost covered the entire screen. Zhong Hao ran away after singing, "What a playful guy. The plot is not right, what happened next? Can someone explain the song I just sang? It was too fast and I couldn't hear it clearly. What kind of magical plot is this? Did the director team fail to keep up?" Zhong Hao looked at the constantly refreshing messages on his phone, his lips curled up slightly. These audience reactions were within his expectations. He held Shinji's hand and felt her slight trembling. "I'm sorry," he whispered, "I just didn't want them to bother us." Chenji looked up at him, tears still in her eyes. "Will this affect the recording of the program?" Zhong Hao shook his head slightly. "It's okay. It'll actually make the show better." He paused. "Besides, there are some things I only want to say to you." Chapter 29 Free Release. The atmosphere in the Heartbeat Hut became subtle. Tong Qian turned to look at Zhang Wenbo with a hint of provocation in her eyes. "Brother Wenbo, what do you think of Brother Hao's song?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her tone, as if she was hinting at something. Zhang Wenbo's fingers drummed unconsciously on the table, his expression stiff. He took a deep breath and tried to sound calm. "This song is really good. Both the melody and the lyrics are excellent. The string arrangement is just right, and the overall atmosphere is perfectly rendered." He paused and continued, "The rhyme treatment of the lyrics is particularly important. The rhyme runs throughout the entire song, maintaining both unity and variety. Every word is truly a gem." As he said this, his knuckles had turned white, and he was obviously suppressing some emotion. Liu Mian suddenly spoke, with a hint of sadness in her voice. "This song is really beautiful. I envy Chen Ji a little after listening to it." Her eyes were a little dazed, as if she was lost in some memories. Zhu Shilin sat off to the side, absent-mindedly fiddling with her cup. The ice had melted, and the tea had long since lost its original temperature. Chen Yuan noticed her friend's annoyance and gently nudged her arm. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, nothing." Zhu Shilin forced a smile, but the emotion in her eyes was unconcealable. Her fingers unconsciously traced the rim of the cup, her gaze wandering into space. Chen Yuan glanced at her thoughtfully. "Could it be that you really have feelings for him?" These words were like a stone dropped into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, then a look of understanding appeared on their faces. A subtle awkwardness hung in the air. "I just admire him very much," Zhu Shilin whispered, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. "Come on," Chen Yuan joked, "your opponent is Shinji, and she is your first love." There was a hint of sarcasm in her words, but also a hint of kind reminder. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Yang Shu quickly changed the subject. Yuan, haven't you worked with Zhong Hao before? Why do you seem unfamiliar with each other?" "That's all in the past," Chen Yuan smiled. "We haven't been in touch since we finished filming A Smile is a Lure. Her tone was flat, as if she was telling a story that had nothing to do with her. Meanwhile, Zhong Hao and Shinji had already arrived at the hotel's rooftop. The night breeze blew gently, and the city lights in the distance shone brightly, like stars scattered across the world. "Do you remember our past?" Zhong Hao leaned on the railing, looking into the distance. Chenji nodded. "In that alley, you helped me drive away a few drunks." Her voice was soft, but with a warm smile. "I had just arrived at BJ and had nothing," Zhong Hao said. "But I remember you saying, 'I believe I can succeed.'" Shinji looked at his profile, the outline of which was particularly clear under the moonlight. "Because I can see that you are different from others." Zhong Hao turned his head and looked at her seriously. "Chen Ji, I wrote this song specifically for you. Every word and every note is what I want to say to you." Chen Ji's eyes were red again. "I know, I understand everything." Late at night, Zhong Hao lay on his bed in a 5-star hotel, finally able to take care of his own affairs. The light from his phone screen shone on his tired face, and the dense stream of missed calls and emails gave him a headache. Most of them were invitations to collaborate with major music companies, some offering sky-high prices, some promising the best resources, and others offering their full support for his creative work. He directly dialed the number of Mr. Ma of Puppy Music. "Teacher Zhang, you finally called back." The other party's voice was full of excitement. "Our company is willing to offer the most generous conditions." "Mr. Ma," Zhang Hao interrupted him directly, "I've made up my mind. I plan to release it as an independent musician. I'll send you the full version in a few days." "This." The person on the other end of the phone was visibly stunned. "Teacher Zhang, you should know that signing with a company can bring you more resources and exposure." "No thanks," Zhang Hao said firmly, "I just want to release it for free, not sign an exclusive agreement." "Teacher Zhang, we can discuss the terms." "That's it." I still need to call other platforms. Zhong Hao hung up the phone decisively and started contacting other music platforms. He knew full well that free music could also generate revenue, with advertising fees and royalties bringing in a significant amount. But none of that mattered to him, because the money never belonged to him in the first place. This song, from beginning to end, was written for just one person. The phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Shinji. Are you asleep? Not yet, Zhong Hao replied, I'm dealing with some things. Thank you for what happened today. You're welcome, Zhong Hao thought for a moment and added, you deserve the best. After sending the message, he was about to put down his phone when Gao Xiaolan's profile picture popped up. He rubbed his sore eyes and casually opened the message. Are you on her now? Seeing this ambiguous ellipsis, Zhong Hao's lips curled up into a smile unconsciously. He leaned against the headboard of the bed, his finger tapping on the screen. Just arrived at the hotel. Then I won't bother you anymore, good night Tilda. The reply came so quickly that Zhong Hao didn't react for a moment. When he understood the implication behind Gao Xiaolan's words, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. He was about to explain when he received another series of messages. Stop pretending, I understand everything. The interaction between you two on the show is so sweet. And the lyrics you wrote are so sentimental, like Broken Lotus Roots and How Can I Cherish Her? Who can't tell that you're thinking about her? Zhong Hao rubbed his temples. This girl's imagination was too strong. He sat up straight, his fingers rapidly tapping the screen. What are you thinking about? We don't live under the same roof. After not seeing you for a few years, how come you have become so dirty? TSK, who would believe that? Gao Xiaolan sent an eye-rolling expression. The hotel's air conditioning whirred. Zhong Hao stared at the flashing neon lights outside the window, feeling a pang of helplessness. He took a deep breath and typed, Sister, your reading comprehension skills are truly impressive. Even elementary school students can't match them. That song talks about the pure emotions of youth, as beautiful and unforgettable as first love. After posting this, he paused and continued, even if time passes, that feeling will always remain in my heart. Missing out is a permanent regret, and regret may be the most perfect ending. This is a comfort written for her, understand? You're just making excuses. Gao Xiaolan immediately replied, the whole internet is rooting for you too. Who wouldn't want you to be together? Zhong Hao shook his head helplessly, his finger sliding across the screen. Oh my god, don't tell me you're also starting to support this couple? This is just for show, don't take it seriously. Keep pretending. Gao Xiaolan sent a series of emojis. Without unforgettable feelings, how could you write such a moving song? The lights in the room were a bit glaring, so Zhong Hao dimmed them. He rubbed his sore eyes and sighed inwardly. He had dealt with similar conversations countless times in the past few days. Everyone was speculating about the relationship between him and Shinji, as if he would be letting the audience down if he didn't. Music itself is a form of artistic expression, but that doesn't mean I have to be there in person. He paused, then added, besides, this song was purely improvised on the spot. Go ahead and blow it, it's free anyway. Chapter 30 Recording Songs. Seeing this teasing reply, Zhong Hao suddenly became interested. You don't believe it, right? Then I'll write you a song right now. He clicked on the voice call and silently communicated with the system in his mind. System, I'm willing to use all the proceeds from that previous song for charity. What do you think? Ding. The system's response came quickly. Zhong Hao's lips curled up slightly. Give me a song that praises brotherhood. He felt that positioning himself as a male best friend was a bit ambiguous, and that calling himself a brother was more appropriate. Clearing his throat, he began to sing, My good brother, if you have any troubles in your heart, please tell me. Stop, stop, stop. Gao Xiaolan's voice suddenly exploded from the receiver. Zhong Hao, I'm almost getting calluses from listening to your songs. Before he could finish his words, the call was disconnected. Zhong Hao froze in his tracks, staring blankly at the phone screen. What kind of person is this? He's offering his own free performance and yet is still disgusted. His taste is truly unique. As the night deepened, the neon lights outside the window still flickered. Zhong Hao lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The songs the system gave him were indeed moving, but was this really what he wanted? He was just a tool, fulfilling the system's mission. But now, everyone was scrutinizing his every move, trying to find clues. The next morning, Zhong Hao didn't return to the island with the others. He had to record the song he'd promised the system the night before. Even though he was just a tool, he had to keep his promise. When we arrived at the recording studio, the whole building was in an uproar. "Teacher Zhang, please sign your name." "Teacher Zhang, let's take a photo together." "Teacher Zhang, I wish you and Shinji happiness." Looking at the swarm of fans, Zhong Hao felt a bit lost. Only 3 songs had already become this popular. Was this what they called going viral? He forced a smile and dealt with the enthusiastic fans one by one. Inside the studio, the air conditioning was cranked up high. Zhong Hao sat in the recording chair, put on his headphones, and began to work. With a complete arrangement provided by the system, the recording went smoothly. In the evening, he was lying on a soft chair to rest, and a sound engineer couldn't help but come over. "Teacher Zhang, I want to ask." The sound engineer glanced at the camera next to him and lowered his voice. "Chen Ji and Chen Yuan, who do you like more?" "What?" Zhong Hao was confused. It was okay if it was just Chen Ji, but why was Yuan involved? "It's Chen Ji and Chen Yuan. Which one do you like?" The sound engineer thought he didn't hear clearly, so he repeated it again, with a gossipy gleam in his eyes. Zhong Hao glanced at the cameraman silently recording and sighed inwardly. Why are these people so gossipy? Is the variety show so good that even the staff are immersed in it? He stood up and straightened his clothes. "Sorry, I have to go to the bathroom." In the corridor, Zhong Hao leaned against the wall and pulled out his phone. The screen displayed more than a dozen unread messages, mostly gossip about him, Shinji, and Chen Yuan. He casually scrolled through the messages and suddenly saw one from Gao Xiaolan. "Hey, last night's song was a bit corny, but it was pretty interesting. When will the full version be out?" Zhong Hao smiled and replied, "Let's talk about it after I finish recording this song." He put down his phone and took a deep breath. The man in the mirror looked a little tired, but he had to continue recording. This was his life now, trying to find a balance between the system and reality, walking the fine line between truth and performance. Back in the studio, he put his headphones back on. The moment the music started, all his worries seemed to fade away. At least here, he could still be himself, even if he was just a tool singing for the system. Zhong Hao's mental state is not very good due to the continuous high-intensity recording, but what makes him more annoyed than the physical fatigue are these endless questions. Are you and her really just ordinary friends? The sound engineer's eyes flashed with gossip, and his tone was a little tentative. Zhong Hao sighed softly. This was already the 3rd person who had asked him this question today. "You didn't misunderstand me, did you? She and I are really just friends." Even he felt a little guilty after saying this. The sound engineer's probing gaze made him feel uncomfortable. He'd been asked this kind of question too many times recently. He didn't know if it was arranged by the production team, but no matter what he said, it would definitely be used in the editing. But he didn't expect that the person he was asking would be Yuan. "What exactly is the past between you and Yuan? It's all over the internet." The recording engineer continued to ask, the gossip fire in his eyes becoming more and more intense. Zhong Hao was stunned for a moment, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the table. That was all so long ago. After the broadcast of A Smile of Allure, he and Chen Yuan hadn't been in touch since. Why was someone still thinking about this now? "We are just ordinary friends. We worked together on a play at that time." He said it casually, with a hint of alienation in his tone. Of course, she couldn't tell the truth. The breakup at that time was so embarrassing. She made it clear that we were all in the entertainment industry, and actors should act. Love was fake, feelings were fake, everything was just a show. At the time, I was newly famous and filming my first costume idol drama. I was so young and impulsive. Thinking about it now, I feel ashamed that I took the emotions in the drama so seriously. Let me listen to the recording. If it's okay, send me a copy. Zhong Hao decisively ended the topic. He really didn't want to continue. Even the recording engineer was gossiping about him. It seemed like he was really famous. Walking out of the studio, the sun was so blindingly bright that Zhong Hao put on his sunglasses and walked quickly to the parking lot. His new assistant was already waiting in the car, and when he saw him approaching, he quickly opened the door. "Brother Hao, the things on the internet." "I understand." Zhong Hao waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to continue. The car slowly drove away from the recording studio, and Zhong Hao leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. But various images kept flashing through his mind. Those past events that he thought he had long forgotten were now as clear as yesterday. Back at the hotel, he opened Weibo. His old account had long been abandoned, so he had applied for a new one. He wanted to see what was going on. The #1 trending search is, Chen Yuan is a mistress. It wasn't him, it wasn't Chen Ji, and it wasn't the 2 songs he just released. Clicking on the trending searches, the most popular one was a rumor. It said that a former trainee friend of Shinji had revealed that Chen Yuan's involvement led to the breakup between Shinji and Zhong Hao. Zhong Hao's headache got worse when he looked at the screenshots of the conversations. King of Melons, I have a big news to reveal. You must promise not to disclose my information. The most eye-catching couple recently, we were both trainees in the same batch. The content of the revelation was simple, saying that he and Shinji were together before their debut. Later, after filming A Smile Allure, he and Chen Yuan started dating, and she cried for a long time in the dormitory. Zhong Hao finally understood why it was so popular today. Even if it had released 3 hit songs in a row, it wouldn't have spread so quickly. But with the infidelity and the mistress plot, coupled with 2 top actresses, it was a surprise it didn't go viral. His eyes fell on the comment section. Since Chen Ji appeared on the show, she has only nodded to Chen Yuan when they first met and has never spoken to her. The two have had little interaction over the years. One sings and the other acts, how do we get them to connect? Where are their One Smile, Allure CP fans? They are back in business. I originally came here to watch some gossip, but ended up being a fan of Zhong Hao's songs. Zhong Hao is indeed a scumbag. It's fake, don't believe it. Yuan and Zhong Hao explained back then that they were just ordinary friends. Yuan also said in a live broadcast last night that the 2 of them were only working together on the drama and had no private contact. I just said I didn't contact you last night, but today I made a big mistake, har har. Chapter 31 Chen Yuan, Mistress? Zhong Hao withdrew from the topic, but he didn't expect it to be brought up again. How can they record the show now? Even if they don't admit it, the audience will still look at them with tinted glasses. There are still more than 10 days to record, and it's too tiring to keep pretending. He rubbed his sore eyes and continued to scroll down. The second most searched topic was also about him. Yao Qian, a famous art film director, commented on his new song. I stumbled across 2 songs that really struck a chord with me. I used to find someone to write the soundtrack after filming a movie, but this time, the songs reminded me of a movie. Even at this age, I'm still binging on dating variety shows like a teenager. Falling in love isn't difficult, but maintaining a relationship isn't. It's easy to miss someone you love. It might just be a matter of a little misunderstanding or confusion. Whether it is a dashing and elegant look or a youthful appearance, it is the most beautiful confession of youth. The comment section has exploded. Zhong Hao, do you understand? The director plans to bring this story to the big screen. Damn, even gossip can become movie material. These days, even art film directors are turning to traffic. Don't criticize him, please go listen to his songs first. Looking forward to it, now I am already a die-hard fan of this CP. It completely overturned my imagination of dating variety shows. A couple who are madly in love but can't be together is so real. If he wasn't deeply fascinated, Zhong Hao wouldn't be able to write such lyrics. Zhong Hao looked at the comments, his lips curled up slightly. This director really had good taste. The songs the system had given him were originally the theme songs for 2 movies. But he didn't have the energy to worry about it right now, he was too tired. The third most searched topic is finally about the show. It can be called the top dating variety show, they are serious about it. I don't know if it's the show's doing, but the buzz is skyrocketing. With hundreds of millions of hits, it would normally be the top trending topic, but compared to some explosive entertainment gossip, it can only be ranked 3rd. Zhong Hao lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His phone kept vibrating, but he was too lazy to check it. The most important thing right now was that he had to go back to his love nest tomorrow. How should I get along with the 2 of them? At this moment, the phone vibrated again. It was a message from the agent. Brother Hao, the production team called and said tomorrow's recording might have to be rescheduled. Zhong Hao frowned and replied, what's going on? It seems that Chen Ji has something urgent to do and will be arriving later. The specific time is still being coordinated. Seeing this message, Zhong Hao felt a strange sense of relief. At least he didn't have to face that awkward situation so early in the morning. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing out at the bustling streets. Night fell, neon lights flickered, and this city that never sleeps was still bustling with activity. Yet, he felt as if he were trapped in a transparent cage, able to see the outside world but unable to touch it. Suddenly, the phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar number. Zhong Hao hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. Hello. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then a familiar voice came. It's me. It's Chen Yuyuan. Zhong Hao's heart skipped a beat, and his hand trembled slightly as he held the phone. He took a deep breath and tried to sound calm. What's up? Things on the internet. Chen Yuyuan paused. We need to talk about it. There's nothing to talk about, Zhong Hao interrupted her. Let the past be the past. But I'm tired. Zhong Hao said and hung up the phone. He leaned against the window, watching the screen of his phone gradually go dark. The number was still flashing in the call log, as if reminding him of something. At this moment, a message popped up on WeChat. It was from Chen Ji. Let's chat. Zhong Hao stared at the message for a long time, and finally clicked on the dialogue box. Good. The atmosphere in the Heartbeat Hut was so heavy that it was suffocating. The air seemed to have solidified into an invisible boulder, pressing people so hard that it was hard to breathe. Chen Yuyuan sat on the sofa in the middle of the living room, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, her knuckles white from the strain. Her gaze was fixed on the LCD TV in front of her, where the video that had ensnared her in the public opinion storm was playing on a loop. The date scene between Shinji and Zhong Hao was edited to be particularly ambiguous, and the background music was full of the sweet atmosphere of love. In just a few hours, this video caused an uproar on the internet. I really don't know. Chen Yuyuan murmured to herself, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Zhu Shilin, sitting next to her, hesitated to speak. As her best friend, she naturally wanted to believe Chen Yuyuan, but the evidence before her was too hard to ignore. She stole a glance at Chen Yuyuan's profile. Her usually radiant face now looked particularly haggard. Lin, you must believe me. Chen Yuyuan suddenly turned around, her eyes red. I absolutely did not destroy anyone's feelings. How could I do such a thing? Before she could finish her words, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Even though it was live, she simply couldn't remain silent any longer. The strange looks from the other female guests made her feel uneasy, especially the fleeting suspicion in her best friend Zhu Shilin's eyes, which was heartbreaking. The barrage drifted by like snowflakes. The mistress's crying scene is really good at acting. Why are you pretending? Your character is ruined. Wait until Chen Ji comes back and see how you can still make excuses. The White Lotus's true nature is exposed. In the monitoring room, director Liu Qing stared at the backstage data, his eyes narrowing into slits with a smile. With tens of millions of users online, this blockbuster news was a ratings catalyst. The influx of new users far exceeded expectations, and the 200,000 yuan announcement fee was almost nothing compared to this effect. Keep going, he kept urging the live broadcast director, give us a few more close-ups. The atmosphere in the living room became increasingly solemn. Tong Qian sat in the corner, twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingers. She recalled every interaction with Zhong Hao and suddenly felt like a joke. Those ambiguous glances and the ambiguous attitude made her feel ironic now. Liu Mian leaned against the wall, blankly scrolling through her phone. Online comments were abuzz with conspiracy theories. Some claimed the show was staged, others that Chen Ji and Zhong Hao had planned it, and some even dug up Chen Yuyuan's past relationships. Several boys were watching with great interest, especially Xiao Jun, whose expression was uglier than if he had eaten bitter melon. I really haven't done anything to offend anyone, Chen Yuyuan repeated over and over again, tears welling in her voice. At the time, I asked him if he had a girlfriend, and he said he was single. She remembered the scene clearly. In the studio's lounge, the lights were soft and the atmosphere warm. Zhong Hao approached with 2 cups of coffee, his smile as warm as the spring sunshine. When she mustered the courage to ask that question, his eyes were sincere, not like he was lying. It was that sincerity that touched her, causing her to fall for him unknowingly during filming. If all that was a pretense, wouldn't she be the biggest joke? The door was suddenly pushed open with a sharp sound. Shinji walked in. The living room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on the tall girl, wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with a cold expression. Chen Yuyuan raised her head, her red eyes filled with accusations. In her opinion, yesterday's hints and today's revelations were all carefully planned revenge by this woman. The barrage broke out again. Finally, I've waited for the real one. There's a good show tonight. Photographer adds chicken drumstick, this close-up is amazing. Chapter 32 Outdoor Mission I. Director Liu Qing stood up excitedly, muttering, let's start the fight. If a full-scale fight could be staged, the ratings would definitely reach new highs. Shinji walked slowly towards Chen Yuyuan, her footsteps particularly clear in the quiet living room. Every step seemed to step on Chen Yuyuan's heart, making her breathing more and more difficult. Chen Yuyuan also stood up, straightening her back to meet him. She had a clear conscience and no need to hide. The distance between them grew closer, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, almost overflowing the screen. Sorry. This unexpected apology broke the tense atmosphere. Shinji's voice was soft, but loud enough for everyone to hear. I didn't expect my casual remark would make you so upset. There was an uproar at the scene. That rumor wasn't posted by me. It was probably posted by a classmate I knew before. Chenji turned to the camera with a calm expression. My relationship with him cooled before it even warmed up. At that time, we were both working hard for our dreams, and there was no third party involved when we broke up. After saying this, she nodded to the other guests and turned back to the bedroom. The whole process was smooth and flowing, without any drag. Chen Yuyuan could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears in Zhu Shilin's arms. The grievances and pressure that had been pent up all day finally found an outlet, and her shoulders trembled. Don't cry, Yuan, it's all a misunderstanding. Everyone came forward to comfort her. Zhu Shilin gently patted her bestie on the back, and the doubts in her heart dissipated. Sister Yuan, we all feel bad when we see you crying. Xiao Jun squatted in front of her, his eyes full of pity. This was the perfect time for him to show his tenderness. The barrage began to complain. That's it? After waiting all day, this is all you get. The plot is too bland. Is Xiao Jun so proactive? Zhong Hao's new songs are online, and they're all free. Director Liu Qing slumped in his chair in disappointment. These top stars were just too hard to handle, they couldn't even muster a proper fight. He secretly planned to find a way to generate more interaction when Zhong Hao returned tomorrow. This wave of popularity couldn't be wasted. As the night deepened, the heartbeat hut gradually became quiet. Chen Yuyuan lay in bed, unable to fall asleep. Everything that had happened today played on repeat in her mind like a projector. She tossed and turned, her mind racing. The moonlight from outside the window filtered through the gauze curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor. The sound of dogs barking in the distance broke the silence of the night. She recalled her first meeting with Zhong Hao. They'd passed each other on the set in Hengjin. He was wearing ancient costume, his long hair casually tied with a headband, and his smile was irresistible. In the days that followed, they met frequently during filming. He patiently guided her during each scene. During breaks, he brought her a cup of coffee at just the right temperature. Gradually, she found herself looking forward to seeing him more and more. But now she thought that his gentleness might just be his habit, and his concern might just be out of politeness. She thought everything was too beautiful, but forgot the truth and facade in the entertainment industry. Chen Yuyuan turned over and buried her face in the pillow. Tears welled up uncontrollably again, soaking the pillowcase. In the next room, Chen Ji was also awake. She sat by the window, the light from her phone screen reflected on her face. Online comments were still fermenting, with various versions of the story emerging one after another. Some said she was a victim, some said she was hyping it up, and some said it was all arranged by the production team. She sighed softly and turned off her phone. Tomorrow, Zhong Hao would be back. Then, everything would be revealed. But for some reason, she had a vague feeling of unease. In the monitoring room, the night shift worker yawned and stared at the screen board. Suddenly, a figure caught his attention. It's Xiao Jun. He quietly approached Chen Yuyuan's door and stood there for a long time. His expression was dim and unclear in the moonlight. Finally, he sighed softly and turned away. This scene was faithfully recorded by the video camera and became another mystery of this sleepless night. Zhong Hao returned to the Heartbeat house early. Even though he was just a lazy fish, he knew when to stop. Last night's turmoil had finally subsided, and Chen Ji had clarified everything in person, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. The moment he opened the door, he was startled by the noise in the living room. Everyone gathered, seemingly waiting for him, and a faint sense of tension hung in the air. Zhong Hao, you're finally back. Yarn Shu was the first to come forward, with his signature smile on his face, but his eyes unconsciously looked at Zhong Hao's expression. Brother Hao, those songs you wrote are really good. Xiao Jun came over with admiration, especially the song Dignity. I listened to it several times. Several male guests gathered around enthusiastically. The atmosphere seemed harmonious, but it was also a bit deliberate. Zhong Hao glanced at Chen Yuan in the corner. She was looking down at her phone, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. Suddenly, the heartbeat bear on the table made a clear beep, beep, beep. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over, even Chen Yuan raised her head. Attention, guests. The little bear's voice sounded, with a hint of mechanical tenderness. Today is the third day of our gathering, and the program team has decided to start the first outdoor mission. Zhong Hao leaned back on the sofa, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the armrest. Here we go again, these so-called tasks always filled with the production crew's bad taste. Male and female guests need to be paired up to form an elite lineup. Little Bear continued, with a hint of joy in his voice. We will randomly select 5 lucky viewers from the live stream audience to fulfill their wishes. As long as the request is not out of the ordinary, we will do our best to fulfill it. The group with the highest degree of completion and the highest audience satisfaction will win a chance to spend time alone together. The live broadcast room instantly boiled over, with comments flying like snowflakes. Hit me, hit me. I want to go on a date with Zhong Hao. I want Zhu Shilin to be my girlfriend. Can the female guest give me a massage? How do we divide the random pairs? Yarn Shu scratched his head and asked everyone's question. He glanced at Tong Qian from time to time, obviously having a plan in mind. Little Bear explained. The female guests draw lots to decide their partners. Why? Yarn Shu immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, I also want to participate in the lottery in person. He waved his hands exaggeratedly, making everyone laugh. A lucky audience member will be chosen by each paired guest. Xiao Xiong added, his tone unquestionable. The staff pushed over an exquisitely shaped lottery machine with colorful lights flashing, as if telling an interesting story that was about to happen. The 5 female guests looked at each other, none of them willing to be the first to step forward. A subtle awkwardness hung in the air. Can I just choose? Zhu Shilin suddenly raised her hand, her voice tinged with anticipation. Her eyes flickered towards Zhong Hao, her cheeks flushing slightly. Zhong Hao's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but look at her. Why was this girl, who usually went along with everything, so proactive today? He subconsciously moved aside, trying to keep some distance from her. Must abide by the rules and pair up randomly. The little bear is determined and doesn't give anyone a chance to find a backdoor. Then I'll go first. Liu Mian stepped forward. She was always straightforward. She walked to the lottery machine, took a deep breath, and pressed the button. The lights on the lottery machine flashed wildly, and finally stopped on Xiao Jun's name. Wow, Xiao Jun, your face is red. Yang Shu immediately cheered, what a magical combination. Chapter 33 Outdoor Mission Part 2. Xiao Jun's face did indeed turn red, and he lowered his head in silence. Liu Mian, on the other hand, remained calm, walked over and patted him on the shoulder. It's a pleasure working with you. Shinji was the second to step forward, her hands trembling slightly, clearly anticipating something. The lottery machine spun, finally displaying Zhang Wenbo. The two smiled at each other, and there was no awkwardness. When it was Zhu Shilin's turn, she rubbed her hands nervously, glancing constantly towards Zhong Hao. She ended up picking Lin Xian. Zhong Hao breathed a sigh of relief, at least he didn't have to deal with this little fangirl's enthusiastic offensive. But when he saw the smug look in Lin Xian's eyes, he felt a little unhappy. Sister Yuan, can I smoke first? Tong Qian suddenly spoke in a sweet and moving voice. Chen Yuan nodded. There were only 2 people left anyway, and she had already guessed the ending. Tong Qian drew Yarn Shu, who immediately grinned. Oh, this isn't very appropriate, is it? Yarn Shu said pretentiously, but he couldn't hide the smile in the corner of his eyes. Xiao Qian even calls me uncle. Come on, you're already showing wrinkles from laughing. Liu Mian bluntly pointed out his point, stop pretending. The last group was exempt from drawing. Zhong Hao and Chen Yuyuan looked at each other in bewilderment. The air seemed to freeze. Zhong Hao cursed his bad luck. He'd just been through their ex scandal, and now he had to partner with her again. Wasn't that the end of him? He could sense the flirtatious glances from the others, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Chen Yuyuan also looked depressed. She'd been misunderstood as a mistress, and people were still scolding her online. Now she was even more confused. She pursed her lips, her eyes evasive. Okay, the groups are complete. The little bear broke the awkward atmosphere at the right time. The lucky audience will be selected next. Zhang Hao stared at the lottery machine, wondering if the production team had done this on purpose. A 20% chance of her being picked was incredible luck. He stole a glance at Chen Yuyuan and saw her chewing her lower lip, clearly thinking the same thing. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room surged like a tide, and dense text rolled rapidly on the screen, almost drowning the entire picture. Zhang Hao stood behind the camera, looking through the lens at Liu Mian and Xiao Jun as they sat at their computers, preparing to draw a lucky audience member. The studio lights shone on the two of them, making them look radiant. This production crew is really good at making things happen. He muttered to himself, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the camera stand. Various teasing words kept flashing in the barrage. Isn't this lottery mechanism too old-fashioned? Look forward to the bloody plot continuing. Xiao Jun looks so handsome today. Sister Liu Mian is so beautiful. Zhang Hao noticed that Chen Yuyuan was also watching this scene. She was standing in a corner not far away, deep in thought. The light cast tiny shadows on her face, making it difficult to see her expression. Dear viewers, welcome to the Heartbeat Live Studio. Liu Mian's voice was gentle and pleasant. Today we will randomly draw a lucky viewer and help them realize their wish. Xiao Jun took over the conversation. That's right, as long as it's a reasonable request, we will do our best to meet it. Is everyone ready? The barrage exploded instantly. Ready. Hurry up and hit me. Xiao Jun is looking for marriage. Liu Mian, I love you. Liu Mian and Xiao Jun began the drawing. Countless barrage IDs flashed across the computer screen, finally settling on a single message. The staff quickly contacted the viewer. Hello. Liu Mian greeted gently, with a hint of expectation in her voice. Oh my god. Is it really Goddess Liu Mian? I have been chasing you for more than 20 years. The other party's voice was shaking with excitement. Zhang Hao saw the corners of Liu Mian's mouth twitch slightly, clearly trying to suppress a rant she'd only been in the industry for less than 20 years. The other staff members in the studio couldn't help but laugh, but they remained professional and kept quiet. Do you have any wishes that you need our help to fulfill? Xiao Jun asked at the right time, resolving a slight awkwardness. Here's the thing, I just bought a house worth 2 million yuan, and I paid a down payment of 200,000 yuan. Can you come and help me pay the balance tomorrow? The scene instantly became quiet, with even the hum of the air conditioner being audible. Liu Mian and Xiao Jun looked at each other, then simultaneously glanced in the direction of the director, who was gesturing frantically, signaling them to end the call quickly. The barrage broke out again. This brother is so brave. The program crew is going bankrupt, har har har. This script is good, give the screenwriter a thumbs up. I'm dying of laughter. What kind of audience is this? The director finally couldn't stand it anymore. Dear audience member, please make a reasonable request. We will now draw again. The audience drawn the second time was much more normal. I'd like you to help me propose to my girlfriend. A young man's gentle voice came from the other end of the line. She's my high school classmate and now works as a nurse in a hospital. We've been dating for 5 years, and I want to give her an unforgettable proposal. The other guests all looked envious, as this task was both heartwarming and easy to complete. The staff also breathed a sigh of relief and began to discuss the proposal plan. Just then, Zhang Hao noticed Chen Yuyuan walking toward him. She had turned off the radio, clearly wanting to chat alone. His heartbeat quickened. Long time no see. He spoke first, his voice a little dry. I thought you would pretend not to recognize me. Chen Yuan's tone was a little sarcastic, but there was a hint of imperceptible sadness in her eyes. I haven't found a suitable opportunity. I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. Zhong Hao's voice became lower and lower. All right, let's not talk about that anymore, she interrupted, twisting the corner of her clothes unconsciously with her fingers. Be more careful with your words next time, and don't let people misunderstand our relationship. Zhong Hao nodded, I understand. His eyes fell on the ground, not daring to look her in the eyes. But don't act too distant, that'll make it look even more fake, Chen Yuan added, her tone softening. Just call me Yuan, like before. Good. Can you look more natural? You should be happy to see old friends. Chen Yuan frowned. Zhong Hao tried hard to force a smile, but that smile was uglier than crying. Forget it, Chen Yuan shook her head. Your acting skills are really getting worse and worse. No wonder even Lin can't pull you out. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Zhong Hao's smile froze on his face. The failure of that play was a permanent pain in his heart. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Chen Yuan hurriedly explained, with an apologetic tone in her voice. It's okay. To be honest, being an actor is really not my strong point. Zhong Hao smiled self-deprecatingly, if it weren't for. He stopped himself in time and almost let the cat out of the bag. If it weren't for the system, he might really be farming in his hometown now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Your acting isn't that bad, actually. Chen Yuan said softly, her eyes softening. And your songs are really good. I have them all in my collection. Thank you. Zhong Hao said in a low voice, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. Yang Shu's voice came from a distance, what are you two still whispering about? It's your turn to beat the audience. Zhong Hao glanced at Chen Yuan, and the two of them walked forward in tacit understanding. Their footsteps echoed on the floor, as if expressing some kind of unspoken understanding. Chapter 34 Outdoor Mission Part 3. At that moment, he suddenly felt dazed. Memories flooded back, the late-night practices of that year, the words of encouragement, the snacks they secretly shared, and the unspoken thoughts. The person who was once the closest to me now has to pretend to be just an ordinary friend. This feeling is more painful than acting. The system prompt sounded at the right time, host, please pay attention to your emotional fluctuations. The barrage of comments surged like a tide, and the camera turned to the man and woman. There's something wrong with these two. There's something fishy about them. There's definitely something fishy going on between these two. Don't be alarmed, it's just a chat between old acquaintances. Zhong Hao took a deep breath and adjusted his expression. He knew that in this circle, some things could never be spoken out. Just like at this moment, those unfinished words between them and those feelings hidden deep in their hearts can only slowly settle with time. Now, please welcome our special guest, the new generation talented singer Zhong Hao, to draw a lucky audience member. The host's voice brought him back to reality. Zhong Hao stepped forward and pressed the lucky draw button. The IDs on the screen flashed rapidly, finally stopping on a user named Starlight Brilliant. This ID is very appropriate, he said softly. The staff member dialed the number. A young girl answered with a clear, pleasant voice, I'm a fan of Zhong Hao. I've been following you since your first album. Thank you for your support, Zhong Hao said gently, is there anything I can help you do? A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone, Zhong Hao and Yuan, right? I'd like to invite you to attend my wedding at a seaside hotel in Coconut City. I'll pay for it myself, just like a free meal. Zhong Hao's eyes lit up. This job sounded simple. He leaned back on the sofa and changed into a comfortable position. Of course we can, but we're only free for these 2 days, he said, glancing at the schedule on the wall. It will be tomorrow. It's in Coconut City, not far from you. The other party's voice was filled with a smile. Okay, just send the specific information to the staff. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Hao's lips curled up slightly. Traveling today, feasting tomorrow, 2 more days to go. He stretched and stood up. The door to the lounge was pushed open, and a staff member from the production team poked his head in. Zhong Hao, get ready, the recording is about to begin. Heartbeat Bear stood in the center of the studio, the lights shining on him. Each group has a filming team. Over the next 2 days, I hope everyone can work together in perfect harmony and create some heart-warming moments. The nanny car drove smoothly on the road to Coconut City, and the cool air from the air conditioner blew gently. Chen Yuen sat in the back row, her eyes occasionally glancing at the man sleeping beside her. His eyelashes were so long that they cast a shadow in the sunlight. This guy, all he did was sleep during the live broadcast, not even saying a word. She stepped lightly on Zhong Hao's foot, and the tip of her leather shoe touched his sneakers. Zhong Hao opened his eyes, still a little confused. Seeing her looking out the window as if nothing had happened, he said knowingly, "It's a nice day today." Chen Yuen couldn't help but roll her eyes. This topic was too dry. Outside the car window, the sun was shining brightly, and the coconut trees were swaying in the wind. "Your singing has improved a lot in recent years." She took the initiative to find a topic, with a hint of teasing in her voice. "Maybe it's talent." Zhang Hao smiled, with a hint of pride in his eyes. "Stop being so conceited. I still remember that the director rejected your audition for the theme song." She couldn't help laughing. It really wasn't possible at that time. Zhang Hao didn't deny it, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the armrest of the seat. "You can sing so well now, you must have put in a lot of effort, right?" She turned to look at him with a serious look in her eyes. "It's okay, I didn't try particularly hard." Zhang Hao shrugged with a relaxed tone. "I really envy you singer-songwriters. Writing songs is so romantic." Her voice softened. "If you like it, I'll write one for you," he said suddenly. Chen Yuen's cheeks were slightly red, which was particularly obvious in the sunlight. "Don't joke." The barrage exploded again. These two seemed to have a strong connection. Zhang Hao is trying to flirt with girls. Yuan's face turned red. Could this be true? The car fell into a brief silence, broken only by the gentle hum of the air conditioner. Chen Yuen lowered her head to play with her phone, trying to hide her embarrassment. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, stared out the window, a faint smile playing on his lips. The nanny car continued to move forward, through the city streets, and headed towards the distant seaside. The next day, in the hotel lobby, sunlight streamed in through the French windows, reflecting a soft glow off the marble floor. Chen Yuen was standing in front of the mirror, adjusting the hem of her skirt, when she suddenly saw Zhang Hao emerge from the elevator. She couldn't help but frown. "Why are you dressed so formally?" Zhang Hao was wearing a well-tailored dark suit with the collar of his shirt slightly open, exuding a lazy yet polite temperament. It was arranged by the production team. He looked down at his clothes. She stood on tiptoe, one hand resting on his strong chest, the other gently ruffling his hair. This action suddenly brought the distance between them closer, and she could smell the faint scent of his cologne. "That's much better." She took 2 steps back and looked at him, only to find that he had become even more handsome. His slightly messy hair actually added a bit of wild charm to him. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and she quickly took off her baseball cap and put it on him. "Find yourself a pair of sunglasses so you don't get recognized." "Yes, sir." Zhang Hao took out his sunglasses from his suit pocket with such skill that it seemed as if he had expected her to say that. The barrage is boiling again. This couple has the best CP feeling. Yuan is clearly flirting. The other groups are all so awkward. These details are the true feelings. Chen Yuen looked at the man in front of her with satisfaction. His current appearance reminded her of the first time they worked together. Back then, he was still very young and needed her to take care of him in all aspects. "Okay, let's go." She turned and walked towards the door. Zhang Hao looked at her back with a gentle gaze. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps, graceful and natural. This woman was still so self-centered. On the way, he recalled every little detail of their filming days. Back then, she always took care of her image, from makeup to clothing, no matter how big or small. "What are you thinking about?" Chen Yuen noticed that he was distracted and turned around to ask. "I remember the filming I did before." He answered truthfully. "Don't mention that time. Your acting was so bad," she said with a smile, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. "It's not much better now," he said self-deprecatingly. The two smiled at each other, as if they were back in the days when they were playing around on the set. The sea breeze blew as Zhang Hao stood at the hotel entrance, looking at the man who greeted him, calling himself Wang Jin. In the sunlight, his expression seemed somewhat gloomy, his eyes flickering, as if he was trying hard to hide something. "Hello, I'm Wang Jin." His voice was a little hoarse, as if he hadn't slept all night. Zhong Hao and Chen Yuyuan exchanged glances and nodded politely. An inexplicable awkwardness hung in the air. The three were ushered into the venue by staff, followed by a staff member carrying a camera. The red dot on the camera flashed, reminding them that this was a live broadcast. The venue was magnificently decorated, with crystal chandeliers shimmering with light. Guests had already taken their seats, and laughter filled the air as they drank and chatted. "Mr. Wang, are you a relative of the groom?" Zhong Hao asked casually, trying to ease the atmosphere. "No, I'm from the bride's family." Wang Jin's tone was so flat and almost indifferent, but it made Zhong Hao feel something was wrong. Chapter 35 Outdoor Mission 4. The staff arranged for them to sit around a table in the women's guest area. Wang Jin sat quietly, not saying a word, his eyes fixed on the stage, his fingers unconsciously stroking the tablecloth. "This guy is weird." Chen Yuyuan whispered in Zhong Hao's ear, frowning slightly. Zhong Hao nodded. Maybe the bride's brother is reluctant to let his sister get married. "No, think about it, he won the lucky draw at our fan meeting, so he should be a fan. Why is there no reaction at all?" Chen Yuyuan's intuition has always been accurate. Zhong Hao also found it strange. A normal fan would at least ask for a photo and an autograph, if not be overwhelmed with excitement when meeting a celebrity. But Wang Jin hadn't even glanced at him since they met. "I had a relationship with her." The sudden words put Zhong Hao and Chen Yuyuan on pins and needles. Wang Jin's voice was soft, but it was like a bombshell, exploding in their hearts. Wang Jin seemed not to notice the expressions of the two people, and continued to speak to himself. 5 years, we have been together hand in hand for 5 years. His eyes were still fixed on the stage, but his eyes had become dazed. "In the beginning, I had nothing, and she was the one who got me through the hardest days," Wang Jin said, his voice choking with emotion. "At that time, I had just started my own business and couldn't even pay the rent. She gave me all her salary. Later, my career slowly started to pick up, but the conflicts between us increased." He smiled wryly and shook his head. "Maybe I changed, or maybe she changed. We can't really tell." Zhong Hao's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? An ex-girlfriend was attending the wedding? He subconsciously glanced at the camera. The comments in the live stream were already exploding. "Brother, why are you here today?" Zhong Hao asked tentatively. "She sent me an invitation before she got married. We had agreed before that if we broke up, I would go to the other person's wedding to bless them." Wang Jin's tone was calm, but one could not feel their blessing in it. Zhong Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully they were there to offer their blessings. But he still felt like things weren't that simple. Wedding music started playing, and a group of groomsmen and bridesmaids escorted the groom into the venue. The groom, a sturdy and stocky man, stood on the stage with a broad smile on his face, waving to the guests from time to time. "I listened to your song yesterday and couldn't sleep all night," Wang Jin said suddenly, and there was finally a hint of fluctuation in his eyes. Zhong Hao suddenly realized that it was no wonder he had come to watch the live lottery. But mentioning this at this time always felt a little off. "We were just like what you sang in your song. One was convinced we wouldn't be separated, the other was full of hope for reconciliation, but in the end, we still broke up." Wang Jin's voice was filled with self-mockery. "Do you know? When she said she wanted to break up that day, I couldn't even say a word to ask her to stay. Brother, look forward." Zhong Hao wanted to say, "You will meet someone better," but seeing Wang Jin's expression, he swallowed it back. "Thank you for your song, it gave me courage." Wang Jin suddenly smiled with relief, but Zhong Hao felt a pang of relief. Why did this sound wrong? The ceremony slowly began, with the best man and bridesmaid performing a few routines, bringing the atmosphere to a lively state. However, the atmosphere at this table was unusually subdued, with Zhong Hao and Chen Yuyuan daring not to utter a word. The host officially opened the wedding ceremony, and the groom stood on the stage, waiting for the bride to enter. The wedding march sounded, and everyone's eyes were cast towards the door. "Groom, today is the most important day of your life. How do you feel now?" the MC asked with a smile. The groom excitedly said a lot of corny words, and the audience applauded loudly. Zhong Hao secretly observed Wang Jin's expression and found that his hands were shaking slightly and beads of sweat were oozing from his forehead. "Now, let's move on to the most important part." The host's voice was full of ritual. "Groom, are you willing to marry the lady next to you and spend your lives together?" I do, the groom spoke eloquently and majestically. May I ask? I don't want to. An angry roar interrupted the MC's words, sending the entire audience into an uproar. Wang Jin stood up and strode over to Zhong Hao. Your music has deeply moved me. Please witness our lifelong vows. Zhong Hao subconsciously put on his mask, thinking to himself, this is fucked. They weren't here to bless him, they were clearly here to ruin the party. There was an uproar at the wedding. Zhong Hao. It's really Zhong Hao. Isn't that Chen Yuan? Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Zhong Hao stood there, his head pounding. He had never expected Wang Jin to directly reveal his and Yuan's identities in such a situation. The crystal chandeliers in the banquet hall reflected a brilliant light, but it couldn't illuminate his gloomy mood. The barrage in the live broadcast room has already exploded. This script is too melodramatic. My ex-boyfriend comes to steal my bride, what kind of a development is this? The TV station really spent a lot of money this time. Zhong Hao sighed inwardly, his eyes scanning the surrounding guests who were filming with their phones. If he had known Wang Jin was going to do this, he would never have followed. But now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to go ahead. The air in the banquet hall seemed frozen, even the waiters stepped lightly as they passed by with bottles of champagne. Zhong Hao could sense the strange looks from those around him, some curious, some watching the fun, and even a touch of disdain. He subconsciously clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Har har, we're here to send our best wishes to the newlyweds. Zhong Hao forced a smile, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. His voice was particularly abrupt in the empty banquet hall. Wang Jin, however, acted as if he hadn't heard anything, striding towards the stage. His gaze was fixed on the bride, his eyes filled with determination. His suit was wrinkled, his tie askew, and he looked disheveled. Jia, I'm sorry. Wang Jin's voice trembled, as if the emotions that had been suppressed for too long had finally found an outlet. I don't want to wait for years to come, only to say, long time no see, with red eyes. I don't want to keep the regret in my heart forever. Come with me, okay? The place suddenly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's attention was focused on the three people on the stage. A suffocating feeling of oppression hung in the air. The groom's face was terribly gloomy, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the bride's hand. The bride leaned against his shoulder, looking at Wang Jin with an apologetic look. Her wedding dress shone softly under the light, making her look even more delicate. Wang Jin, our relationship has long come to an end. The bride's voice was soft, but every word was clear. Now I have found my own happiness, really. No, I won't. Wang Jin interrupted her excitedly, his voice a little hysterical. I know you still have a place for me in your heart. Give me a chance, and I swear I will only be good to you from now on. Zhong Hao frowned as he watched from the audience. He really didn't want to get involved in this kind of situation. But Wang Jin had come with him after all, and now that things had gotten this bad, he couldn't just sit back and watch. He could feel Yuan's uneasy gaze beside him, her hand gently tugging at his sleeve. Zhong Hao, should we leave quickly? Yuan leaned close to his ear and whispered, her warm breath brushing against his ear. We can't leave. Zhong Hao shook his head, frowning. We came here with him. We can't abandon him in this situation. Chapter 36 Outdoor Mission V. The atmosphere on the stage grew increasingly tense. The groom's voice was steady and powerful. Wang Jin, I know you. Thank you for attending today's wedding ceremony. I designed this invitation myself. If you intend to offer your blessings, please return to your seat. If you intend to cause trouble, please leave. The groom's words drew rounds of applause. The groomsmen were already poised, ready to kick this uninvited guest out. Their eyes were alert, ready to take action at any moment. Wang Jin, however, seemed to be crazy and suddenly jumped onto the stage. Jia, come with me. Only I can make you truly feel happy. His action was so sudden that the people around him didn't have time to react. The situation spiraled out of control. The groomsmen swarmed over, the bridegroom shielding her behind him as Wang Jin struggled frantically. The banquet hall erupted in chaos, with people screaming, shouting, and even pulling out their phones to film the scene. Don't touch me. If anyone dares to touch me, I will call the police. Wang Jin's voice was hoarse, like a wounded beast. Zhong Hao couldn't stand it any longer, so he rushed over with several staff members to try to pull Wang Jin away. He could feel the strength coming from Wang Jin, a struggle that was almost desperate. "You guys are not in cahoots," someone shouted. "Didn't Zhong Hao come to send his blessings? Isn't this a filming show?" The scene was in chaos. Zhong Hao felt his temples throbbing, sweat dripping down his forehead. He took a deep breath and said to the groom, "I'm sorry, we'll get him out of here right away." But Wang Jin refused to give in. "Zhong Hao, didn't you write a song called 'Don't Let Love Leave Regrets'? Is this how you treat people who want to help you?" His eyes were red, as if he wanted to vent all his resentment. Zhong Hao almost laughed out loud. Did this guy get his song completely wrong? He looked at the chaotic scene around him, then at the panicked bride on the stage, and felt a surge of irritation. "System." Zhong Hao called silently in his heart. "Host, I'm here." The system's voice was as calm as ever. "Change the song for me. It's specially prepared for Wang Jin." There was a hint of coldness in Zhong Hao's tone. "Receive." Zhong Hao took a deep breath and looked at Wang Jin, who was still making a fuss. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "Since you like my song so much, I'll give you another one. I promise that this time, you'll understand after listening to it." His voice was not loud, but it made everyone around him fall silent involuntarily. A strange atmosphere filled the air, like the calm before the storm. Yuan stood aside, watching all this with worry. She knew that once Zhong Hao showed this expression, it meant he was serious. She silently took a step back, leaving Zhong Hao enough space. The lights in the banquet hall flickered, as if foreshadowing what was about to happen. Zhong Hao stood there, his figure bathed in the glow of the crystal chandelier, appearing particularly dazzling. His gaze was firm, as if he had already found a solution to this farce. The guests around held their breath, waiting for what would happen next. Comments from the livestream room drifted down like snowflakes, with viewers buzzing with discussion about the farce unfolding before their eyes. The comments ranged from ridicule to anger, from sympathy to ridicule, with all sorts of emotions intertwined on the screen. Zhong Hao's team's completion rate is about to reach 0. This is completely ruined. This Wang Jin is too crazy. What was he doing before? Why is he acting like this now? The bride and groom are a good match, but you're just a bootlicker. Has she given up on you long ago? Inside the banquet hall, the crystal chandeliers shone brilliantly, illuminating everyone's face. All eyes were focused on Zhong Hao, his every move arousing the nerves of everyone present. An eerie tension hung in the air, like a taut string poised to snap at any moment. Zhong Hao walked slowly towards the stage, where the pristine white grand piano was quietly awaiting his arrival. His steps were steady, his expression calm, as if he was oblivious to the surrounding clamor. Chen Yuan stood aside, holding the microphone tightly in her hand, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. She knew that this live broadcast had completely deviated from the original plan, but now she had no choice but to trust Zhong Hao. Zhong Hao sat down on the piano stool, his fingertips gently caressing the keys. Simple chords drifted through the air as he familiarized himself with the feel of the piano. The keys were slightly cool, delicate to the touch, a testament to their quality. When the first note sounded, the entire banquet hall fell silent. All whispers died down, and even the sound of breathing became faint. How many winters have passed since our breakup? What day is today? A sad yet gentle melody flowed slowly, and Zhong Hao's voice seemed to strike directly into their heart. His singing wasn't perfect, but it was sincere, and every note was filled with emotion. The guests in the audience put down their glasses, captivated by this sudden voice. Wang Jin stood in the corner, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Every word of the song was like a sharp knife, piercing his heart. He stared at the bride, the pain in his eyes almost overflowing. When everyone is happy for you, I suddenly wake up. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Wang Jin's eyes. He thought back to the wedding invitation he'd received that day. The golden, gilded font stung his eyes. They'd agreed to be witnesses at each other's weddings after their breakup, but he never expected this day to actually come. He'd thought he'd let it go, but when faced with this moment, his heart still ached. Chen Yuan stood at the side of the stage, her eyes fixed on Zhong Hao. His intense singing exuded a deadly charisma. She quietly pulled out her phone to capture this moment forever. In the camera, Zhong Hao was lost in the music, as if at one with the world. The bride lowered her head, tears dampening her meticulously applied makeup. Dust-stolen memories flooded back like a tide, flashing through her mind every moment with Wang Jin. The shyness of their first meeting, the nervousness of their first date, the pounding of their heart during their first kiss, and the determination of their last meeting. The groom stared at Zhong Hao on the stage, wanting to rush up and punch him. But his mind told him that now was not the time to lose his temper. He held the bride's hand tightly, as if to confirm something. The comments in the live broadcast room were even crazier. "This song is amazing. It was so good that it made me cry. This atmosphere, this feeling, is simply amazing. Thank you very much for your sincere invitation to witness your love." Zhong Hao was immersed in the music, his fingers dancing across the keys. The system's power gave his singing an infectious energy, each note imbued with deep emotion. He could feel the audience's emotions rising and falling with the music, and this sense of control intoxicated him. The lights in the banquet hall had softened at some point, casting a faint halo around Zhong Hao. His profile was remarkably three-dimensional under the light, even the shadow cast by his eyelashes was clearly visible. When the last note faded into the air, the audience fell into a brief silence. Then, thunderous applause broke out and lasted for a long time. Wang Jin slowly stood up, tears still wet on his face. His eyes swept over everyone present, finally stopping at the bride. "Jiao, I'm sorry." His voice was a little hoarse, as if something was blocking his throat. "I just can't accept it." The bride still leaned on the groom's shoulder, crying silently, her fingers twisting the handkerchief until her knuckles turned white. Chapter 37 Outdoor Mission 6. "I know it's too late to say this now." Wang Jin smiled bitterly and shook his head, "but I still want to say that I haven't had a good time these past few years. Every time I see your circle of friends and see how happy you are, I always think, if only." "That's enough," the groom suddenly interrupted. "Let bygones be bygones." Wang Jin was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "You're right, I was too selfish." He took a deep breath and said, "I wish you happiness." After saying this, he turned and walked towards the door. His back looked a little bleak, but he stood straight. Chen Yuan leaned against Zhong Hao and whispered, "He really looks like a poor dog." "Everyone has their own choices," Zhong Hao said calmly, and began to pack up his equipment. This fast finally had a relatively happy ending. Zhong Hao cleared his throat, "I wish you two a happy marriage and a son soon. We'll take our leave now." "Stop," the groom suddenly roared, his voice filled with suppressed anger. "Your production team almost ruined my wedding, and you think that's all? I'm calling the police and suing you for causing trouble." Everyone's attention once again focused on the protagonists of this farce. The originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense again. The groomsmen looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them, a burly young man, quickly stepped forward to dissuade them. "Brother Chong, don't be like this. We're here to record a show. Besides, that song we just sang was so good. Recording a show?" Zhu Chuang sneered, his facial muscles twitching slightly with anger. "This is my wedding. Not a place for them to hype it up. Who gave them the right to mess around here?" Zhong Hao felt Chen Yuan's grip on his arm, and cold sweat broke out on his palms. This situation was indeed a bit tricky. The atmosphere was tense and a conflict could break out at any time. "Zhong Hao." Chen Yuan's voice was trembling. "What should we do? These people look really tough." Zhong Hao patted her hand gently, trying to calm her. "Don't worry, I'm here." Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was quickly thinking of a strategy in his mind. Director Jiang Zi saw that the situation was not good and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Mr. Zhu, we definitely did not mean to cause trouble. We have given gifts according to the rules before, and gift money." Zhu Qiang's voice became even colder, interrupting Jiang Zi. "Xiaolong, bring me the account book. I'll return the money to them now." A muscular groomsman scurried over, quickly fetched a red ledger, and flipped to the page about the heartbeat program. Zhu Qiang pointed at the number in the ledger, his eyes filled with sarcasm. 600 each, right? I'm giving it back to you right now. Take the money and get out." At this moment, the bride, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. "I listened to him." Her voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Zhu Qiang looked at his bride, his eyes softening slightly. The fact that the bride had chosen to stand by him at this moment made him feel much more comfortable. Zhong Hao silently observed the situation. Zhu Qiang might be a fishmonger, but holding a wedding in a five-star hotel clearly meant he had a distinguished background. More importantly, each of the groomsmen was incredibly muscular, clearly skilled in the market and known for their experience in physical combat. System, please help me. Zhong Hao prayed silently in his heart. Ding! You've obtained a special spot for a cross-dimensional cultural exchange. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Ma Liang's Rest of Life. Zhong Hao made his choice almost without a second thought. This was an extremely heartwarming wedding song, perhaps it could help resolve the current impasse. He gently pushed Chen Yuyuan aside and took a step forward. The lights at the scene shone on him, making him look particularly calm. Brother Zhu, Zhong Hao lowered his posture and spoke sincerely, I know you're angry about what happened today. But I'm here to sincerely wish you well. Let me sing the last song as an apology to the newlyweds. Zhu Chuang snorted coldly, the anger in his eyes not diminishing at all. Want to get close to me now? It's too late. The sound of sirens drifted in from the distance, becoming clearer and clearer as they neared. The atmosphere grew even more tense, and many guests began to retreat. Zhong Hao, however, remained calm and gave Zhu Chuang a gentle smile, it'll only take a song. Believe me, this is my sincerest blessing for you. His sincere eyes and gentle voice eased the tense atmosphere. Chen Yuyuan watched nervously from behind, her heart in her throat. She knew this might be their only chance. The audience in the live broadcast room also held their breath. This is really exciting. The police are coming. This is the first time I've seen this kind of scene. I'm so nervous. Zhong Hao is going to impress everyone with his singing. I look forward to his performance. He's still able to stay calm in this situation, what a professional. Zhong Hao took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He knew that this song not only needed to be performed well, but also needed to touch the hearts of everyone present. This was an accident, but he believed that conveying sincere blessings through music would always move people. The atmosphere at the wedding was still tense, as everyone waited for a turnaround at this crucial moment. The guests' eyes flicked back and forth between Zhong Hao and Zhu Chuang, and the air was filled with tension. The groomsmen stared at Zhong Hao eagerly, ready to act at any moment. However, Zhong Hao's performance made them hesitate. The calmness and sincerity emanating from this young man made them want to give him a chance. Zhu Chuang's face was still gloomy, but he didn't refuse immediately. The bride quietly pulled his sleeve, as if also silently asking. This little action did not escape Zhong Hao's eyes, he knew the opportunity had come. Brother Zhu, I prepared this song especially for you. Zhong Hao's voice was gentle but firm. Let me use this song to send you my most sincere blessings. The sirens were getting closer, but Zhong Hao's heart was unusually calm. He had already prepared this heartwarming song, ready to use his most sincere voice to resolve this misunderstanding and get this special wedding back on track. Because he believes that sincere blessings will never be misunderstood, and the power of music can transcend all barriers and reach people's hearts. In the director's room, shots of several guest appearances kept switching, and the images on the screen flashed with different colors. The staff's fingers danced nimbly on the control console, but in the end, all the signals stopped at Zhong Hao. It's this guy again. The director rubbed his sore eyes. Today's ratings are settled. There was no other way, because their live broadcast was the best. And this guy was about to start singing again. The atmosphere in the director's room became tense, and everyone held their breath, waiting for this moment to arrive. The barrage of comments exploded instantly, and dense words floated across the screen like snowflakes. Let me listen to this melody quietly, isn't this too confident? Again? What kind of script is this? One song a day, is this a concert? Does this anchor want to switch careers and become a singer? Zhong Hao stood at the edge of the stage, his gaze sweeping across the dense barrage of comments, a smile playing on his lips. His eyes fell on the slightly worn guitar in the sound control area, the scratches on the guitar body telling of its history. He walked leisurely towards the sound control area, his fingertips gently stroking the strings of the guitar. Can I borrow it for a moment? The sound engineer nodded repeatedly, his face full of surprise. Of course. Do you need finger gloves? No, thank you. Zhong Hao took the guitar and plucked a few chords casually. Chapter 38 Outdoor Mission 7. Familiar vibrations came from my fingertips, as if I had some kind of tacit understanding with this strange guitar. The crowd gradually quieted down, all eyes focused on the man holding the guitar. A strange sense of anticipation hung in the air. Some people were talking in hushed voices. Isn't this another breakup song? In this kind of situation, it shouldn't happen. I think he wants to take this opportunity to show off his presence. Zhong Hao stood in the center of the stage, his gaze slowly sweeping over every face in the audience. The lights cast soft shadows on his face, highlighting his deep features. For the rest of your lives, he said in a gentle yet firm voice, may you always be loving and sweet. Wherever I look, I see you. A warm prelude flowed from his fingertips. This time, it was not sadness, not farewell, but the most sincere blessing. I'll look for sunshine in the place where there's no wind, and be the warm sun in the place where you're cold. The simple guitar accompaniment coupled with his low and gentle voice was like a wisp of spring breeze that touched the hearts of everyone present. The newlyweds in the audience couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes gleaming with happiness. Aren't these lyrics exactly what they want to say to each other? For the rest of my life, I'll have you by my side, through hardship, through peace, and through poverty. As the song continued, the bride's eyes gradually moistened. Wasn't this their vow? For rich or poor, in good times or bad. Chen Yuan stood aside, her eyes fixed on Zhong Hao on the stage. His serious singing and playing seemed a stark contrast to his usual cynical anchor. She quietly pulled out her phone and pointed it at the person on stage. I want to see the clear sky on your behalf, and I want to tell you loudly that I am fascinated by you. The second paragraph of the lyrics sounded. The simple words expressed the most sincere form of love. For the rest of my life, the wind and snow are you, the spring flowers are you, and the summer rain is you too. The groom squeezed the bride's hand, secretly grateful for this unexpected surprise. This guy really has it in him. Such a romantic confession, I really can't say it myself. The song gradually faded, and the entire hall fell into a brief silence. Zhong Hao, holding his guitar, a hint of mischief in his eyes, asked, just now, where was the wedding at? Chen Yuan immediately understood, picked up the microphone, and walked onto the stage. Her skirt shone softly under the lights, and her every move exuded elegance. Mr. Zhu Qiang, she said in a clear and pleasant voice, are you willing to marry Miss Li Zhuzhou and love and cherish her forever, no matter good times or bad, rich or poor, in health or sickness? The standard wedding vows echoed in the hall, accompanied softly by Zhong Hao's guitar, adding a touch of warmth to this solemn moment. I do. The groom's voice was firm and powerful, as if he wanted the whole world to hear his promise. I do. The bride's voice was choked with sobs, and tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. Then, Chen Yuan stretched out her voice, a cunning glint in her eyes, Mr. Zhu Qiang, it's time to put the ring on Mrs. Zhu. The audience erupted in cheers and thunderous applause. Zhu Qiang knelt on one knee and carefully placed the ring on his wife's finger. At that moment, all misunderstandings vanished, leaving only pure happiness. Brother, let's just send it here. Zhong Hao said with a smile, you are the protagonists today. His eyes were gentle, with blessings from the heart. Chen Yuan and the bride walked behind and whispered to each other, their laughter clear and pleasant. Sister Jiajia, you are so lucky. Big brother looks very reliable. Chen Yuan said sincerely. He's not bad either, the bride gave her a meaningful look, handsome and talented. Don't get me wrong, we are just partners in the show. Chen Yuan explained quickly, her cheeks slightly hot. Really, the bride blinked. You don't look like you're acting. Chen Yuan was speechless for a moment, her eyes unconsciously falling on Zhong Hao's back in front of her. His tall figure cast a slender shadow under the light, which made her feel inexplicably at ease. The wedding continued, filled with laughter and joy. Zhong Hao stood in a corner, watching everything silently. His fingers unconsciously plucking the guitar strings, a look of deep thought. What are you thinking about? Chen Yuan walked up to him and handed him a drink. Nothing, Zhong Hao took the drink and took a sip. I was just thinking, this kind of happiness is really good. Chen Yuan looked at his profile, and her heart skipped a beat. She remembered what the bride had just said, and inexplicably felt a little flustered. Well. She hesitated, you sang really well just now. Thank you. Zhong Hao turned around and gave her a warm smile. You hosted very well, too. The two smiled at each other and looked at the happy couple on the dance floor. The lights were soft, the music was melodious, and the air was filled with romance. At this moment, something seemed to have changed quietly. The comments in the live broadcast room are still scrolling wildly. This is too sweet. There is a story between the host and the anchor. I smell the sour smell of love. I'm into this couple. At this moment, Zhong Hao and Chen Yuan just stood quietly beside each other, enjoying this rare peaceful time. The wedding was coming to an end and the guests were leaving one after another. The live broadcast signal switched to other guests, but the barrage was still hotly discussing what had just happened. This is too strong. Composing 2 songs on the spot, what kind of magical operation is this? Zhong Hao is awesome. I would call it a creative genius. Zhong Hao glanced at the comments and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He leaned back in his studio chair, his fingers tapping the armrest unconsciously. He was used to seeing a single song change the world. The songs given by the system were just that amazing. Inside the studio, the staff were packing up their equipment. The lighting technician was adjusting the lighting, the makeup artist was packing her makeup case, and the stagehands were busy running around, tidying up the set. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Chen. Director Jiang Zi walked over quickly, holding a stack of documents. I'm going to turn off my phone when I get home. The crew said you guys had too many scenes to shoot today. Okay. Zhong Hao responded casually, stood up and straightened his clothes. Without the restraint of the camera, he felt a lot more relaxed. In the corridor, the cool air from the air conditioner blew away some of his fatigue. Zhong Hao checked his phone. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. The nanny car was parked in the underground parking lot, and the driver had been waiting for a long time. Zhong Hao and Chen Yuan got in the back seat, Jiang Zi sat in the passenger seat, and the car slowly drove out. Chen Yuan was absorbed in scrolling through her phone, the light from the screen reflected on her delicate profile. She occasionally frowned, then revealed a helpless expression. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, swaying gently with the swaying of the car. Zhong Hao knew what she was watching. Today's live broadcast had caused a significant surge in both of their popularity. Especially the post Chen Yuan posted on her moments that morning, which had caused a huge uproar. Are you reading the comments? Zhong Hao asked casually. Yeah. Chen Yuan rubbed her temples. I don't know how to make this up. Everyone thought we were making it official. The neon lights outside the car window flickered, casting a flickering shadow on her expression. Zhong Hao chuckled softly but didn't respond. He lowered his seat back, ready to take a nap. Wait. Chen Yuan suddenly spoke, with some hesitation in her voice. What's wrong? I want to ask. She paused, as if trying to form her words. Did you come up with those 2 songs you just sang on the spot? Right. Impossible. Chen Yuan turned around, a look of doubt in her eyes. Especially that song, Invitation. How could someone write lyrics so poignant without first-hand experience? Zhong Hao closed his eyes and said casually, Summer insects cannot talk about ice. Chapter 39 Outdoor Mission 8. You? Chen Yuan was furious. This guy was still the same, always saying such irritating things. She turned her head away angrily, no longer paying attention to Zhong Hao. The car fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of the air conditioner blowing air and the occasional horn sounding from outside. Not long after, a soft snoring sound was heard. Chen Yuan turned her head and saw that Zhong Hao had fallen asleep. His eyelashes were very long, casting a shadow under his eyes. The sunlight through the car window shone on his face, outlining his perfect features. Chen Yuan stared at him in a trance. After all these years, his appearance was still so outstanding. Thinking of her agent's words, Chen Yuan felt a ripple in her heart. Zhong Hao is now a completely different person from the unknown actor he was back then. In just a few days, he went from being a washed-up actor to a brilliant creative talent. This transformation left Chen Yuan a little dazed. She took out her phone and took a photo of the sleeping Zhong Hao. She posted it on Weibo with the caption, "I haven't had time to edit the photo yet. I'm afraid he won't let me post it once he wakes up. Just take a look at it and feel free to do what you want." The comment section instantly boiled over. Has it been officially announced? The male god also has such a cute side. Yuan, are you two together? Aren't these kind of ambiguous photos usually taken in hotels? It seems like you guys couldn't wait in the back seat, huh? Chen Yuan looked at the last comment, blushed, and immediately replied, vulgar. Putting her phone down, she couldn't help but look at Zhong Hao again. Her memory unconsciously went back to the past. Back then, he was still a newcomer in the industry, full of passion for acting. He was extremely serious in every rehearsal, even practicing his lines over and over again. At that time, Zhong Hao's eyes were clear and his smile was pure. Although his acting was not very good, his seriousness made people want to help him. If only. Chen Yuyuan shook her head, stopping this dangerous thought in time. But her agent was right, she was indeed at the age where she should consider love. And Chen Yuyuan glanced at Zhong Hao furtively. How about giving it a try? The moment the thought came to her mind, she was startled. She quickly turned to look out the window, trying to calm her suddenly racing heartbeat. The car passed a red light, and the traffic ahead gradually thinned out. The neon lights on the street continued to flicker, illuminating the blurred reflections of the two people in the car window. Chen Yuyuan's thoughts drifted in an unknown direction. The once child actor had now grown into a powerful and capable actor. And she, seemingly unconsciously, had also. We're here. The driver's voice interrupted Chen Yuyuan's thoughts. Only then did she realize that the car had stopped in front of the hotel without her noticing. Zhong Hao. Chen Yuyuan called softly. Zhong Hao didn't respond and continued to sleep soundly. Zhong Hao. She emphasized her tone. Zhong Hao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze a little confused. Are we there yet? Yeah, here we are. Zhong Hao stretched his body, loosening his stiff neck. He glanced out the window and saw the scenery had transformed into the streets of Lucheng. I'm a little hungry. Zhong Hao muttered softly, stood up from his seat and stretched his stiff limbs. Back in the hotel room, Zhong Hao tossed his luggage on the floor and collapsed onto the soft bed. The room was filled with a light fragrance that made one want to take a deep breath. He took out his cell phone and was startled by the pile of message alerts the moment he unlocked the screen. So many. Zhong Hao frowned as he looked through them. Most of them were harassing messages from marketing accounts and business cooperation. Buy songs? Exchange resources. He sneered. People these days really dare to say anything. Among the many messages, Gao Xiaolan's dialogue box was particularly conspicuous. During this period, the two often chatted late at night, talking about work, life, and other random things. Click on the dialogue box and a photo pops up. Holy crap! Zhong Hao almost threw his phone away. Who took this? The photo showed him sleeping in the car, his head tilted to one side, his mouth slightly open, his hair messy, like a panda that hadn't woken up yet. Even worse, there was someone leaning on his shoulder. Chen Yuyuan. Gao Xiaolan quickly replied, You really don't know, do you? Yuan posted on Weibo this afternoon. You recorded it on your way back. Who has time to check Weibo? Zhong Hao replied casually, but he was feeling a bit nervous. If this photo got out, it would definitely cause another uproar. Har har, a big star doesn't even read the comments on his own new song, that's really amazing. Why watch that? It's a waste of time. Zhong Hao replied with a nonchalant tone, It's so lonely to be invincible. Do you want to pretend like this? Others laugh at me for being too crazy, but I am secretly proud of myself because no one can see through me. Zhong Hao continued to type pretentiously, trying to ease his inner anxiety. Yuan were so sweet today. People online are calling you a heartless person. Gao Xiaolan suddenly changed the subject. This sentence hit Zhong Hao like a hammer, catching him off guard. He was stunned for a long time before replying, When did I become a heartless scumbag? Before, Chen Ji was so proactive, but you ignored her. Now you and Yuan are being very affectionate. Don't talk nonsense, that's all for the show. Zhong Hao quickly explained, We are professionals. Professional. Gao Xiaolan sent a still from a bad movie he had acted in before. With your acting skills, you still call it professional. This is a personal attack. Zhong Hao pretended to be angry, but a hint of bitterness rose in his heart. Indeed, his acting has always been a weakness. Whether it was in previous dramas or in current variety shows, he was always criticized for his exaggerated acting. But this time was different. His interaction with Chen Yuyuan seemed to go beyond the scope of acting. As the night deepened, Zhong Hao tossed and turned in bed. His phone screen flickered on and off. He tried to send a message to Chen Yuyuan several times, only to delete it and start over. Forget it, let's go to sleep. He threw his phone aside and closed his eyes. The next morning, Zhong Hao went downstairs to find work. When he arrived at the restaurant, he saw several guests already having breakfast. He went to the kitchen first, where Chen Yuan and Zhu Shilin were busy. Both of them were wearing aprons. Chen Yuan was frying eggs, and Zhu Shilin was cutting fruit. Do you need help? Zhong Hao asked awkwardly while standing at the door. No need. Chen Yuan said without turning her head. Just go sit down first, and I'll make it for you right away. Zhong Hao was kicked out of the kitchen and had to sit next to the others. Hey, Ching Cheng CP is showing their love again. Yarn Shu started to make a noise, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. What CP or not? Zhong Hao waved his hand, but glanced towards the kitchen. Not long after, Chen Yuan came over with breakfast, a plate of fried eggs, 2 slices of toast, and a cup of warm milk. Huh. Yarn Shu noticed with his sharp eyes, how come Zhong Hao has 2 more eggs than me? That's right, Yuan is biased. The others also followed suit. Chen Yuan blushed, that's what Chen Ji and Liu Mian don't eat. As he was speaking, the heartbeat bear suddenly lit up red and made a buzzing sound. Please gather after breakfast to announce the champion team of the previous round. The winner will receive a private date. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhong Hao and Chen Yuan. Judging from the popularity, the winner was obvious. Zhong Hao lowered his head and ate the rice in his bowl, pretending not to notice the ambiguous glances. His heartbeat unconsciously quickened, and his palms began to sweat. At this time, Zhu Shilin came over with a tray, her face not looking good. She sat in the seat farthest from Zhong Hao and ate breakfast in silence. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The restaurant was so quiet that only the sound of cutlery clattering could be heard. Chapter 40: A date with Chen Yuan. There weren't many viewers in the livestream room, but comments were already pouring in. Sitting in the living room of the Heartbeat Hut, Zhong Hao couldn't help rubbing his temples as he watched the comments. Yuan's trick is too clever. I ate such a big mouthful of dog food so early in the morning. These 2 finally stopped pretending, it's so sweet. I want to eat 2 eggs too. The first true CP is born, and Shinji is in trouble. Yuan is much more lively than Shinji. If I were in your place, I would choose Yuan too. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating Zhong Hao's slightly tired face. He'd originally planned to just sit back and relax, but who knew the production team would go to such lengths? Other guests were earning at least tens of millions per season, but he only took home a measly 120,000 yuan. That was a massive loss. The other guests sat in the living room in groups of 3 or 4, and the air was filled with an inexplicable awkwardness. Chen Ji sat in the corner, fiddling with her phone, her eyes occasionally glancing in Chen Yuan's direction. Little Bear stood in the middle of the living room, his gaze sweeping over each guest. We'll reveal the winning pairing from last week's event. The camera gave a close-up of Shinji and Chen Yuan. Shinji's face was full of anticipation, while Chen Yuan looked absent-minded. The most popular pairing among netizens is Zhong Hao and Chen Yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of booing in the living room. Wow! Why don't you just confess your love right here? Yeah, didn't you say you wanted to write a song for Yuan? Zhang Wenbo came over and nudged Zhong Hao with his elbow. Zhong Hao, what song are you planning to write this time? Zhong Hao held his forehead in his hand. These past few days, he'd somehow become a creative genius, seemingly whipping up a song with ease. He knew in his heart that writing a pop song wasn't easy. Even if he could come up with lyrics on the spur of the moment, the music couldn't just come out of thin air. I was just saying it casually. Zhong Hao could only laugh. Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled. Writing a song for herself, how romantic. She secretly made up her mind that if he dared to write a love song for her on the show, she would confess her love on the spot. Yuan, come to the director team quickly, everyone else disband. Little Bear announced. This time, the girls were in charge of the individual date, and they needed to discuss the specific arrangements with the director. Chen Yuan stood up, her cheeks slightly red. Then I'll go first, Tilda. Before leaving, she gestured to a few of her sisters. Lin was still angry and didn't even glance at her. Chen Ji simply avoided her gaze, as if she were Xiaoqian, and Liu Mian smiled and waved at her, but their smiles looked fake. Chen Yuan sneered in her heart, you have no idea how good and innocent he is. It's a pity that I found out too late. He is mine. A few hours later, Zhong Hao stood in the fitting room of Lucheng Film and Television City, looking at the costumes handed to him by Chen Yuan, frowning slightly. What is this for? Hurry up and change. Chen Yuan pushed his back, her eyes full of anticipation. This was something the production team had gone through great pains to arrange, and I heard they had to ask for a lot of favors. Isn't this the same look from Allure? He reached out and touched the delicate dark patterns on the sleeves. The feel of the fabric made him feel as if he was back on the set 3 years ago. The makeup artist was styling his hair, the comb in her hand gently brushing through his hair. There was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, and Chen Yuan pushed the door open and walked in, her skin as white as cream in a long white dress. How is it? Does this dress fit me? Chen Yuan turned around, and the hem of her skirt drew a graceful arc in the air. Zhong Hao looked at her in the mirror and had to admit that this woman was indeed very good at dressing up. 5 years had passed, and she still maintained her former charm, even more so than before. Why are you doing this? It's been a long time. Zhong Hao's tone was flat, but his eyes unconsciously lingered for a few more seconds. Chen Yuan walked over to him, beaming. The fans are all urging us to do it. These past few days, the internet has been promoting our drama from back then, and everyone's clamoring to see the Qingcheng couple reunite. The assistant trotted in, tablet in hand. Sister Yao, the popularity of the live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million. The comments are all about Qingcheng CP. Zhong Hao glanced at the rapidly scrolling comments on his tablet and sighed inwardly. This wasn't some dating variety show, it was clearly an act. But that was fine. Most of the day had already been spent traveling and getting dressed. Just another 2 or 3 hours and would be done. So what are we going to do next? He asked casually. Just stroll around the film and television city. Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled. There are lanterns here at night, and you can take a boat ride. And you don't have to worry about being mobbed by fans. There are often film crews shooting here, so tourists are used to it. The two walked out of the dressing room. The film and television city was ablaze with lights in the night. The ancient buildings looked particularly dreamy under the lights, and the faint fragrance of osmanthus flowers wafted in the air. Boss, how much is this scarf? Chen Yuan stopped in front of a stall, stroking a lavender scarf with her fingers. 98, said the stall owner with a smile. Isn't it too expensive? Chen Yuan frowned. It can't be any cheaper, it's all wholesale price. Forget it. Chen Yuan pretended to leave. Don't go, don't go. I'll give you a discount, 88. Don't want. Then name your price. 48, too. What a joke, isn't this a loss? Then I'll go ask somewhere else. Hey, deal. Zhong Hao couldn't help but smile as he watched this scene. This woman was quite good at bargaining. He pulled out his phone to pay, thinking to himself, I don't think the production team will reimburse this little money, right? You are such a beautiful girl. Are you a star filming a movie here? The stall owner asked with a smile after taking the money. Zhong Hao was about to deny it when a commotion suddenly came from the distance. It's Yuan and Zhong Hao. It's really them. We're fans. Can we take a picture? Several young girls ran over excitedly, their cell phone cameras pointed at them. The production crew quickly stepped forward to stop them. It's okay, let them take a few pictures. Zhong Hao waved to the staff. But things were not that simple. More and more people gathered, some were real fans, and some were just there to watch the fun. In just a few minutes, the entire street was blocked. Tourists held up their phones to take pictures, flashes of light flashing, and security guards had to intervene to disperse the crowd. Stop pushing, what's so special about being a celebrity? I'm sorry, did I choose the wrong place? Chen Yuan looked at Zhong Hao with some guilt. We originally agreed to have a quiet date. Zhong Hao shook his head. It's okay, I think we're almost done filming. It's getting dark, time to go. The popularity of the dating variety show, Heartbeat, continues to soar, and Zhong Hao's new songs are also dominating the charts on major music platforms. For each episode, he composes a new song to suit the occasion and mood, and the live broadcasts are a sensation. Lucheng has always been a popular destination for tourists, often flocking to it with young visitors. When word got out that a romantic comedy show was being filmed at a nearby film studio, tourists flocked to the area. I heard that Zhong Hao and Chen Yuen are here. A girl with a ponytail excitedly pulled her best friend's hand and walked quickly forward. Is this true? I just saw someone post their location on Xiaohongshu. Another girl took out her phone and quickly refreshed the page. At first, there were only a few fans, but soon they grew to dozens, then dozens. The crowd snowballed, and the air was filled with excitement. Zhong Hao stood at the corner of the commercial street, watching the gathering crowd, his brows furrowed slightly. This scene was much larger than the last time at the bar. He subconsciously glanced at Chen Yuen beside him. The girl was looking down at her phone, her long hair covering half her face. Chapter 41, Allure Limited. A Smile That Allures the City Part 1. Teacher Zhang, the situation is a little out of control. Director Jiang Zi walked over quickly, with beads of sweat already oozing from his forehead. Zhong Hao nodded. He could feel the enthusiasm of the crowd around him rising. There was a suppressed restlessness in the air, as if a single spark could ignite the entire scene. In less than half an hour, the entire commercial street was completely blocked. Security guards scrambled to maintain order, but with little success. Screams could be heard from the crowd. Zhong Hao, sing a song for Yuan Yuan. I don't know who started the shout, but it immediately triggered a chain reaction. Sing! 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 The thunderous cheers rose one after another. Zhong Hao turned to look at Chen Yuen, only to see her face blush slightly. She had clearly not expected so many people to be there. Her fingers were unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes, and her eyes flickered with anxiety. How about, we retreat first? Jiang Zi whispered in Zhong Hao's ear. But it was too late. The dense crowd surrounded them, and security struggled to form a human wall around them. A few fans even began to push forward, creating a chaotic scene. Zhong Hao looked around and conservatively estimated there were 2,000 to 3,000 people. This scene was indeed a bit scary. He could feel Chen Yuen trembling slightly beside him, and subconsciously moved closer to him. Teacher Zhang, here's the microphone. The crew quickly crowded together and handed over the microphone. Zhong Hao took it and cleared his throat. Everyone, it's getting late. For safety reasons. Before he could finish his words, there was another round of unison shouting, sing! Sing! The sound waves were louder and louder, making people's eardrums hurt. Chen Yuen whispered, how about singing a song? Her voice was soft, but it was filled with worry. If this continues, something might happen. Zhong Hao looked at her worried eyes and felt something in his heart. He could sense her uneasiness and understood that she really needed a break. Okay, I'll sing a new song, but everyone please keep order. His voice came through the microphone and instantly caused cheers. The studio's manager immediately arranged for everyone to arrive at the Archway Square, where a small stage was used for performances. Staff quickly set up the equipment, and the venue was quickly decorated. Teacher Zhang, we are the XJBC band, and we are very familiar with your songs. Several young musicians greeted enthusiastically, with excitement shining in their eyes. Zhong Hao smiled and nodded, casually jotting down the sheet music for a new song. It was a song he had been composing for the past few days, originally planning to use it in the final episode of the show, but now seemed like a good time. The musicians took one look at it, and their eyes lit up. This melody, these lyrics, were absolutely exquisite. They quickly began adjusting their instruments and preparing for the performance. Zhong Hao took the stage, his gaze fixed on Chen Yuen, who sat in the audience. She had the best view, her face flushed red from the fans cheering. Under the bright lights, her profile was exceptionally soft and beautiful, like a meticulously painted watercolor. I heard that you are all CP fans. Zhong Hao asked with a smile, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Yes. We are die-hard fans of Qingcheng CP. People from the audience responded one after another, and some people held up Qingcheng CP support signs. Chen Yuen was so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Why did Zhong Hao always say such embarrassing things? She lowered her head, the tips of her ears red as if they were about to bleed. The cheers of thousands of people echoed across the archway square of the film and television city. As night fell and the lights came on, the square was packed with people, and the flashlights of cell phones flashed one after another, like a star-studded sky. Zhong Hao stood on the makeshift stage, feeling the audience's enthusiasm. Though the stage wasn't high, it was high enough for him to look down on the entire audience. He gently stretched his shoulders, took a deep breath, and prepared to begin tonight's performance. Dear audience friends. His voice spread throughout the square through the speakers. Tonight, I have prepared a special song for you. As soon as the words fell, the audience erupted in cheers. Some people shouted, "Ching Cheng CP," and some waved their support signs, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhong Hao leaped down from the stage. Inside the temporary stainless steel fenced-off area, the production staff and Chen Yuan were waiting for him. Chen Yuan, dressed in a white dress, looked exceptionally fresh and charming under the bright lights. Would you like to say a few words to the fans? Zhong Hao handed the microphone to Yuan with a look of anticipation in his eyes. No. Chen Yuan waved her hands repeatedly, her cheeks flushed. I'd better forget it. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisted together. It would be fine to say it in front of the camera, but in front of so many people, she was really a little embarrassed. The live broadcast screen not far away had switched to the heartbeat room. The director gestured to the guests inside to watch Zhong Hao's performance together, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. I'm a little sleepy, let me go back to my room and rest first. Shinji said this and hurried upstairs, her footsteps echoing in the stairwell. Her departure made the atmosphere in the room slightly relaxed. These young people these days, what's with alluring exclusives? Yarn Shu leaned back on the sofa, a meaningful smile on his face. These two really knew how to put on a show. The live feed had been running all afternoon. Now they were going to put on another song, and they'd even specifically called on these big names to come and show up. Xiao Jun sat in the corner, watching the TV screen with a complicated expression. I'm really looking forward to the limited edition song from Allure. He smiled wryly and shook his head, sighing inwardly. This Zhong Hao was too talented. He really couldn't compare. Zhang Wenbo fidgeted restlessly, his fingers drumming on the armrest of the sofa. This guy's stirring up trouble again, he cursed inwardly. He hadn't been out for a few years, and now, once he'd returned, it was endless. I'd wanted to humiliate him on the show, but now I'd become his foil. Lin Xian glanced at Zhang Shilin in the corner thoughtfully. Tonight will definitely be exciting. Shilin seemed to have some feelings for Zhong Hao these days, but now it seems there is no hope. Tong Qian stared at the TV screen nervously, her palms already sweating. Brother Hao had never written a special song for her, so wouldn't it have been better if they'd broken up sooner? Those unspoken words, those untimely attempts to keep her, now all turned into silent sighs. Liu Mian sat expressionlessly on the sofa, her fingers rubbing the teacup intermittently. This guy was really good. No wonder she had fallen for him in the first place. But now that she thought about it, the sweetness of the past had long since turned bitter. Zhu Shilin stood by the window, watching the sky darken. Her best friend and the person she felt most guilty about were about to be together. Perhaps she would never be forgiven by him in this lifetime. Her fingers gently slid across the window glass, leaving a light streak of water on it. The crowd in the square grew denser and denser. Director Jiang Zi decisively turned off his phone and walked over to Zhong Hao and Chen Yuan. Teacher Zhong, Teacher Yuan, the sponsor hopes you will interact more later. I understand. Zhong Hao nodded, a subtle hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. It's a dating show, so it's better to act more realistically. But when will this kind of casual acting ever end? Yeah. Chen Yuan nodded, her fingers unconsciously twisting tighter. Should she confess her feelings later? This question kept circling in her mind, making her feel upset. Sunshine Films is currently researching and planning to make another Allure film. Jiang Zi added, with a hint of tentativeness in his tone. No thanks, Zhong Hao refused directly, his tone firm. He was no longer the same person he used to be, and such promises could no longer impress him. However, as a professional artist, he still had to cooperate. The lead singer of the band came over on stage and said, Teacher Zhong, we are ready. Do you want to listen first? Chapter 42, Allure Limited, a smile that allures the city. Zhong Hao walked over and briefly listened to the prelude. The music was melodious and beautiful, perfectly suiting the atmosphere of the night. It was an impromptu performance, so perfection wasn't necessary. He stood in the center of the stage. The moment the music started, the thousands of people in the audience fell silent. Countless cell phones lit up, like a starry sky. In the night, this sea of stars was particularly dazzling. Limited edition, a captivating smile. I give it to you. Zhong Hao's voice was gentle but firm. He closed his eyes and nodded softly to the prelude. The system was awesome. Just when I said I'd change the song for the Ching Cheng CP fans, it gave me such a fitting song. I always downplay my wishes. As the fresh and romantic melody began to play, Yuan Yuan, who was in the audience, was already shaking with excitement. Her heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and her cheeks were burning. Is he really going to confess his feelings? This thought kept circling in her mind. She looked at Zhong Hao on the stage and felt that his whole body was glowing. There are always some people in this world who are so busy searching for treasures that they forget about the sunshine of the world and even the various forms of life in this world. The song continued, and the fans in the audience were already swaying gently to the rhythm. Yuan Yuan covered her mouth and smiled brightly. Wasn't he talking about her? She was the sun of the world in his eyes. This realization made her feel sweet and uneasy. On the long bridge in the ancient city, people are like a sea, and cars are lined up in rows. Your smile is like light, suddenly illuminating my world. Zhong Hao reached out to the audience, signaling to help her. Although there was no after-sales service, this moment of welfare is enough for fans to savor for a long time. The stage was low, making it easy for her to get up. Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment, then reached out her hand, letting Zhong Hao pull her onto the stage. Her palms were slightly sweaty, and her heart was beating so fast it felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. I admit that a smile can captivate the city, and a first sight is unforgettable. Some say love is as deep as the ocean, but I don't dare to accept it. As the chorus began, screams from the audience rose one after another. At this moment, everyone was immersed in this sweet atmosphere. Under the bright lights, Zhong Hao and Chen Yuan stood in the center of the stage, their eyes locked. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the surrounding hustle and bustle seemed far away. The fans in the audience went crazy, screaming one after another. Even some male audience members had to admit that this couple was an enviable match. The system prompt sounded in Zhong Hao's mind. Perfect performance, receive 100 bonus points. Special skill, heartbeat sensing, is successfully triggered. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This song had been written for a long time. The melody had been lingering in his heart since he first met Yuan Yuan. But fate had played a trick on him, and this feeling had been dormant for a long time. The live broadcast room's barrage of comments has been flooding the screen like crazy. What kind of fairy love is this? Let us get married right here. Zhong Hao is so talented, this song is amazing. Yuan Yuan is so happy. Inside the Heartbeat Hut, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Tong Qian sat on the sofa, staring intently at the TV screen, the pillow in her arms crumpled until it was deformed. She remembered Zhong Hao saying he would never sing love songs in public, but now. Brother Hao's songs are so beautiful. She said softly, with a hint of bitterness in her voice. Liu Mian watched coldly, her nails unconsciously digging into her palms. In all their time together, she'd never seen him so attentive. Those little ditties he'd hummed on dates hadn't been as good as the one he'd sung for Yuan Yuan. Zhang Wenbo curled his lips. It's just rhyme, what's the big deal? Although he said that, his expression was very unnatural. Yarn Shu listened attentively. The melody and lyrics are very thoughtful and not simple. There is a story hidden in this song. Upstairs, Chen Ji locked herself in her room, her tears soaking her pillow, but she stubbornly refused to make a sound. She recalled the day in the back garden when Zhong Hao said he would teach her to play guitar, but in the end, he just played a few chords and left in a hurry. On the stage, the second verse of the song began. You are the song that I heard by chance and is deeply engraved in my heart. Zhong Hao's voice became more affectionate. He turned to look at Yuan Yuan beside him with a gentle look. Yuan Yuan felt her heart beating extremely fast, and those memories that she had deliberately forgotten suddenly flooded into her mind. The screams from the audience were getting louder and louder, and the square with a capacity of 2,000 to 3,000 people created the atmosphere of a concert for 10,000 people. Yuan Yuan's acting was truly remarkable, with a hint of sweetness amidst her shyness, like a young girl in love. If it weren't for the script they discussed in advance, Zhong Hao would have believed it. But he knew that all this was fake. Just like 3 years ago, she would eventually leave. The final note of the music drifted softly in the air, and the audience erupted in applause. Zhong Hao put down his guitar and turned to face the audience. How's it going? Isn't it okay? It sounds good. One more song. The fans were reluctant to leave and were very enthusiastic. Zhong Hao waved his hand. We agreed on one song, and it's already dark. The cheers from the audience rose one after another, and the enthusiasm of the fans seemed to set the entire stage on fire. Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan. Zhong Hao stood at the side of the stage, watching Chen Yuan's figure, shrouded in the spotlight. She was wearing a long white dress, which made her look particularly dazzling under the lights. He couldn't help but think of her standing in the spotlight just like that 3 years ago, young but determined. The staff had already handed her the microphone, but Chen Yuan hesitated to speak. Her fingers unconsciously stroked the microphone, her eyes flickering, as if she were preparing something. The fans in the audience were still enthusiastic, and screams could be heard from time to time. Zhong Hao. She suddenly spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Zhong Hao responded subconsciously, but internally he was groaning. This plot development felt a bit off. Didn't they agree to remain professional? Why was he suddenly so emotional? At that moment when I was singing just now, I felt mixed emotions, both happy and a little sad. Chen Yuan's voice spread throughout the venue through their microphone. Zhong Hao was stunned for a moment. Why did this line sound so wrong? He could only bite the bullet and continue. What are you sad about? I'm sad. If I had known, this song should have appeared in my life 3 years ago. Chen Yuan's voice trembled more and more. I'm happy that I can still hear this song 3 years later. Fortunately, it seems that time has never passed. Everything remains the same. You are still you, and I am still me. Zhong Hao's mind buzzed. This script was completely wrong. He hurriedly explained, I just wrote this song. I really just wrote it. He was afraid that Chen Yuan would misunderstand that this song was definitely not written that year. But Chen Yuan seemed to be immersed in her own world. Her eyes became more determined. I don't care what others think. As long as I am happy, I don't want to hide the truth in my heart anymore. I know that there will be no chance to wait for another 3 years. The fans in the audience became even crazier. Together. Together. I want a hug. I want a hug. The entire scenic area reverberated with thunderous shouts. Zhong Hao's heartbeat quickened as he gazed into Chen Yuan's gleaming eyes. Was this acting, or was this genuine emotion? Memories uncontrollably flashed back to 3 years ago. Back then, they were still on set, secretly dating, afraid of being discovered. After each filming session, they would hide in a corner of the studio, chatting about their dreams. Back then, Chen Yuan wasn't yet a film queen, but a newly debuted star. He wasn't a top singer, just an unknown extra. But why did they break up later? The memory has become blurred. I only remember that it was raining heavily that day. Chen Yuan stood in the rain, her tears mixed with the rain, and said, "We are not suitable." Chapter 43, Actors. The other guests in the Heartbeat House were stunned. Zhu Shilin was shocked. She was Chen Yuan's best friend, so how could she not know about this past? She looked at Chen Yuan with a puzzled look, as if asking, when did you have such a relationship? Liu Mian was stunned. This Zhong Hao actually had such a love history. She had always thought that Zhong Hao was a person who focused on music, but she didn't expect that he had such a past. Tong Qian watched with gusto. The plot was much more exciting than she had imagined. As a veteran variety show host, she knew all too well the allure of such unexpected situations. Zhong Hao took a deep breath and walked towards Chen Yuan. Since the atmosphere had already reached this point, he might as well continue the performance. He gently took Chen Yuan's hand and pulled her into his arms. Chen Yuan's body trembled slightly. She could feel Zhong Hao's heartbeat, and also his discomfort. Was he a little too anxious? But wasn't his song, his eyes, everything about him sending signals to her? It's already late tonight. Thank you to the fans who have been with us all the way. Remember to watch the next episode. Zhong Hao tried to end the show. But fans would never let go of this opportunity. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Stick. Stick. The cheers grew louder and louder. Zhong Hao was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. That won't work. It was just a little joke. He tried to lighten the atmosphere. But the fans got even more excited. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Zhong Hao looked down at Chen Yuan in his arms. She had her eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her delicate face flushed, as if she was waiting for something. Zhong Hao's heartbeat quickened. In the past, kissing scenes during filming had always been staged, he'd never actually kissed. Now, with so many people watching, he felt a little hesitant. But seeing Chen Yuyuan's expectant expression, he softened a little. The popularity of the live broadcast room has exceeded 30 million. The comments surged like a tide, and the dense text almost covered the entire screen. The audience's enthusiasm was pushed to a climax, and various comments and speculations were constantly refreshed. "Hurry up and kiss me, don't waste time. This is too exciting. If you're a man, just go for it. Why are you hesitating? I came here to listen to music, how did I become a CP fan?" These days, romance variety shows are even more exciting than idol dramas. This song and this performance have added at least 20 million CP fans. Zhong Hao stood on the stage, the bright spotlight shining on him, making his outline particularly clear. He looked down at Yuan in his arms, his Adam's apple rolling slightly, and beads of sweat seeping out of his palms. The system's cold prompt sounded in my mind. Host, based on the current situation, I recommend choosing the song Actor. Are you crazy? Zhong Hao cursed in his heart, this song is totally inappropriate for the current atmosphere. The songs generated by the system are all based on the host's true thoughts deep in his heart. The mechanical voice remained calm. Bullshit, I didn't think so at all. Zhong Hao was very annoyed. This damn system was simply playing tricks on him. In the monitoring room, director Liu Qing paced back and forth, stamping his feet anxiously. What the hell is this kid doing? The atmosphere is already so tense, why not give him a kiss? The assistant director wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "If we don't take action now, the audience will scold us to death. But it's okay if he wants to sing." The songs he released on the show before were very popular. The assistant reminded in a low voice. This song directly boosted the show. It unexpectedly became a hit, and the ratings are soaring. Liu Qing sighed, "It all depends on how this kid performs." Inside the heartbeat room, other guests sat on the sofa, staring at the big screen intently. Zhong Hao is getting scared. Zhang Wenbo took a sip from his teacup, a mischievous smile flashing in his eyes. Is he going to do something weird again? I, a grown man, was so excited watching this, and yet he did this. Yarn Shu shook his head and sighed, his fingers tapping the coffee table unconsciously. Brother Hao and sister Yuan are sure to attract a large number of fans tonight. Xiao Jun said enviously, hugging the pillow. Are you planning to sing another love song to completely win Yuan over? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows with a teasing tone. Several female guests secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had broken up with Zhong Hao, seeing him intermate with others always made them feel uncomfortable. The complex emotions were difficult to express, and they could only hide them deep in their hearts. Zhong Hao slowly walked to the piano and sat down, his slender fingers gently resting on the keys. The distinct black and white keys shone softly under the light, as if waiting for a story to begin. System, change the song. He prayed silently in his heart. The used songs need a cool-down period. The system responded coldly. You? Zhong Hao took a deep breath and could only bite the bullet and start playing. The melodious prelude sounded, and the audience held their breath. The piano sound was like a trickle of water, slowly flowing through everyone's heart. Keep it simple, don't be so flowery. There was a hint of sadness in his deep voice, completely different from the previous cheerfulness. Every note seemed to be saturated with some inexplicable emotion. Yuan stood in the audience, listening to this familiar yet unfamiliar melody, her thoughts inevitably drifting back to that year. Memories flooded back, and those deliberately forgotten scenes suddenly became clear. She had just debuted at the time and had to give up the relationship for the sake of her career. Her agent's words still ring in her mind, "You know, this is a crucial period. We can't have any scandals. Everyone here is an industry elite. Now that the show is over, it's time to go home." This was the last text message she sent to Zhong Hao. After sending it, she turned off her phone for 3 whole days, fearing that she would be unable to resist reading his reply. But were every hug and every sweet word really just an act? Could those late-night chats, those days of mutual encouragement, those furtive dates, really just end? As Zhong Hao sang, his eyes unconsciously glanced at Yuan in the audience. His memory kept flashing back to the scene where he stood outside her door that year, shouting at the top of his lungs, asking why. Why do people say love is fake? Why do people say everything is just acting? His agent's scolding and Yuan's indifference deeply hurt his heart. The feeling of powerlessness still makes him feel suffocated when he thinks about it. I should be cooperating with you, but I'm turning a blind eye. The song was filled with helplessness and bitterness, each word like a scar dug out from deep within the heart. The audience listened intently, some with tears in their eyes, others silently wiping their eyes. This is not just a simple love song, but a story about love and reality. It is a pain that many people have experienced but cannot express. The comments in the live broadcast room also quieted down, with a few occasional sighs floating across. So that's the story. It's so cruel, it breaks my heart. This lyrics is so true. It feels like there are endless stories between them. The staff in the monitoring room also unconsciously slowed down their movements, fearing that they would disturb this touching moment. Liu Qing stood in front of the monitor, staring at the screen without blinking. This kid is really good. The ratings are up again, the assistant director said excitedly, and now they've broken 40 million. Let him continue, don't interrupt. Liu Qing waved his hand, signaling everyone to keep quiet. The atmosphere in the heartbeat room grew solemn. Zhang Wenbo put down his teacup and gazed thoughtfully at the screen. Yan Shu stopped tapping the coffee table and quietly listened to the song. Chapter 44 Emotional Outburst I. It turns out that brother Hao and sister Yuan. Xiao Jun hesitated to speak. Some things are not for us to judge. Lin Xian said softly. The female guests exchanged glances, each seeing a complex mix of emotions. Former lovers reunited, revisiting past events who could truly remain indifferent. Zhong Hao closed his eyes, completely lost in the music. Some words can only be hidden in song. Some pain can only be kept to oneself. The piano music gradually became soothing, as if telling an unfinished story. Yuan lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Was her choice that you're the right one? Is it really just a choice between career and love? Was her decision driven by her dreams, or was it out of cowardice? The lights on the stage gradually dimmed, leaving only a spotlight on the piano. Zhong Hao's fingers continued to dance on the keys, as if pouring all his emotion into this final melody. The popularity of the live broadcast room exceeded 45 million, setting a new record for variety shows. But at this point, no one cared about these numbers anymore. Everyone was immersed in this moving song, feeling their own story. The singing sounded slowly in the air, and the lights on the stage shone on Zhong Hao, giving him a hazy halo. His gaze swept across the audience, finally settling on Chen Yuan's face. Those eyes held so many complex emotions, like a bottomless lake, making it hard to see clearly. But you loved me so much, why bother to go into details? What should I become to stave off boredom? The song carried a hint of sarcasm, a hint of helplessness, and more importantly, deep disappointment. Zhang Hao's voice was soft, but like a sharp knife, slicing through the hearts of everyone present with every word. Chen Yuan, sitting in the audience, was slightly startled, her heart trembling. She subconsciously gripped the armrests of her chair, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Is this song talking about me? Zhang Hao's voice continued to echo in his ears. Simplify it, keep your words simple, and skip the plot progression. You don't look like an actor at all, you're just a living drama queen. Don't design those plots. Every word was like a sharp blade, piercing Chen Yuan's heart. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the corners of her clothes, her nails digging deep into her palms. Yes, I was the one who handled the breakup. But at that time, I really had no choice. The lights on the stage flickered, Zhang Hao's expression lost in the shadows, only his voice rang out clearly. The audience was completely absorbed in the song's emotions, some wiping tears from their eyes, others sobbing softly. No problem, I'm fine with whatever you want. I seem to have adjusted well, but I'm just pretending to be open-minded. Zhang Hao never looked at Chen Yuan, as if he didn't even exist in the audience. But every word of his lyrics was like a heavy punch, hitting Chen Yuan's heart hard. Tears welled up uncontrollably and rolled down his cheeks. It turned out that the thorn in his heart had never been removed all these years. The live camera keenly captured this scene and quickly gave Chen Yuan a close-up. The barrage of comments instantly exploded. Fuck, Yuan is crying. Isn't this acting too exaggerated? Not really. You think I care about that? I feel like there's a story here. Did these two have any conflicts in the past? Jiang Zi silently handed over a tissue, his eyes full of sympathy, and whispered, "Sister Yuan Yuan, don't cry, we are still live streaming." Chen Yuan took the tissue, but she couldn't wipe the tears from her face. Memories of those years came flooding back, and scenes flashed before her eyes. "I'm just sitting here watching the show, and honestly, I don't really want to just let it go." Zhong Hao's voice remained calm, as if he was telling a story that had nothing to do with him. But Chen Yuan knew what kind of story was behind each line of the lyrics. Ever since they reunited on the show, he's been acting. Acting like he doesn't know her, their tacit understanding is even closer than ours, acting like he's accompanying her to complete those so-called, allure-limited, moments. It turned out that this farce was completely exposed. It was all her own wishful thinking. So he rejected her confession and the kiss she wanted. So he sang this song to mock her. The audience was unaware of these hidden secrets, they were simply moved by the song's emotion. Some held up their phones, flashing them and gently swaying them to the music. The entire scene seemed to be shrouded in starlight. The singing gradually died down and warm applause broke out at the scene. "Okay, this time we're really saying goodbye. Let's disband here. I'm leaving first. There's no pay for overtime," Zhong Hao said as he was about to leave the stage. Chen Yuan couldn't bear it any longer, she stood up and shouted, "Finally, your little wish has come true, you are happy now." Everyone was stunned. The applause stopped abruptly and the place was filled with silence. "Zhong Hao, I've seen enough of your stinginess." Chen Yuan's voice was tearful, but it still clearly spread throughout the scene. The staff looked at each other in bewilderment, while the fans watched in shock. How could these two people, who were so sweet just a moment ago, suddenly have such a falling out? Zhong Hao stood on the stage and finally looked Chen Yuan in the eye. His eyes were complicated, filled with anger, helplessness, and a hint of inexplicable emotion. "Stingy," he sneered. "Yeah, I am stingy. Why didn't you think I was stingy when you said you wanted to break up?" Chen Yuan's tears welled up again. "You know what I was like back then." "I don't know," Zhong Hao interrupted her, his voice thick with suppressed anger. "I don't know anything. All I know is that you said you wanted to break up, and then you disappeared. Without even an explanation." The atmosphere at the scene grew increasingly tense. No one dared to speak, and everyone watched the scene with bated breath. This was no longer a variety show, this was an outburst of real emotion. "Do you think I've been happy all these years?" Zhong Hao's voice trembled. "Do you think I've really let it go? Every day I wonder what I did wrong and why you treated me like this." Chen Yuan was stunned. She had never seen Zhong Hao like this before. The Zhong Hao who always had a smile on his face, always gentle and considerate, now seemed like a wounded beast, revealing his truest side. "You know, in the past 3 years, every time I heard news about you, I would subconsciously pay attention. I watched every play of yours and listened to every song of yours. I told myself that this was enough, just being able to watch you from afar was enough." Zhong Hao's voice gradually faded, but each word was clear. "But when I saw you smiling so happily on the show, and when I saw you saying those sweet words to the camera, I couldn't help but wonder, were those vows you made back then also just an act?" Chen Yuan felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly, the pain was so severe that she could hardly breathe. She wanted to explain, wanted to tell him the truth, but the words came to her lips, but she couldn't say them. The reasons for their separation, the unspoken hardships, all seemed less important as time went by. What mattered was that she had hurt him so deeply. "That's enough." The director finally couldn't help but yell, "Stop recording." But it was too late. The live broadcast was still going on, and this scene had already spread all over the internet. Is this true love? Heartbeat House bursts out true feelings. These two topics instantly became hot searches. Chapter 45 Emotional Outburst Part 2. Netizens were discussing this incident crazily. Some sympathized with Zhong Hao, some blamed Chen Yuan, and some felt that this was a script carefully planned by the program team. But only the person involved knew that all of this was true. It was the emotion that had been suppressed for 3 years finally finding an outlet, like a flood that could no longer be controlled. The scene was in chaos. Staff scrambled to evacuate the audience, while fans were reluctant to leave, wondering what would happen next. Chen Yuan stood there, tears blurring her vision. She looked at Zhong Hao on the stage. The man who had once given her the warmest embrace and the most sincere love now seemed like a stranger. Is there any turning back between them? Perhaps even they themselves didn't know the answer to this question, but at least at this moment, those truths buried by time, those unspoken words, those suppressed emotions, all found an outlet for release. Jiang's face was extremely ugly, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing slightly. This was a dating variety show, not some slapstick drama. But the scene before him made him feel like the sky was falling. Tourists around him pulled out their phones, their cameras trained on him. Flashes flashed, like countless pairs of prying eyes. The live broadcast signal continued, and it was too late to cut it off. Jiang Zi glanced at the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments on his phone, and his heart went cold. Zhong Hao stood there, his brow furrowed. He didn't understand how things had developed to this point, and even less why Chen Yuan was acting this way. Under the light, he could clearly see the lingering tears on her face. Chen Hao walked off the stage and said, "Chen Yuan, let's talk about it when we get back." He lowered his voice and tried to calm the fuss. "Go back." Chen Yuan sneered, but tears fell uncontrollably. "You've been hiding from me for so many years, and now you want to hide again." Her voice was obviously choked, as if the emotions that had been suppressed for too long had finally found an outlet. Zhong Hao's temples throbbed. Why didn't this woman understand that a scene like this wouldn't benefit anyone? He subconsciously glanced around, seeing more phones pointed at him. "You're just a coward." Chen Yuan's voice was filled with tears. "You don't even have the courage to face the past." Her fingers trembled slightly, and her nails dug deeply into her palms. "I didn't hide," Zhong Hao explained helplessly, his voice full of fatigue. "It's just that those things are in the past. It's over." Chen Yuan's emotions completely collapsed, her voice rising. "Then why did you write that song? Why did you say I was an actor?" Zhong Hao was speechless. He had indeed written the song "Actor," but it wasn't directed at her. But in this situation, any explanation seemed pale and powerless. "You're such a petty, mean-spirited person." Chen Yuan cried even harder, her makeup smudged. "You didn't even send me a text after we broke up, you avoided me whenever we met, and now you're humiliating me with songs." Zhong Hao reached out to hold her, but she pushed him away. His hand froze in mid-air, too embarrassed to know where to put it. "Don't touch me." Chen Yuan's eyes were red and her voice was hoarse. "Why are you pretending to be a good person now?" Zhong Hao took a deep breath and suppressed his irritation. If this continued, both of their images would be ruined. He could feel his palms sweating. "I'm not mocking you." He slowed down his tone. "That song is not." Before he could finish his words, Chen Yuan suddenly rushed over and punched his chest repeatedly with her small fists. Her strength was not strong, but each punch felt like it was hitting his heart. "Liar! Big liar!" Her voice was tearful, like a wounded little animal. Zhong Hao instinctively grabbed her wrist. His grip wasn't strong, but it was enough to stop her. He could feel her wrist, which was very thin, trembling slightly in his palm. Chen Yuan struggled for a few moments, then suddenly went limp, sobbing in his arms. Her tears soaked his shirt, and their warm touch made him feel uneasy. Zhong Hao was now even more embarrassed. He could feel the strange looks from those around him, as well as the flashing lights of cell phones. Fortunately, at this time, the security guards from the film and television studio finally arrived and quickly set up a cordon around the area. They were wearing the same uniform and had serious expressions. "Mr. Zhang, Ms. Zhang, please leave with us," the security captain said in a low voice. Zhong Hao nodded and half supported, half carried Chen Yuan out. She was still trembling slightly, but she stopped making a fuss. On their way back to their hotel, the car was completely silent. The driver tactfully turned up the music and pretended not to notice the awkward situation in the back seat. Chen Yuan stopped crying and just looked at him with resentful eyes. That look made Zhong Hao uncomfortable, and he could only pretend to look out the window attentively. Their reflections were reflected in the car window. He looked exhausted, and she looked as if she had lost all her strength. When they arrived at the hotel, Chen Yuan's agent, Sister Wang, was already waiting. Seeing the two of them, she sighed and helped Chen Yuan away. "Yuan, don't be like this." Sister Wang's voice gradually faded away. "You are in your rising period now." Zhong Hao returned to his room and immediately locked the door. He felt a bit cowardly, but who knew if that woman would come to him in the middle of the night to settle the score. He leaned against the door and slowly slid down to the floor. The room was very quiet, and only his slightly rapid breathing could be heard. The sunlight from outside the window shone through the gap in the curtains, casting a thin strip of light on the floor. Just as I was thinking, my phone rang. It was Mr. Ma from Goozy Music. The ringtone was particularly piercing in the quiet room. "Teacher Zhong, your new song has been very well received," said Mr. Ma, with unusual enthusiasm. "Would you consider charging for listing it? Conservatively, actor could sell for 100 million. No thanks." Zhong Hao refused directly, his voice full of fatigue. "Just leave it for free. Teacher Zhong, please think about it again. It's so popular now." Mr. Ma wanted to say more. "Mr. Ma," Zhong Hao interrupted him. "I said no." After hanging up the phone, Zhong Hao lay on the bed, thinking back to everything that had happened today. There was a tiny crack on the ceiling of the room, and he stared at it for a long time. "My phone suddenly vibrated like crazy, all of them were messages from Gao Xiaolan. The message notification sounds came one after another, like a death warrant. Are you crazy? Look online. Your character is completely ruined. Fans are calling you a scumbag. The trending search has exploded. The PR team will have a meeting immediately." Zhong Hao sighed. He knew this night was destined to be restless. At the same time, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became extremely awkward. Several guests didn't know what to say and could only pretend to be focused on their phones. Yarn Shu looked at the trending searches on his phone and couldn't help shaking his head. This Zhong Hao, who usually acted like a decent person, actually had this kind of past. His finger swiped across the screen, and every trending search was related to today's events. Xiao Jun looked a little disappointed. He had always considered Chen Yuan a goddess, but he had no idea she was already taken. He secretly glanced at Chen Yuan's photo on his phone, feeling a mixture of emotions. Lin Xian and Zhang Wenbo exchanged a knowing look, each seeing a gloating look in the other's eyes. They had always disliked Zhong Hao, and now they finally had something to hold against him. "This song, actor, is really cruel," Lin Xian said sarcastically, with a faint smile on his lips. Zhang Wenbo continued, "Yeah, he made her cry, that's cruel." There was obvious sarcasm in his tone. "That's enough. Yarn Shu couldn't bear to watch it anymore. We're all on the same show, don't do this." There was a warning in his voice. The two of them finally shut up in frustration. But everyone knew this matter wouldn't end so easily.